hello there. I'm glad to see you. And today, I would like to start a stream with a little confession. I've been a man of principles all my life. I consider myself an individual that lives and died by the blade. Yet, the dark forces took over me. I was sitting there, within the darkness of my own realm, pondering great things in life, like what I'm gonna eat for dinner, and what manhwa I'm gonna read today. And then, there he was. The almighty Aizen was staring in my face. I was admiring his picture, you know, see him sitting on a throne in his own domain, inviting me to his soul society. And I was wondering to myself, can I get him? Do I have enough to guarantee myself the man, the myth, the legend? And unfortunately, I couldn't. And there was a choice to be made. Every man and woman out there has to make a choice in their life. And there is to sin or not to sin. And unfortunately, I decided to sin. I made an unthinkable action. And that is, I caved in. I couldn't help myself. I lasted proudly for 2 weeks as a proud and loud free-to-play. And yet, I went against everything I stood for. And, oh. Disgusting. Oh, look at that. I mean, it's beautiful, but, oof. How can a man like myself allow himself to sink this low? To get this cool-looking skin right here. Oh. However, this is not even the beginning of all my sinning. This is merely at Moosh Boosh. It's not even a starter. You haven't even seen the main course. And I definitely got the first skin. You are correct, Angel. Also, hi there, everyone. I'll be back with you just after I'm done with my confession. You know, bear with it. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm not gonna become a whale, Angel. Don't you dare slander me like that. Now, the next thing I did, I bought a Master card. Now, in my defense, I got it for the pills. I wanted energy. Because, as once a wise man said, money is momentarily, but gacha is eternal. Said wise man was me. Now listen, this is your starter, okay? We are moving now to the main course. I bought the battle pass. I couldn't help myself. Listen to me. You're not listening. Listen. I saw the promised land of all of these resources, and I looked in the mirror and I was like, I am lacking. Not as just a man, but as a gamer. And that is a sin I am not ready to admit to myself. I finally got all these resources. But what cost? What cost? However, that's not all. That's not all. I wish I could say that was all. Unfortunately, it's not. I also got one last thing. And this one I'm the least proud of. Listen, Sadvik, come on. Do a man a solid. I also got this. Now listen to me. I was sitting there, and this offer was staring me right in my face. This was a cool $3.99 for 5 pools, 700 jades, and 6 pills. And I just couldn't pass up an offer. And I just got it, you know. I got it 2 days ago, and I've been living in shame ever since. And I spent like a solid $29.99 on all of this, and honestly, I'm not proud of that. In fact, I'm ashamed. However, As once a wise man said, difficult times call for difficult decision making. And such decision making I have made. However, listen. This was all done for the promised land of the great Chair-sama himself. And I will not succumb to such evil ever again. I hope you have in your heart of hearts to forgive me for such unexpected transgression that I unleashed upon you first thing this afternoon. I know, when you come to this stream, you expect nothing but integrity, nothing but high-quality gameplay, and nothing but high-quality entertainment. However, today was a different day. Anyway, with that being out of the way, hi Sadwick, hi Angel, hi Greg. Hope you boys doing well. And today, we are gonna begin with a little bit of a story. We have a lot of things to do. We have Gin's challenge to do, which I am planning to 100% today. I want to reach number 1, which I don't think is going to be possible because this gentleman right here has fully maxed out Ichigo. 6 boundary and everything, so I don't think I'll be able to do that. However, I think if we can get at least, I'd say top 50, I'll be extremely proud of myself. Now, this doesn't do much. There's very limited rewards for this, like, ranking. And I'm already in top 50, technically. But we're going for top 50 in numbers, okay? We're gonna aim for at least 70k today, maybe 80. We'll do some story. We'll do some, I think there's new events going on. I think this is just like a card flip situation. Nothing too exciting. I think there was... There was a new pack here, and I was considering getting because you get an animated avatar of Toshiro, and I resisted the urge, so I hope you're all proud of me for that. Anyway, you also get this event, I think. So there was nothing too exciting, I think, in new events, but we got quite a bit of story to do. I finally actually reached level 50, so I think we can clear the entire story today. I'm pretty sure, and also I changed my title to, you know, depict what my status is right now, which is a sinful one. However, I forgot to mention, there will be a secret account that I was playing on that I never told you guys about. And that account has essentially every single character that I have on this one. So it's exactly the same. However, the account is not sinful because I didn't spend anything on it. I think the only thing I bought, I had like some play points saved over in my Google Play account. And I got this Rukia one because my Toshiro didn't have Rukia. I didn't manage to get a single Rukia from Toshiro summons. So I was like, you know what, it was technically free, okay? I didn't spend any money on it. It was play points I got from like free rewards or whatever. So technically that one is free to play as well. However, I got this just because I needed Rukia, just to make a team work. So that account will be our sinless one, where we will pursue the free-to-play, and this one will be a semi-whale account, okay? Semi-whale. I'm not gonna go full hog on pay-to-win aspects, but I want to give you the worst of both worlds. You know, you're gonna get mediocre whale experience, and you're gonna get mediocre free-to-play experience, because I'll tell you something. I've seen some free-to-play players who are way better than me at this game. And I don't know what it says about me or about them. However, we're gonna strive towards success in both realms. And we'll jump onto that one after we're done with here. So I'll show you around. I'll show you what I've been up to on there. And it's a little bit less powerful than this account, because I got a little bit luckier on here. But it's similar progress. I think it's level like 49 or something. So with that being said, let's get some story done, and then we'll jump straight to Gin's quest. I also did some grinding for stamps. I didn't get a lot, but I did manage to get decent sets for my Toshiro in Ichigo. I'll actually probably show you that in a little bit. So I'm slowly but surely working towards, you know, pretty good Slash and Spirit Team. I also pre-grinded some MoMA rewards, like Ascension stuff. So we'll probably actually level her up as well. And we'll do some Frenzy Battle with both of them. I think Frenzy Battle has Strike Team right now, which I didn't really build at all, so that's gonna be interesting. That's Fat Twilight. Hi there, by the way. I mean, the thing is, I was like, all jokes aside, I was just, you know, I felt like stream's been doing pretty well lately, and, you know, I've been having a lot of fun with the game, and I felt like, you know, a little bit of support for the game, because it didn't go like full ham. I spent like 30 bucks maybe. I felt like, you know, I like supporting the games that I feel like doing good, and I feel like this game does pretty well, you know? It's not super greedy, like, it obviously has a little bit of pay-to-win aspects, but, you know, every gacha game does, really. And, yeah, I felt like, you know, good things worth supporting. But probably, as I said, I won't go, like, full ham. I'm not gonna buy, like, any packs for, like, summons or whatnot. Just maybe, like, a monthly card and the battle pass moving forward. And maybe, like, if Aizen gets released with, like, animated avatar, I probably will get him. They will? For characters, you mean? Or, like, for stamps? Because if there's new rarity for characters, well, that's gonna be interesting. I guess, because technically, I guess they can go with, like, UR or something. Okay, interesting. I mean, it will depend how you get those. I hope it's not gonna be through some, like, extreme pay-to-win stuff. But I mean, as long as it's relatively easy to obtain, I don't mind it, I guess. Because to me, the one thing that I don't really like when they go with, like, rarity stuff is when they basically limit their availability of said characters. I hope it's mostly like an upgrade thing, where you, like, upgrade your character after level 100 to, like, UR rarity. That would make a little bit more sense, and also no, like, power creep as side units, I believe. Because I know that some gacha games have, like, UR rarity, and usually those you get through, like, 200 summons or something in, like, very limited, you know, events and whatnot. Because I feel like the way the game does summoning right now is relatively good. Because, you know, 80 pulls for a character and 40 pulls for their stamp is relatively decent. It's not, like, the best ever, but, you know, considering a lot of the games have 50-50, and you have to go most likely like 160 pulls for the characters, I feel like that's pretty good. And I hope they continue with that kind of momentum and not get too greedy. Because I believe they actually made decent profit lately with this game. I think they made like 8.2 mil in the past 2-3 weeks, which is actually pretty good for, you know, brand new game, considering they didn't really advertise a lot. I believe, like, I barely seen Crunchyroll do any sort of advertisement. I think in China they did quite a lot, but that's most likely because it's a Chinese game. So they were trying to push, like, Bleach there, because I don't think they have Bleach Soul Resonance in there. So technically they don't really have any Bleach game. And I know that one of the biggest games over there is, like, Naruto game. I forgot what it's called, but it has actually really good animation, like, on par with this game. And that one was super massive. So I feel like they're trying to tap into that anime type of market over there, because obviously that's where all the money is. I don't think it's 80, I think it's 8.3. But it's still a lot of money, considering the game hasn't been out even a month yet, and there also hasn't been that many high banners. Like, Toshiro and Ichigo are pretty good, but, like, when Gin and Aizen shows up around, I feel like that's gonna be real money makers. Ah, yeah, actually, let me show you my stamps, because, nah, it's alright, Twilight, no worries. Because I did grind some stamps. Hi there, Vesa. Hopefully doing great. I don't think I like Ichigo more than ice cream, to be honest. The Gojo, hopefully doing great. I mean, it all depends, because if it's gonna be just like an upgrade, like, for example, when you reach the max level, I mean, I'm very hopeful that as soon as you reach, level 100, it's basically gonna be like an upgrade, and you upgrade your characters to UR level, and then you go like past 150. If you guys ever played Bleach Soul Resonance, Bleach Brave Soul, sorry. They had like originally only like 5-star characters, and then they introduced 6 stars. Because you grind some materials like Hogokus and whatnot, and then you ascend them. I feel like, or I hope at least, is gonna be similar precedent. It's alright, but if you complete the Soul Society arc, where when you see the Aizen take off his glasses and slick back his hair, that's the most important part. But yeah, this is my Ichigo. So he's actually relatively decently built, 24k power, almost 25. Upgraded his weapon, upgraded his skills a little bit. I still didn't upgrade it fully because I only got to level 50, I think, yesterday or something. So I did get relatively decent stamps on him. This one's actually really good because it's slash damage, attack, crit rate, crit damage. Alignment bonus is whatever because it's like dot damage. So that one is the only one that's pretty bad. But the rest of the stuff's pretty good. I got this one, crit rate. So it's not the best, but it has crit rate ultimate charge, which he both needs because he doesn't really have any crit rate gain from anywhere. And ultimate charge rate is really good for him as well. So I'm kind of hoping to avoid these HP stats when I'm going to level this up. I didn't do a lot of farming, but I did like a couple days worth of grind. And I got this one. This one is like maybe the worst, but the problem is I literally didn't get any other 5 stars. That's like the only one I had, and this is the other one. So this one is the worst, but I'm just using it as a placeholder until I can get something better. Because in this game, you can just basically recycle these and get your materials later. But it's work in progress. Like, obviously, this one is like the best one I have right now. But I literally don't have anything else. Like, I would like attack. I think ultimate charge rate is actually decent for him, but I literally don't have anything else. So this is just a placeholder. And for Toshiro, I got a relatively decent one as well. This one is not good. Like, it only has attack, but I didn't get any other spirit damage. So I didn't really have an option. So I'm sticking with this one for now. Then I got this crit damage one, which is okay. It has attack, ultimate charge. Crit rate might be better for him, because I know he gains more damage based on his crit rate. Especially if you go his core stand, which I don't, but, for now it will be alright. And I got this one. This one is the worst, because only attack, but I don't have anything better. I have some flat attack, but I think it doesn't scale as good. So, for now, this is what I got. And I found some Byakuya stuff as well, while at it. Which I got some decent, slash, for example, for Byakuya. Yeah, well, not really, because I do have his weapon, and his weapon gives him 30%. So, he has about 35% crit rate right now, which is okay, but yeah, it's not ideal, unfortunately. As I said, it's work in progress. I will be waiting for Aizen to grind for his stamp, because right now I don't even have his best in slow 5 or 4 star. Because he wants the basic attack. I think... let me see if I can find one. Oh wait, no Ichigo. There's one for Toshiro. Let me see if I can find one. Man, a lot of people have this one. So this one is his best in slot if you don't have his core stamp, because it boosts his basically basic attack damage by quite a lot. So 65%, which is quite nice considering he does a lot of basic attacks. So I would be looking to get this, but unfortunately I don't have it now. And the thing is, I do have corridor keys, but considering this game mode is very limited, you don't have a lot of ways to get these corridor keys. I'm kind of saving them for Aizen, because I want to try to get both Aizens and Toshiro at the same time. I do have Ichigo's right now, but I feel like I know Gin is gonna be in there, and I'm not gonna summon for Gin, so that will be like the only one that if I get is gonna be a bit useless for a while until I eventually maybe get him. But I feel like that's probably the best course of action, because if I go right now, I have like not that great of a choice to get just Toshiro. If I still didn't have Ichigo's, it might be worthwhile going for it. But I feel like if you have at least 2-3 characters you're working on, then this game mode is worth grinding just to try and get them. And even if you don't get them, you can at least try to grind for the shards. So that's kind of where I'm at for now. So I'm gonna wait until Aizen comes out, and then I probably do... I maybe will be able to save up maybe like 100 or something of these by then. And we'll do like 4 full runs and try to get it through there. Because these core stamps are really expensive. I'm not buying this. Like, this feels like a scam. Let me know if any of you guys bought this. But I personally feel like 18 bucks, and this is in pounds, so I assume in dollars it's even more expensive. For just core stamp, 10 keys, and 10 of these, like, orange boxes, nor even Sky Jades, it just seems like a scam to me, honestly. And Ichigo's one is even more expensive. So, yeah, I'm not... even if I spend a little bit, I'm not gonna buy this. This just seems too excessive. And honestly, you can get it later on anyway. But I saw a lot of people with it, so a lot of people caved in. For better, for worse. But I feel like, for now... Ooh, actually, let's go with this. Ooh, look at that. Very nice. Very nice. Look at that. Ooh. I mean, that's fair enough. I just personally feel like, if you can get it from the game, it's not really worth buying, because to me personally, I feel like investing in stuff that you're not able to buy, or like get throughout just playing the game like summons, is just a bit more worthwhile, personally. But then again, you gotta get lucky for that stamp anyway, because you might be grinding it for ages until you can only craft it, and you do need 100 cards in order to make it, which is a lot. So, I don't know. It seems like a large investment of time, but at the same time, you will eventually get lucky and get it. So, I'm just playing the long game more than anything. Well, it would be interesting to see how they approach all of this stuff when they do decide to release the new rarity, because that would be interesting. Hi there, Cronus, glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. So yeah, guys, if you still have some corridor keys, I would suggest probably to save them for now. Until you get, like, another unit you're working on. Unless you have both Ichigo and Toshiro, because then it's probably worth doing. Because you obviously want the main DPS stamps as much as possible. Supports can wait without them, but for DPS it's pretty important. Oh, sorry to hear the Kronos. Hopefully nothing too bad. On the brighter side, it is a Saturday, you know? So you get a couple days to yourself. You know, unwind, relax. Oh, very nice, Philo, very nice. I mean, Toshiro seems like a really good unit so far. I played around with him quite a bit, and he does grow on me. I like him a little bit more than I like Ichigo, personally. Just because I feel like his gameplay is a little bit more fun. Because, like, his ult, the fact that you can just, you know, maneuver while attacking is just really fun to me, personally. But... oh, wait. I forgot to use Byakuya. I keep thinking, why is my damage so low? Oh, did you go for Toshiro? Yeah, I'm pretty sure none of us actually got lucky, considering I went to, I think, 60 pools for Toshiro, and I went 30 something for his stamp, so I almost went to pity for him myself. But you get Momo for free, I believe, from the event, so you didn't really have to summon for her, I don't think. That's why Twilight, I mean, ice is a pretty cool element in general. I do agree with that. Oh, you got him in 20 pulls. That's actually not too bad, Cronus. That's pretty lucky. Okay, let's go with my boy Byaku. Because I keep forgetting using him. Yeah, you could get her for free. I mean, yeah, it's... But, on the brighter side, his first boundary is actually pretty good because it gives him 25% damage. So it's not really a waste, I guess. Especially if you like Toshiro. But, yeah. Sorry, it's... Unfortunately, you can get her, I think, fully upgraded as well. Not as in boundary, but you can get her stamp and core stamp, I think, from the Toshiro event. I actually haven't built her yet, because originally I didn't actually understand her kit. I only tried to play with her and actually didn't really like her. But I actually realized that she gives like spirit damage and also attack, which is actually pretty nice. And considering you can't really use Kisuke with every single team you play on, she's actually coming in clutch for like the second team that you need to use for like Frenzy Battle and even some story stuff. Yeah, I did look into it, and Gin is a thrust unit, which I think I'm gonna skip him personally because I do have B1 Ikaku, even though I'm not too pleased about that circumstance, but I feel like, you know, he's not gonna be as good as Gin, obviously, but I feel like for now, I'm not gonna go for like every single character, because, especially if they're adding new rarity, as you said, because I feel like they will be adding much cooler units later on, and the first few units are probably like a bait for... If all you say UI units do come out, it probably will be a bait to, you know, make people spend all their resources and then summon for like OP units later on. Through the power of credit card, if all. But yeah, will be interesting to see. Oh, I didn't know there was a new open world game. What is the name? Because I was considering playing the new, like, Where Winds Meet, like the cultivation game. Because I think quite a few people in our Discord server play it. And it did seem kind of fun. So I was gonna give it a shot during, like, Christmas break. Because I do have some spare time. I got like 2 weeks off, so I will have quite a bit of time to play like different games I would know. I did watch Game Awards Twilight, and I don't know how I feel about them. Because the thing is, I thought Expedition 33 was really good, but for them to win like 13 awards just felt really strange, you know? Because I felt like there was a lot of games there that deserved like you know, a spotlight, and them just sweeping the board and getting nominated for essentially almost every single type of award just felt kind of strange. Like, especially okay, so the strangest one for me personally, for them to win indie game award, because is it indie game? Yes, technically it is, but like, if you win Game of the Year, can you really qualify for indie game award? I feel like there should be a little bit of, you know, boundaries for that regard. Because, I don't know, I feel like it would be better for the game as well if they actually didn't win as many as they did, because I feel like now people just will get fatigued from that game, even though it's really good. I haven't played it myself, but I've seen some videos of it, and it looked really good. But I feel like now people just gonna get on a hype train of hating it just because of how successful it is. And if instead it only won like Game of the Year, maybe a couple others, like Music VA, stuff like that, I feel like people would have a much more positive opinion over it. But that was like the strange part. And also, I don't know if you guys watched until the end, because I did. And the last game they revealed, like the new hero shooter, was such a weird juxtaposition because I don't know if you know about Concord, which was like the latest biggest flop in their genre. They just gave me a strong Concord energy. And for it to be like the last game was such a weird choice. And John Keeley just hyped it up out of wazoo, you know? He made it sound like they were making new Titanfall game. Which probably not gonna happen, let's be real, but it just felt so strange. I was gonna try that game, Kronos, because as I said, there's a few people who play it in our group, and it just felt like a really interesting game. I do know that that game has a little quirk to it, and when I say quirk, I mean a financial investment unlike any. So I believe, from what I've heard, right, in that game, you can buy, or invest rather, excuse me, how could I say buy? It's not buying in debt, it's an investment in debt. Because you invest in financial deficit of your own and crippling addiction. But you can buy a $43,000 boat in that game, and you can own a boat for the low price of a car. And that just sounds like a sound financial investment to me, because who wouldn't want to get a boat? Well, I think the entire game is free to play, right? So there's no way to actually buy power-ups, but I think all the customization is pay to win. Which, to be fair, I don't like have anything against, I guess, because at the end of the day, if it doesn't influence gameplay, it is what it is. I'm not gonna, you know, slander them for that, but yeah, it's just funny to me how much money you can spend on that game just for like in-game customization. Because I think I seen like a short on YouTube where they were comparing like different skins, and they showcased like what would a free-to-play player look like, what would a low spender, middle range spender, like a whale, a kraken, and like Leviathan level. And they showcased like a skin that I think costed like 50 grand. $50,000 for those of you who are not particularly versed in British slang. And that just seems like a lot. So that would be interesting to see, because my goal in that game would be to find like the biggest whales possible and then just ask them to carry me, you know? I feel like that would be the most wise decision. But yeah, it's an interesting thing, but I'm not surprised because in China, like, microtransactions are so normalized that I'm not surprised that those kinds of games have crazy price tags like that. Because, like, when you look at all the revenue for mobile games in general, I think 80% of that is coming from China. Which probably is no surprise to anyone, really, when you think about it. But it's still fascinating to see. So yeah, we'll try the game probably after 19th, because I think 19th is my last working day. And then I'm off until the 5th of January. So we're gonna have like 2 weeks where I don't have much going on. So we'll probably get involved in that game, test it out a little bit, and see if we like it. And if yes, I'll probably grind it a little bit here and there. But I also have some like Wuthering Wave stuff to do, because I haven't played the game in ages, really. So we might do some story for that. And then we'll see how that goes. And maybe do some like variety stuff as well. Alrighty. A cape on fire? That sounds pretty nice. Because the thing is, I was invested in like cultivation manhwas, which is like Chinese mangas essentially, for a long, long time. So to me, just the genre of cultivation is very interesting, because I read probably like up to 1,000 different titles at this point since like 2017 or something. I've been reading that kind of stuff. And that'll be just interesting to play a game that has all these like cultivation world building type stuff, like joining a sect, you know, transcending immortality, you know, courting death with everyone and anyone in sight, which is probably the most famous phrase in cultivation world in general. Okay, let's get some bankai going. Nice. I mean, look, as I said before, I feel like if the customization is the only pay-to-win part of the game, I don't think it's that big of a deal, personally. Oh, do I? Go you. Didn't realize that. Okay, let's do Kiss 1. I keep forgetting. Let me just wait for Ichigo's thing to roll down. I keep forgetting to check like the missions, because I think I missed a couple for 3 stars. I just got too engrossed talking about, you know, game awards and whatever not. Yeah, I missed a couple. We'll probably come back to that a little bit later, because I still have some stuff to 3-star. I mean, Shawal is actually a pretty cool boss. I actually like his boss fight. I wonder if they're gonna do, like, Arankas as playable characters. Because obviously they're gonna do Espada, I mean, how can you not? But I wonder if they're gonna do, like, they support characters. Like Lilynette and, then, like, black-haired, pigtail girl that was, like, harassing Orihime. I forgot her name. But there was quite a few of those, so that will be interesting to see. Tesla is probably the most famous one. Yeah, I mean, next year, obviously, because this year we already know what's coming. But this is actually the first time I think I'm fighting Grimja. Unless I'm forgetting. Man, he looks so cool. Grimjaw is probably actually my favorite Espada. I just really like his character, because he's just so laid back, and the man is only interested in fighting, you know? And you can respect that, because I'm sure there's no surprise to anyone, considering Kenpachi is one of my favorite captains. And I just feel like I was really hoping to see Grimjaw versus Kenpachi, because they both have like similar attitude. I guess Noitora to an extent as well, but I still feel like Kenpachi and Grimjaw are kindred spirits. I wonder if we're gonna see his resurrection, because that would be kind of fun. Like, because his Panther form is really cool. And I feel like he's the Espada that got the most, like, character development as well. Because the only other one we really learn about is Ulquiorra, but that's only later. And I feel like Ulquiorra was there just because, you know, Ichigo fought him for, like, the final fight. So that's why we got as much exposition for him as possible. But Grimjaw wasn't there for that long, to be honest. Okay. There we go. That is fair, Cronus. I mean, well, I want to say I'm similar. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm super, like, obsessed with skins. But I do like the idea of making my character look unique, if that makes sense. Because the thing is, when I used to play League, right, I had a mentality, the skins were not necessarily. However, I do say that in League, I think I bought probably around $500 worth of skins over like the years that I spent playing. And that's quite a large investment, obviously, but I did buy skins for characters that I was playing like all the time, like Zed, Yasuo, Jin, I think I got some for Ari as well. But if you invest in like fun, I feel like it's not too bad. Because at least with skins, you know, it doesn't influence gameplay, so you don't feel as bad about getting them, I guess. That's a tough one, Abitsa. That's a tough one. I'd say jail just has a less threatening connotation to it than prison. Because, you know, jail could justify, you know, just like a box that you're stuck in. Prison is a very specific thing. By jail, you know, you can be jailed in your room. You can be jailed in your kitchen. You can be jailed in the basement somewhere. You know, there's many possibilities. And also, I think the difference between the two is jail is usually where you go if you just commit like misdemeanor, and prison is obviously if you did something very, very naughty. I believe, at least. Okay, let's quickly redo these two because I messed them up a little bit without realizing. I'll quickly speedrun them. A hot take? Let me think. Okay, how controversial I want to go with this is a question. Okay, I have a hot take here. I feel like Naruto is extremely overrated. Personally. And I'm not saying it's a bad anime in general, but it's always hailed like the best shonen ever. And to me personally, I wouldn't even enter in my top 5. But that's just me, you know? I don't know, just Naruto never spoke to me. I did have some characters that I always liked. Like, I really liked Itachi. I felt like he was a really, really cool character. And I really like Minata as well. But, I don't know, it never really spoke to me. It was one of those shows that I watched as a kid. But when I kind of started watching anime for real, it just never was on my radar. And yeah, I don't know. Dragon Ball Z is a pretty good one. Because I haven't watched it, but even I can appreciate it. But if you ask, like, general public what their best shonen is, a lot of people will say Naruto. Just because of the hype that is surrounded with it. And I just feel like a lot of it is extremely overhyped, personally. But yeah, that's my hot take for the day, Twilight. Okay, what do I need? Yeah, that's fine. That's fair, Angel. That's fair. But yeah, because the thing is, I don't have like really strong takes, at least not about popular shows. Hi there, Winter. Glad to see you. I'm doing alright. How are you? Just talking about, you know, hot takes on anime. If you have anything to share, feel free. I mean, I feel like Dragon Ball is one of those shows that you either get into when you only start watching anime or you never seen it. It's one of the two because you can't really escape it. It's the same with like One Piece, Bleach and Naruto. You at least know about it, but you might have not seen it. It's like, because shonens are so ubiquitous nowadays, it's like impossible to escape them. I don't think there's a single person on this planet that never heard of shonen, or at least seen it one time. Like, they're just impossible to me. At least in, like, the Western world, I feel like everybody must have heard of it. I think Kakura is probably asleep or something. Actually, Kakarot said himself that, like, Dragon Ball is not even his favorite anime. He said that before, so, you know. He's a fake fan, if anything. I watched One Piece until, like, Dressrosa arc with Doflamingo, and after that, I haven't watched it again. Because it was just too much. I think I spent, like, a good solid part of one winter just watching One Piece. And to be honest, it only gets good after you watch, like, a couple hundred episodes. And they just know the kind of time investment I feel like anyone should be making. I was just really desperate for, like, good shows to watch. And I didn't have anything else going on, so that was the only reason why I've seen it. But right now, I wouldn't watch it personally. That's fair, Kronos. I feel like that's a thing. A lot of people, without realizing, actually watched anime as a kid because Bleach, Naruto, Dragon Ball, and One Piece, they were always on TV, like one way or another, and you couldn't escape them really. If you watch cartoons in general, like every Cartoon Network used to have some sort of anime just going around. Alright, so we completed that. Very nice. That's pretty base winter, to be honest. I mean, Pikachu is a Pokemon, you know? Not just a Pokemon, he's the Pokemon. Okay, let's do this one. Angel is the kind of man that, you know, he only shows up to play the gacha games when there's pools on the line. If there's no pools for him, he ain't waking up. You give him a temple and the man is gonna do story. Pre-base, Winter, pre-base. I mean, I know you, Angel. And to be fair, I'm kind of the same because I haven't played Wuthering Waves. And that is because there wasn't any character that I was interested in. Hi there, Ichigo. Hopefully you're doing great. And then again, Angel, I feel like you're playing every single gacha game in existence as well, so that's probably why you don't have the time. Okay, there we go. I think we're already 4 Yamicrons. Oof, 89 gacha games. I don't know how you get just the will to play that many. Because I'm struggling playing just this game and Duet 9 Abyss to an extent. Because I still log in for dailies, but that's already a lot. That's fair, Winter, that's fair. I mean, a lot of people were asking me to play it as well, so I'm gonna try to give it a shot over the Christmas break and see if I can become the next coming of Heavenly Demon myself. Oh, come on. I didn't... Oh, I actually, hold up. I think that didn't fail, did it? Oh, it did? Okay, fine. It showed that I got hit more than 20 times, but I guess not. I guess the game didn't realize it. I'll take it. I haven't played the Endless Zone Zero in a hot minute since, like, February, to be honest. Listen, Angel, I'll play a little bit Wooden Waves, because I still enjoy the game, it's just, I don't have the time to play it, you know? That's the only thing. I know, well, yes, but, I actually didn't play it. So, I tried it out in July, and then I was like, this game is not really for me. But, I did actually play it a little bit during winter. And Greg can ascertain to that because I've actually did some like Discord streams for you guys and you've seen it. So, come on. I've been there. And I actually completed most of the story by the time February rolled around. So, I played it a decent amount, I'd say. As I said, I just don't have a lot of time to play these gacha games, you know? Even, like, logging for dailies is a lot. If I had the time, I would play them all, but unfortunately, having 9 to 5 doesn't really allow me to do so. And the thing is, I don't always have, like, my PC available with me, and on my phone, I just don't have enough space to download all these gacha games, because they weigh, like, 30 to 40 gigs each, and they're just a lot. I don't know what kind of, space they expect people to have on their phones, but I clearly don't have that much. Well, the thing is, with Wooden Waves, I'm just waiting for Scar to appear, because I feel like if Scar appeared, then I would have a reason to come back. $256 gigs in current climate, Angel? That's enough for like 6 games. What are you talking about? You gotta get at least a terabyte worth of memory if you want to even compete. Kakarot did tell me that, so I am kind of excited for that. But at the same time, I am cautious because even though he does appear, I don't think he appears for that long. Is what he told me. So technically he does appear, but 256 for mobile is not a lot. Is not a lot in current climate. Do you know how much actual Genshin weighs nowadays on PC? I think it's 130 gigs. Can you imagine? Jeez Louise, because I downloaded it, I think a couple months ago, just because I wanted to see how many resources Liz has granted for me, because she kind of plays on my account for me a little bit here and there. And I just wanted to just kind of check up on how the game was doing, because I was curious. I heard there was some like updates and whatnot. And I logged in. Well, I didn't log in. I downloaded the client again. And I was greeted with 132 gigs update. And I was like, maybe not today. Because soon enough, I'm pretty sure Hoyover's gonna just expect you to have a separate SSD just for their games, you know? Sitting by. Just so you have the privilege of experiencing them. Oh, come on. Oh, you have all the voices as well. Golly. Angel is playing on hard mode over here. No wonder your computer tweaks out every time you boot it up. The poor thing is probably dying on the inside. Persona 3 Reload. That's actually a pretty good game. Man, I used to love Persona games. Like, Persona 5 was probably one of my favorite RPGs of all time. Up there was like Chrono Trigger, because they used to be, I think, my first ever RPG that I played. And man, such good memories. Listen, Angel, I keep telling you that's not enough. You gotta at least get 4 times that. Because I think Genshin, even on mobile, is like 60 gigs, isn't it? Unless I misremember, but I'm pretty certain it's relatively heavy. I actually need to check how big is Wuthering Waves, because I don't remember. But their updates are pretty chunky as well, because they ask of you like 16 gigs every update. So it probably is relatively to that size as well. Which is kind of scary. Because soon enough, like in a couple years, your PC just gonna be 99% filled with like 10 games. I haven't played Honkai Star Rail in like, I think a solid year. I just didn't feel like competing in a game where like every single character is just such a massive power creep. Because at least with games like Genshin and Wuthering Waves, there's no really new content that you need to worry about, except like, I guess Abyss and whatnot, but I never really cared about that. But in Honkai Star Rail, there's quite a lot of modes where you need the new characters, as far as I know. And they're just not the investment that I feel like I wanted to do. And also, I kind of got the fatigue from turn-based games anyway. I kind of wanted to, you know, get my hands on it. My favorite character was Jinyuan. I had that man since the first day he released, and I played him pretty much exclusively. I don't think I played anybody else. Oh, come on, I blocked that. Aventurine is pretty good. I didn't have him when he released, but I do like his character. Okay, there we go. Listen, for me, Jinyuan is number one just because I'm biased. I like the man, and you know, he was there for me since I think the second month of the game release, so. And I'm pretty sure he's still relatively good in that game, from what I've seen. If you go like the pair of brother and sister, I think Sunday and whatever his sister is called, I think he's still relatively good from what I remember. Maybe not anymore, but he used to be at least. Oof. But that's fair, Angel. Priorities, you know? You gotta let your family know that you're a man of culture, so they can get disappointed in you preemptively, you know? So it doesn't come to them as a surprise. He's not? Well, such is life. It's such is life. I mean, considering he was one of the first characters they ever released, like, I think he lasted really long. Especially for a game as power creeping as Honkai Star Rail. He had his time in the sun, and I feel like that's all that matters. Oh, come on. I thought I blocked that. It is what it is. Ooh, can we reach 1 million? Ooh, let's go. Nice milli. Sunday was pretty cool. I think Greg got me onto Sunday because I didn't know about him. And I think Greg actually pulled Sunday for me. Because I wasn't playing at the time, and he just, he was like, look man, Jinyuan needs Sunday in order to be, you know, really good. And I was like, okay, fine. I don't really trust you, but fine. $82 gigabytes. That's actually not too bad for current climate, Angel. That's not that bad. If it doesn't reach, you know, triple digits, I feel like it's relatively decent. Zenless Zero is just a really, like, chill, laid-back kind of game, which I feel like is one of the better additions for Hoyoverse games. Because I feel like it's the most laid-back one, and sometimes you need those. 100 gigs for that one? Whew, golly. But it is like an open world MMO, so I can understand that kinda. Because, you know, that's probably quite a lot of assets. But yeah, the size of games nowadays are like mind-boggling. I honestly don't understand why they waste so much. Because you would think nowadays, with like technology that we do have, they would find a way to compress all the data and make them smaller and not bigger. But it doesn't seem to be happening. That's fair, Angel, that's fair. As I said, MMOs are usually really heavy anyway, because I remember when I used to play World of Warcraft, I think it was weighing like 50 gigs, and that was like 10 years ago, you know? So those are pretty big games in general. Because, you know, they have to take into account all the, like, dungeons, all the, you know, boss raids, all the, like, different materials and whatnot, which probably thousands of them. So it is pretty demanding in that respect, but that's what I'm saying. Soon enough, in a few years, you gotta be expected to have a couple SSDs just lying on your desk, just to substitute the space that you may or may not have. Yeah, that probably won't, Angel. I know, but like, a man can dream, you know? A man can dream. I watched a little bit of Spy X Family. I think it's okay. I like Lloyd, but I haven't watched it like fully. I think the premise is relatively fun. I'd say it's a solid like 7 out of 10, personally. If you like comedy, shows especially, it's pretty good. No, Cronus. I don't know anything about where winds meet. I haven't seen any gameplay. I haven't seen any, like, NPCs, characters, attacks. I'm pretty much gonna go in blind, and I feel like that's probably for the better, because I'd much rather give you guys, like, my genuine reactions to stuff instead of, you know, trying to justify my inadequate gameplay. Because I feel like that's my biggest excuse is that, oh, I don't know anything about this game, so I'm gonna suck, but I'm gonna suck justifiably. How many gacha games I have right now? I have all like Hoyoverse ones, except the Honkai Impact 3rd. And I have Wuthering Waves installed. I have obviously Bleach installed. And I think that's about it. So, 5 of them. Xenoblade Zero, Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves, and I guess this technically doesn't count because it's on the emulator. But 5, I guess. I do have League downloaded as well, but that's you know, that's for different reasons. I may not be gambling in that game with, you know, pools, but I'm gambling with my brain cells. Which is a bigger gamble when you think about it. So League is the predecessor of all gacha games, is basically what I'm saying. Because every time you play a game there, you never know when you're gonna get shouted by an angry 12-year-old. And that's the biggest gamble of them all. I don't know, it just, I probably will in the future. It's just, I kind of wanted to grind this game for a while. Because, I don't know, it's been really fun. And obviously I want to complete everything. Like, as soon as we run out of things to do in this game, I will move on to other games until, like, new updates here. And, I'm not gonna, like, exclusive stream only Bleach, obviously. But it's mostly because I don't have a lot of time to play the other gacha games anyway. So the only time I would be able to play them is probably on stream anyway. But yeah, we will be playing other stuff. Just as I said before, I do get about oh golly, I need to restart this. I do get about 2 weeks off soon enough after next week, next Friday rather. So I will have quite a bit of time on my hands. So we'll be trying different kind of games. Listen, Angel, you gotta realize that I have unfortunately succumbed to a curse known as 9 to 5 employment. And unfortunately said curse sucks all the free time I have for the most part. Because I get home at about 6 or 7 p.m. depending on like how busy I am. And by the time I get home, I need to, cook a meal for myself. I need to take a shower. I need to, read manhwa for about an hour because, priorities. And by the time I'm done with all that, that's like 9, 10 o'clock. And by that point, I only have maybe like 2 hours or something to myself before I eventually pass out. So I just don't have a lot of time to do that, unfortunately. Because even logging in just for dailies, it takes like 10, 20 minutes. And if you multiply that by the fact of 8, 9 games, that's a lot. That's like 3 hours. So yeah, that's the main reason why not. But we will change that hopefully in the future. And I think there's actually some new games coming out next year as well. Like, wasn't there like Mugen Project or whatever it was called? I think coming out next year. And I think there was a couple others, like the open world games. So that would be pretty interesting to see. Listen, Angel, you know as well as I do that I don't know what the number means. Ah, gosh, I keep forgetting this technique thing. Okay, let's try it again. I swear, these missions... can't speak. These missions should be just defeat the enemy, complete in 120 seconds, survive. I feel like that would be good enough. Oh, MOBA games, don't get me started. I mean, look, I played League for like 5 years at one point. I know the grind, I know the suffering. So, I can relate with her. MOBAs are... it's not something you want to get into, shall we say. Because when you do, you're gonna regret your life choices very shortly. That's fair, Abisa. That's fair. I mean, you always gotta balance your games, you know? You can't just, Okay, I did that. That's fine. We're just checking that I didn't miss the requirements this time. I feel like with how many new games we get released almost every other month, you're just not able to play them all. Or at least not play them all full time. And it's a good and a bad thing, because obviously variety is a good thing. Because you can play different games like almost all the time. But if you want to like focus on multiple games and actually take them really seriously, it's almost impossible. Because you gotta almost treat it like your second job at that point, and there's just a lot of effort and time you need to invest. Which most people don't have, unfortunately. I'm still in the voice, Cronus. Was a pleasure seeing you as always, and hopefully have the good remaining of your day. Listen, Angel, just because you can dedicate like 4 hours a day playing gacha games doesn't mean everybody else could. You just build different. For better or for worse. There we go. Okay. I mean, I wish I had the time, or it's actually not even the time, because technically I can play those games until like 2 a.m. or something, you know? Because I usually go to bed at that time anyway. It's mostly the energy, because like the thing is, first of all, I don't really like playing these kinds of games on my phone, because I don't know about you guys, I just don't like the controls of open world games with, you know, like joystick type situation. It's just not for me. I like keyboard and mouse. And more times than not, I just can't be bothered sitting in front of PC playing like gacha games for 3 hours day to day. It's just a lot. Hi there, Shogun. I appreciate the support, and hopefully you're enjoying the game as much as I do. When I crash out, that's a good question. I usually get quiet, to be honest. If you're talking like about getting angry or stuff, because I don't have like explosive emotions gushing out, but I get really quiet. So if you ever see me like playing a game, and I out of nowhere, if I fight a boss or something, I get really quiet. It means I'm boiling on the inside. It's like a witch's pot, you know, just simmering away inside my noggin at that point. And the prime example of that was when I used to play solo leveling. Whew, that game took the worst to me. But yeah. Other than that, I don't really have any other crash outs, I don't think. I do have crash outs on like sleeping schedule, because my sleeping schedule is not ideal. Like, it's not terrible, but it's very inconsistent, because sometimes I sleep like solid, 6 to 8 hours daily, and sometimes I can just, stay awake with insomnia for like 2-3 days, and during those times I like pass out for 12-13 hours, and yeah, I know it's not healthy, but they're just something I've been doing since like high school, and yeah, that's the kind of days where I go to bed like 5 a.m. I liked it to an extent. I felt like it was a fun game, but my main problem with the game was the fact that it was really heavily pay to win. Like, they had a lot of like rankings and whatnot, and a lot of those rankings were dependent on how built your characters are, and you had to pull like almost every single banner if you want to stay competitive. They also had like guild bosses, they had a bunch of like limited bosses that you had ranking for. So it was very heavily favored towards people who obviously spend money. And there's nothing wrong with that, obviously, because that's just the kind of game it was. But I just felt fatigued of that, because I spent a little bit on that game, like $50 or something. And I still felt like I was vastly behind everybody else. And also the game just stopped being kind of interesting, to be honest, because the fight just got kind of repetitive. And there wasn't really much drive for me to like continue progressing more than anything. I played it for like solid 2 months, and I played it a little bit afterwards, like here and there, logging in like occasionally. But I don't know, it never stuck with me personally. It had fun aspects of it, like the gameplay was kind of fun, the story was, it was soul leveling story, so whether you like it or not, it's like it's one of those. And also I didn't really like that they were making like a bunch of OC characters all the time, and they didn't really like incorporate a lot of original characters, because there's nothing wrong with OC characters, but I felt like they were starting doing them way too early, and instead like making the actual canon characters like very fine for you between, so it didn't even feel like solo leveling game at some point. It just felt kind of like, your generic gacha game. But yeah, it's one of those. I mean, that's fair, Winter, that's fair. I believe the one thing that turned me off the gameplay completely was they used to give you like a lot of pop-ups for different like microtransactions. One of them I think was coupon codes. So they used to send you like coupon codes for discounts. And I remember counting one time, I would just casually log in, and I had like 10 different pop-ups about like different deals, like coupon codes. It felt like I was browsing some like news website with all the pop-up ads I was getting. So yeah, it was just pretty bad. Didn't feel like a game at that point. Fair enough, Winter. Fair enough. Are you playing League or something? So that sounds like the kind of thing you would encounter on League. I do agree about Zone Zero, by the way. That game is fun, but it does take quite a bit of time to build like different characters. Because I remember, I think I built like a couple teams, and it took me like solid 3 months to do so. But that's kind of like a problem with any Hoyoverse games. You have limited energy, and you gotta grind for like discs in that game or whatnot. Yes, Angel? No worries, Winter, no worries. I didn't really mean to use ultimate, but... Oof. Golly, 50 hours. That sounds like a lot. I mean, I probably have way more than you, to be honest. But I just don't think about it. I mean, you know, free employment is the thing, Angel. You can technically lose somebody with a promise of paying them. Get them to do the work for you, which is doing the story, and then just conveniently, you know, disappear into the dark. Who may or may not be Kakarot, because, you know, he's the only one that plays these gacha games as much as you do. You might be able to fool Greg into it, but, you know, he's a more tricky one to deal with. Because he does have the power of law on his side. And as my lawyer, I would know. Bleach Brave Souls is a fun game, Winter, but I feel like it's super grindy, so unless you really wanna spend like 8 to 10 hours a day playing the game, I would really recommend getting into it too much. Okay. Don't Chaka, don't run after me. Unbelievable. I remember this is when we go on Zanpakuto stolen by Lil Nell. It's actually kind of cool. I am running. How is this little child faster than me? I have adult legs, while this child has little stubbles. Unbelievable. Ichigo, are you going to take this disrespect? Come on. I do like Nell. I think Nell is a really cool character in general. I do like this picture, to be fair. I do like these two guys as well. I remember these guys, Don and Chaka. I forgot what the purple guy's name is from memory. But how can you forget this guy? I mean, come on. I'm glad that we actually move into Arrancar arc straight away, because I believe in the story, it's actually not immediately you do after you complete Soul Society. I'm glad they know, like, taking detours and doing, like, all the filler stuff. Actually, speaking of filler, I wonder if they're gonna do a story for, like, Zanpakuto arc or, like, movie story. Like, you know, with Hell arc and all that. Because that would be kind of interesting. If we get, like, a Hell arc Ichigo skin, you know, where he gets his golden skeleton armor. That'd be kind of cool. Because I know in Bleach Brave Souls they used to do, like, movie characters a while back, but still did them. Or if they're gonna go just, like, full official plot type situation. Because if they're not gonna take any detours, we probably will get to actually 1000-year Blood War arc relatively quickly. Nice. Some counters. Let's pop that gets good and sure. Okay. Okay, let's follow the ult. Man, my Ichigo does actually pretty decent damage now. All I need to do is upgrade his stamps a little bit. I think I'll be able to probably reach 30k with him, which would be kind of nice. It is a bit of a shame that you don't get any cutscenes, because I feel like it would be really cool if every single one of these stages would have like a little cutscene at the beginning, so you actually see how the story develops a little bit more. Because Huecamundo arc is actually probably my favorite out of Bleach. It's between that and Soul Society, I guess. But I don't know, just Aranka arc with all the like all the Sparta and the, you know, Kenny and Byakuya's fights and all that was really interesting. Because it didn't even show like how Ichigo went through like Menace Forest and all that. And that was like even before this part. They might cover it actually in the side story, I guess, but okay, where are we going? Because I think this is where he fought Grimjail, I believe. And that was like way, way after he actually got to Huecamundo. Okay, there we go. Absolutely no worries, Angel. With the pleasure seeing you as always, and I'll catch you later. There we go. Alright, nice. I think you actually get some limited tickets by completing this as well. I think you get three for stamps and 3 for the characters, which is actually kind of nice. I do like them more than the standard tickets, because I feel like the standard tickets are kind of become a little bit pointless after you obtain actually every single character. Ooh, I remember this guy, the Sandstorm guy. He's actually kind of fun. Ooh, man, he is actually pretty tough. Do I need to, like, counter him or something? I think so. Because I don't really do... Okay, so I need to counter him. There we go. Okay, that one's sorted, so just need one more. There we go. Alright. Let's see how much damage we can do now. For freezes? Well, let's see if I can beat it on, like, I guess hard mode at this point. And then if I can't, we'll switch to... Ooh, yeah, I don't do a lot of damage now, do I? Okay, you know what? Let's change the strategy. Let's use Toshiro. Ah, I forgot that there's bonus buffs based on like which typing you're using. I completely forgot about that because I just got so used to every single stage just having slasher damage boost that I completely blanked out when you actually need to switch to these. Actually, this is good time to build up Momo. Because I got, I think, enough resources to do that. Let me just double check. I think we can get her to at least level 50. Okay, let's go with this. Try not to waste too much resources. There we go. And then, let's do these again. Okay. Ooh, nice. 69. Always gotta appreciate a good number. Okay, there we go. This should be fine for now. I think level 50 would be alright. There's no really point to try to max her out. At least for now. I will upgrade her weapon a little bit just so she does at least a little bit of damage. Not gonna go too crazy on it. But I feel like level 50 would be pretty decent for her. Okay. That will be fine. There we go. That should be alright for now. I think it's similar level of investment as my rook here. I put some stamps on her. I didn't really farm the Kisuke one, so I don't really have anything good for her. But I feel like she's alright for now. Yeah, similar. Let's just upgrade her skills. Get her technique a little bit out. Level 3 will be alright for now. Okay, I think that should be fine. Let's try it again. So we'll go with our Toshiro, and actually probably start with Momo actually just for that buff, and then switch to Rukia, and then go with Toshiro. I always start with supports, just because I feel like it's easier, because you want to get those buffs before you actually go full Toshiro, I feel like. A nice little spirit boost damage and a little bit of attack. I haven't played with Momo at all, so I don't 100% know like what's her best gameplay, to be honest. But we'll learn as we go. Oh man, I'm not doing a lot of damage now, am I? Go. Okay, let's go with Shikai. Okay, there we go. Let's get that attack buff going. Okay. Let's go bankai. It feels like my Toshiro does way less damage than my actual Ichigo. Oof. No ideal. Yeah, this guy seems like quite a character, unfortunately. Okay, let me change the strat. I think you might be right, because my Toshiro is not as well built as my Ichigo, so I don't think it does as much damage. Because I don't have his core stamp. So probably Rukia will be the way to go. Okay. Start with Kisuke. Switch to Rukia, and then let's go Ichigo. Alright, let's try this. See if that works a little bit better. Alright, Mr. Angry Castle Man. I'm back for vengeance. Quickly restart there. I kept getting shoved around by this man. I wonder if you can block multiple at the same time, to be honest. Because he clearly needs to be in spiritual dissipation to do a lot of damage to him. It doesn't really take a lot otherwise. appreciate you tossing me around, big man. There we go. Almost there. Let's try again. Okay, there we go. That should be a little bit easier now. I probably should have accumulated a little bit more spiritual pressure with Ichigo before I actually went to this. But should be alright. I'll just pop all the ult. Almost there. Didn't quite make it. That's okay. I was kind of hoping to one-shot him in that period, but... Okay, what is this? Ah, I see. Little mouth action. Oh, okay, so he enters spiritual dissipation as soon as you actually put him in the freeze state. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, Ichigo, I need you to do me a solid and finish this man. Come on. There we go. Okay, that wasn't as bad with Rukia. Thanks for the advice, Winter. Appreciate it. I didn't realize that the freeze actually makes him incapacitated. Alright, that was much better. Now let's keep going. Yeah, this is the team I'm gonna run for now. I never thought the Rukia is gonna replace Byakuya for me in any circumstance, but it was just what I knew. And I think after we're done with that, we're probably gonna jump straight into Gen's challenge and just see how far we can get in there. Because we completed a little bit last time, but I don't think we even scratched the surface, to be honest. And I think we still have the hard mode for the limited event to do, because I don't think I tried it. There we go. Oof. Did you see that? Alright, what do we have here? The timeline seems kind of a little bit hazy, because I believe this is inside of the actual Huacamundo, and the castle guy we thought was on the outside, so it just seems like a such strange juxtaposition of the environments. But I guess I just probably made this map for later and just kind of reused it. Hi there, Hakim. Hopefully you're doing great. I usually use Byakuya, but I feel like just for this story mode, needs some freeze action going on, and my Toshiro is not as well built. So we're using Ichigo for now. I probably can actually put in this team Toshiro later, if I need more like freeze. But, I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. For now, I think we're doing alright. Miss that. There we go. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Slowly but surely accumulating spirit jades. Actually, it will be kind of interesting to see what other events are going to cook up for when Gin comes out. What game are you playing, Winter? Is it like some sort of conquest type of game? Because you made it sound like you were playing League of Legends. Get some freeze action. Nice. Ah, Honor of Kings. I see, I see. Is that the game that they were gonna release MMO based on? Because I thought it was a mobile game, actually. They bought League? Okay, I didn't know that. Interesting. I mean, I don't really play League anymore, but... fascinating, because I would think League was doing really good. I usually try to stream on the weekends, Hakim. On Saturday and Sunday. But it will really depend how much... it will depend how much stuff I got to do, because I got 2 accounts going. Like, this is my light spender account, and I do have a free-to-play one. So, right now I'm streaming it relatively regularly, but in the future I probably will be just doing it like once a week. Just because, as you said, there's not much like content to actually do outside of like story and whatnot. Pretty much, Winter, pretty much. Level 60 is actually pretty impressive, Hakim, because I'm only level 51 and I've been playing almost since day one. I started like on Sunday, I think, this account. But yeah, they do need to add some sort of like co-op or something, you know, where you can actually play a little bit more. Because the game modes they have now are fine. There's obviously things to do, but there's no lot. Okay, let's pop up the ult. Is that Ulquiorra fight here? I didn't know that. Interesting. So that's something to look forward to. I mean, look, Ulquiorra did clap our cheeks in the anime, so it is law accurate. Ichigo had to use the power of protagonist in order to go to talk with him, you know? And that's not something anyone can do. I think that's reasonable, Hakim, because, you know, if you enjoy the game, spending a little bit of money here and there is not a bad thing. As long as you don't go crazy and, you know, spend all your life savings. I feel like I was 2 seconds away to 3-star. Unbelievable. No, it's fine. I mean, I could assume it that it was going to be Ulquiorra. Because, you know, that's basically where we're leading to. Because I remember he was clapping our cheeks when, you know, we met Inoue for a little bit. And then, you know, then we fought Grimmjow and whatever, no. Because, I mean, I've seen anime, so you don't really spoil it. I know everything that happens in the story. But yeah, as I was saying, Hakim, I feel like this is a kind of game where if you spend a little bit, it actually makes it a little bit more enjoyable. Because, you know, you get more resources and more, like, energy to play around with. And I do have 2 accounts. Personally, like one free-to-play and one as a light spender, this one. And both actually relatively decent experience. Even the free-to-play options are pretty good. Like if you don't just go crazy on every single banner, I feel like you can get a new character every month if you just complete all the events and do all the like stories and whatnot. I know, Winston. But wait until you get his resurrection. Because, you know, when you get his resurrection form, that's gonna be when the real stuff starts. Because Grimmjow is before resurrection is not as good. Okay, let's go. Yeah, absolutely, Hakim. I mean, I played so many of these gacha games, and almost every single one of them had like 50-50 or, you know, some sort of like very lame pity system where, you know, you had to actually spend quite a lot of time and effort in order to get a character. Oh, Stamp Corridor is a bit of a, you know, a bit of an issue. I do agree with that, because unfortunately it is like the worst part of this game. If they improve Stamp Corridor, where at least, I want to say after you do like 5 full runs, I feel like there should be some sort of pity option where you can get a guaranteed stamp of your choice. Because now it's like, it's all random, so you know. You can't really guarantee to get something you want. Like, for example, if you're looking for Ichigo stamp, and you keep getting Ikaku's or something, it just feels bad, you know? That's fair, Hakim, but it would be nice if there wasn't some sort of way to actually guarantee, like, I would be fine even if you had to, like, do 10 full runs, you know? Like, for example, you complete until you get this box, like, 10 times, right? And then you can, like, go and get, like, a selector, you know? So after you complete it 10 times, which is 500, which is a lot. And then you can go in here and be like, okay, can I choose whatever, you know? That would be kind of nice, at least knowing that, you know, you don't have to rely purely on luck to get these. Because these stamps are relatively important. They know, like, super huge game changes, but some of them are pretty good. Because, like, for example, I got Ichigo's one, right? And the difference between Ichigo without this and with it is actually pretty big. Because, first of all, he gets higher crit rate. And also, he increases your own crit rate to 25% and counteract damage by 60%. So it's like, you're getting a lot, and also you can counter straight after his ult. So you get extra crit rate, you get extra counter, and you get extra 20% slash damage on top of all the like other boosts. So it's pretty important, but yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's one of the two things. They either should increase the amount of corridor keys you get, because for now, we only get 5. Well, no, not 5. Okay, you're getting, I think, 9 a week, because you get 4 from here. I'm not sure if, like, higher difficulties give you more. They might, but I'm not, like, 100% on that. But you're getting 4 from here, and you're getting 5 from here. You might get some from, like, events. Okay, let's be generous and say you're getting maybe like 15 a week. With like all the events included, because there might be some coming from like... let me see if I can find it. There was one, I believe. Do you get from here? I think there was some events like that Kenpachi fight, I think you got some from there. So you're getting a little bit more, but let's say like 10 a week. Okay? 10 a week. You need, I think, 20 to 25 to complete it. So you essentially can do one full run of this every, like, let's say 2 weeks. So that's 2 tries a month to get essentially like a random stamp. I feel like that's not really good. And to be honest, the best way of getting them right now is through like a paid battle pass. Because you get 25 from here, which guarantees you basically one try at getting whatever stamp you want, and also you can get stamp from here like for base characters. Alternatively, it would be kind of nice if they actually put like a select in here for limited as well, because I remember I used to play a game called Black Clover Mobile, and their battle pass basically had an option where you get a selector for a limited character. Like after their ban, I think, expired, you can get a selector for like their specific months of getting their weapon. So I feel like that would be kind of nice after the character disappears and like all the paid packs disappears. You would be able to like get it from here, like even like 2 months down the line, you know, just increase more rewards from here instead of just being basic ones. That would be kind of decent, because at least then, you know, I feel like these packs are pretty bad, personally, because they're extremely overpriced. If this was like 10 bucks, I would be like, okay, maybe. But 20? Or in my case 18, I guess, but I think it costs 20 for everybody else. It's just a lot. I don't know. And the game mode is actually kind of fun, you know, you get to fight different characters, you know, it's a little bit of a... It gives you, like, that feeling of gambling without actually gambling. Because it's, like, free-to-play gambling, essentially. And that's kind of fun. But if they do implement some sort of way of... Oh. Now, why are you chasing me? Why am I getting chased by the little child? Golly. Oh, Dodoni! Very nice. Didn't know we were gonna fight Dodoni. That's fair, Hakim. I do get that. But it would be nice if they implemented at least a way for you to get them without, like, resorting to spending money. Because, as I said, if they guarantee you, like, a selector, or another way they can actually go about it, so you know how we get shards for characters? I feel like they should just remove those and give you universal shards. So basically, you just get universal shards, and you need, like, 100 of them to craft a stamp, you know? And you get, like, one every run you complete. I feel like that would be actually pretty good. Because then you still need to do 100 runs, but at least then you can just kind of craft whatever you want. So, there are ways to, like, counteract, because universal shards should be a thing, I feel like, in general. Because just banking on the fact that you need to collect 100 in order to craft one is a lot. And you're not even guaranteed to get the shards you're looking for. Because, like, you can keep getting the shards for other 6 stars that you're not really caring about. And they're just kind of a little bit disheartening. But with universal shards, at the bare minimum, you can be working towards a goal, you know? And you can save them potentially for, like, future characters, you know? And, like, save 100 of them and be like, okay, I am guaranteed to get this limited stamp for my next character that I'm looking forward to. So I don't need to worry about saving these corridor keys and, you know, hoarding them without actually playing the game mode until they get released. Exactly, and there's no way to, like, convert them either, which is a little bit of an issue, because, as I said, basically you're getting stuff that you don't care about, which just leaves, like, a little sour taste in your mouth, you know? I mean, I was relatively lucky with that game mode on this account, because I think I did like 2 to 3 full runs, and I got Ichigo's stamp, I got Byakuya's stamp, I got Urahara's stamp, and I got Sergeant's stamp. So I was relatively lucky, but I know that that's not the case for everyone. Does it feel good now, Dodoni? I mean, that's my goal. I mean, they don't call Aizen the greatest tactician of all time, you know? The man plays galaxy chess while we merely playing checkers. I actually like that they voice these. You told me yourself when to switch to Rukia. What are you talking about? Where's Byakuya? I have Byakuya, but like, you know, Rukia does the freezing. I can swap to Byakuya if you want, just, you know, the fights will take longer. I actually remember Dodoni. He was actually a pretty cool character. That's pretty lucky, Hakim. I do agree with that. Because the thing is, you are looking to get, like, your main DPS stamps. So, like, if you go Ichigo and Toshiro, you really want their stamps for them. Because, like, there's a world of a difference between your DPS having one and not having one. The prime example is, like, for example, I'm playing with Ichigo right now because my Toshiro doesn't have Core Stamp. So he does way less damage. And if he had it, you know, I would be playing with him right now. Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, I didn't know that the conversation actually takes away from my timer. What kind of... Okay, you know what? That was pretty dirty game. I was enjoying the conversation. I thought the timer already skipped because I completed the quest, and they gonna do me this dirty? I agree with you now, Winter 0 stars. Unbelievable. I didn't know that. Okay, I guess we're going this way. I know, Hakim, I know. I'm looking to get it later, but I think I'm saving all my corridor keys right now for Aizen. Because I'm hoping to get both Aizen and Toshiro's, or at least one of theirs, when they actually do release. Because right now, I think I'm having about 50 corridor keys, if I collect all the, like, Battle Pass stuff. So I'm hoping to get at least 100, which should guarantee me about 4 full runs. And, yeah, we'll have, like, a corridor run extravaganza when he releases, and try to get him that way. Alright, Odoni, this time I'm not gonna play around with you. I thought we had a nice, heartwarming bonding moment, and you betray me like that? Unbelievable. Fair enough, Winter, fair enough. I mean, hopefully, Hakim, hopefully. I mean, it's one of those things, you know, it's like, if you don't get it, there's other options, so... And at the bare minimum, with that game mode, you can get some fragments, at least. You're saying that, Hakim, but last time, I did get them on stream. I think it was last Saturday. I actually took a bathroom break right before I got Ichigo's one, and then I came back and I clicked on, like, Ichigo's one, and I was like, okay, well, maybe getting a bathroom break was all it took for me to actually get lucky. But yeah, it's, hopefully the streamer luck will come through. I think he will be Spirit Tactical as well, just because it would make more sense for him to be so. Considering we don't really have, like, a tactical unit for Spirit yet. And, every other faction does have, like, Slasher, Strike, and Thrust all have one. And right now we only have Rukia. Listen, are you making fun of my Getsuga? Unbelievable, Winter. How dare you? Alright, Odoni, I'm not speaking to you. Skip. Okay, there we go. This time, I'm not gonna get fooled. Oh, I remember these guys. Like the goat mask dudes. Forgot their name. I was really hoping that they would actually at least fix the story for this game mode. Man. Okay, I think this is where we actually fight either Ulquiorra or Grimmjow. Oh, it is Ulquiorra. Okay. Okay. This is interesting. Well, hi there, big man. Listen, Hakim. Believe in me. I am a gamer, okay? And as a gamer... Well, actually, this man dodging left, right, and center. Unbelievable. What kind of speed hacks is this gentleman using? Oof. Okay, maybe I am getting cooked. I thought I was a chef. But what? That was before Ulquiorra showed up. Oof. Sir, please. The man shows me ultimate disrespect, doesn't even take his hands out of his pockets. just kicking me around. Listen, he probably will, Winter, but I am hopeful. Lee, oh, Kiora, please! Okay, you know what? Let's go with ult. Oh, golly. Ah, okay, so it is scripted. Good. At least I'm not gonna get hit too hard. Oof. I am not worthy enough indeed, while Ulquiorra clearly doesn't take me seriously enough. Man. Oof. Golly. So I guess I have to fight him in like extreme and hard difficulty. Oh. Okay. Yeah, so we have a bunch of extremes to do still. Okay, you know what? Now I think is a good time to try to do a little bit of Gen's challenge, and then we'll jump back into the story. Let's try to switch it up a little bit. I completed a couple challenges, I think, last stream, but we haven't finished it all. So let's try some of these, because I don't think I'm quite prepared to put myself through suffering of finishing Ulquiorra's extreme fight quite yet. We will be doing that a little bit later, but I think for now let's mix it up a little bit. Let's see what challenges I actually have left, because I don't think there was a lot of them. Okay, so I still need Tobiom and Bloom. 100k points, while I don't think I'll be able to. Because the thing is, I think there's not even that many people on my server that did 100k. It was... Whew. No, I'm not gonna pick that one. Winter. For now, I'm just doing the quest, and then I'll probably ask you guys what the actual strat is, because you probably completed it. And I most likely will be just clicking random things. So yeah, let's just unlock. I think it's. Oh right, I need to do this stuff, which I actually didn't do. It's a shame that the story is not voiced, because that would have been kind of fun actually. Okay, I guess let's put Urahara and Iruka in there. I mean, you know, if it's different... Oh, we're actually fighting Aizen. That's fair, Winter, that's fair. That's what I usually do as well, to be honest, because, you know, why make your own strategies when you can actually just follow other people's footsteps? My problem is that my Toshiro is not that well built, so it's going to be a little bit of a tricky situation for me to actually copy them, because their Toshiro is probably much more well built than mine. But we'll try our best. We'll try our best. And we'll go on from there. I didn't know you actually get to fight Aizen in this. Did Toshiro actually fight Aizen in anime? Because I thought they just had conversation. I don't remember them fighting. But I could be just misremembering, because it has been a whole minute. Okay, let's see. Mr. Aizen, I would like for you to surrender, please. You ask him very politely. Oh, I just don't remember that Twilight, to be honest. It has been, as I said, a whole minute. I do remember them having an encounter, but I just couldn't remember if they actually fought. I do like that they actually incorporate, like, actual story in these little events, because that's kind of fun. I just watched, like, Bleach when I was I believe, 10 or something, all the way up to like when I was 12. So it has been solid 13 years for me. So my memory is a little bit hazy. Okay, so I think we completed this. So now I believe I can go and unlock this one. Okay, I think that's everything I need. Okay, let's try this. I will try to do it with Toshiro, but the problem is my Ichigo is way better built. So, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Gamble indeed, Winter. Gamble indeed. When presented with opportunity to gamble, always take it. Alright, Gin. Let's see if you're gonna kick my butt cheeks to the next century. Or if I'll be able to prevail. I believe in us. Oh, come on. Don't do me like that, please. Yes, I do. My Ichigo has core stamp, and my Toshiro doesn't. That's like the main difference that I'm faced with right now. But I do feel like Toshiro does more damage. Just overall. Ichigo's ult does way more, but I feel like overall damage is a little bit higher for Toshiro. Well, the thing is, I need to use for this challenge Momo, but I think I'll stick with like Ichigo's main team that I'm using, because I think their team just does way more damage for me personally. Okay, I think we're doing actually relatively okay for now. Right. I thought for a second Gim was keeping his hands in the pocket as well. I was gonna say, everybody's disrespecting me over here. Unbelievable. Kiora, Aizen, now Gin. Where can a man get some respect? Okay, this is actually not too bad. But I feel like the difficulty is gonna ramp up. I wonder what's like the highest score somebody got. Because I can only see stuff on my own server, I believe. But I wonder if there was some mad lad out there who actually completed it on every single debuff. Because that would be kind of interesting. Just to see how hard it is. We will try to do that at some point. I don't think I'll be able to succeed. But, you know, just to see how difficult it is. I actually didn't know that, Winter. 110k, okay, interesting. We will try to get at least 100k. I don't think I'll be able to do it, because my characters are not that well built. But we will be, you know, at the bare minimum trying our best to do so. Because this fight is in itself is not like super difficult, I feel like. Especially with freezes. Because like Ruki and Toshiro kind of keep Gin at bay for the most part. Ooh, that all looks really cool. Listen, in Winter, maybe I'm just built different. Nah, I'll be lucky to even get 70k, to be honest. Hi there, Haki. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. As I said, I'm just hoping to get 70k. I'm not even striving towards, like, anything super high. Yeah, I feel like you're just doing it for pride at that point. Okay, you know what? let me think. So I need to do it with Momo, but the problem is my Toshiro just doesn't do enough damage. And the limited one is even worse. Let me see if I can sneak around with Kisuke. Because I feel like Kisuke and Ichigo might be able to sneak me a quick win. Just alone. Because I do need to use Momo. But I feel like with Kisuke's buff, I probably was, even without Byakuya, I still might be able to complete this. Oh, didn't know that, Twilight. Thanks for that. I mean, we'll try Toshiro later, if, you know, if I manage to get him to work. But right now, I just don't have enough damage for him. And I feel like my Ichigo is just way more geared up. Oof. I mean, that's impressive, but he most likely has just fully boundaried Toshiro. Let's be real. Because I think there is somebody on my server that did it relatively quickly. Well, I feel like at that point it's just DPS check, you know? If your characters are, like, well built enough for you to actually get that kind of damage. And if they're not, you know, there's not much you can do about it, unfortunately. Yeah, with Ichigo is much better. Like, I feel like Toshiro would be better for this fight if I had him build better. But unfortunately, my Ichigo just claps cheeks, you know? And Toshiro getting his cheeks clapped, rather. I know that, Twilight, I know that. 3 level... Oh, come on, how did my ult miss? Gin, you absolute savage. How dare you? Let me quickly educate this gentleman over here. I mean, to be fair, in this game, if your DPS can just do crazy amounts of damage, you don't really need supports. Let's be real. If you have like 6 boundary Toshiro, it doesn't really matter who you play with at that point. Because most likely you can just one-shot anything and everything. Anyway. Okay, there we go. I don't know how I missed it. I think Gin just teleported behind me and said, not this time. I think I know how, like, building units is not the hard part, it's just getting the materials for them and, like, good stamps I will know. Because I think my units are decently built, like, they're not crazy, but, you know, they're alright. Like, my Ichigo is pretty good, you know, some crit rate, some crit damage, decent attack. My Toshiro is alright build as well, it's just, I don't have his core stamp, so he doesn't have any crit rate. Right now, and I don't have crit rate stamp, so he kind of, you know, leaves a lot to be desired, shall we say. Oh, don't even start me, Twilight. Listen, let me actually show you guys, because this is just gonna prove that if you have money, you don't have to be good at building stuff, because I'll show you, like, some top people on my server, because I actually looked at it just to see how. So this guy has 58k power, right? Let's check his stamps. Attack, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Crit rate, attack. Okay, so this one is not too bad, but slash damage. Okay, so this guy actually knows what he kind of doing. Attack is whatever in the middle piece, but there are some people here. Like this Pokemon. This is prime example. So, Ichigo is a slash type character. This gentleman right here using strike damage bonus. He's 3rd in power on my server. Crit rate, okay. And alignment damage bonus. Now, if you guys don't know what alignment damage bonus is, it's dot damage. So, this gentleman right here running dot damage and strike damage on his Ichigo. He's 3rd in power. He has 48k Ichigo. Now, if that doesn't prove to you that in this game, it really doesn't matter how you build your characters, this should. Let's check out the people. This is another prime example. This gentleman using defense, because, you know, he clearly doesn't want to get hurt. He wants to be able to tank. He builds his Ichigo like he builds Sergeant. He builds him for defense. Because, you know, if you don't get hit, if you outlive your enemies, you win automatically. Using attack on here, not even crit rate, crit damage. You know, the man going for that pure stat build, and he's using attack on here. The stamp is not even leveled up. He has 6 out of 6 boundary Ichigo, okay? 6 out of 6. And this is the stuff here running. Let's check this, gentlemen. Okay, this one, slash damage, attack, ultimate. Okay, this guy probably has the best build so far. This guy clearly knows what he's doing. Let's check if there's anybody else. Defense, yet again. Clearly these people don't like getting hurt. Flat attack right here. And alignment damage bonus. Now, this is probably the best build we've seen so far. Fully maxed out stamp. 4 of 6 boundary. 2 copies in core stamp. Alignment bonus. Defense percentage. Flat attack. Now, do I need to tell you why this doesn't matter now? I'm just saying, guys. All you have to do in this game is just spend money. It doesn't matter what you're building. You literally can just put whatever you want. Oh, golly. Flat HP. It's like, I know my Ichigo is not that well built, okay? Fair. I know, but even I know to put like slash damage, either crit rate or crit damage, and ultimate charge rate or attack. One of the two. Even I know that. And I did no research for this game. I just can engage my, you know, big thinker up there and be like, okay, what does DPS want? Probably crit rate, probably type damage, and probably attack or ultimate charge rate, you know? It's like, it doesn't require deep thinking. It just, all it does is requires common sense. Look. I know. You literally can go in here, click on this, and it shows you what you want. Crit rate, crit damage, attack. It literally just says here. It even gives you like team composition. It gives you what you want from here. It's just, whew. Like, as I said, I do appreciate the Twilight, but I just don't get it. Like, how do you max out your Ichigo and Bandry, stamp, and even core stamp to some extent, but then you just build whatever on stamps, you know, you just, you know, good enough. Ooh, we actually can get a dupe for Momo. But yeah, it's crazy. Well, I know. I think so. When I think they did some upgrades for AI. Let's actually check while we're on the topic some Toshiro builds, because you know this is a new character. Maybe they just didn't focus on the Ichigo. You know, maybe they were like, okay, I'm gonna go full in on Toshiro, and Ichigo is just not something I'm interested in. Let's check. Spirit damage, okay. Crit damage, okay. This is a really good build. This gentleman clearly knows what they're doing. Fair. Spirit damage, okay. Crit damage, attack, flat attack, but you know. Attack percentage, crit rates, ultimate charge rate. Okay, now we're actually looking decent. Spirit damage, crit damage, attack. Okay. Now we're actually cooking something. HP percentage. This is a 5th person on the server. Crit damage, okay. And flat attack. Alright. Interesting. Attack percentage, okay, fair enough. Crit damage. Flat attack. No ideal, but you know. Thrust damage, because you know, Toshiro is known for his thrusting potential. Have you seen him, you know, fighting his sister? I mean, if you've seen that fight, you know that he's really good at thrusts. I mean, and I'm talking really good. Crit rate, okay. Ultimate charge rate. Alright. Alright. Pretty good, pretty good. Attack percentage. Okay. Crit damage. Okay, attack percentage. These are pretty good, pretty good. Spirit damage, okay. Attack percentage. Okay, attack percentage. Pretty good, pretty good. Attack percentage. Crit rate. Okay, you know, Toshiro builds are a little bit better. At the bare minimum, people don't put like HP or defense percentage. Except this gentleman right here. Because, you know, they gotta go a little bit defensive. Do you think Toshiro can just withhold damage? You know, clearly you need some defense percentage, some flat HP, you know, to make him as tanky as he possibly can be. All they do... Hakim, I've seen people 6-star, like, flat HP rolls like this. It's more common than you would think. They do Twilight, but you know what? They don't care. And that's the point. Because do you think this gentleman right here cares to actually get spirit damage? No, they don't. They just see HP percentage, they're like, okay, good enough. Man, this just, you know, it just proves, as I was saying, that you don't need to be good at this game. You just have to spend enough money. That's all you need. Oh, golly. Fascinating stuff, really. Okay, we completed all the missions. Now we can go and do a little bit more forgetting. Alright. We unlock this. It's actually a pretty decent one. Because I feel like if you go your career rate to 60%, this actually is better than this one, which I'm using right now, which just gives you like flat 10.5% and like 15 at max. And this should just kind of like an upgrade. The problem is I don't have enough career rate. So that's not as good for me personally right now. Alright, let's see. Now that we complete all the missions, let's try. Okay, so I need 70k. Let's see. Not gonna use any of these. I feel like this is a free one because I'm not using any thrust characters. And this is a free one as well because I'm not using any strike characters. The slash one I'm not gonna use. I might not use a time limit because I feel like the time one is probably the most important. I think it is important, Hakim. I just feel like people don't care. That's the thing. Because, like, if you go... There's a world of a difference between, like, a good build and a bad build. Because let's take a peek at this gentleman build. Oh, actually, I can't do it. Okay, let's peek for his build. Because he actually cleared it. If he has, like, flat defense or something on his Toshiro, that'd be kind of interesting. Where was he? I think it was actually this guy. So he has actually a pretty relatively decent build. It would be funny if he had like flat defense, because that would just prove my point even more. Okay. So, I'm just wondering like which debuffs I should go with, because it probably is a strat, and I feel like these are fine. Increasing about damage. Okay, damage is fine because like even if he does damage, I don't really care about that. What does this do? Gaining context. Basic attacks. Yeah, I feel like anything that he does damage for me, I don't care about. Okay, I'm not using these two. Ultimate? No, not doing that. Special attacks. I feel like this one would be fine, because battlefield skills don't really do. Exactly, Hakim. Exactly. And that just proves to you that you don't have to be good in this game. As I said, the power of credit card prevails over skill. No, not gonna do that. That should be fine. Because I'm gonna attack him all the time, so that doesn't really matter. Let's see. Exactly, Twilight, exactly. Okay, what does this do? Difficulty. Exactly, Hakim, exactly. Game gets a more powerful second stage skill. That's fine, I don't care about that. Okay, what does this do? I'll probably keep the difficulty like 1, because I feel like that's decent. Reduce dodge energy. I mean, I don't really use dodges, so I probably can use that. Interesting. Probably can do 70 actually. Okay. Let's see what else. These are fine. This one just adds more enemies, which I don't really want. I'll probably keep out of that, actually. All bottom ones, but it does reduce your damage, to be honest. Which I don't really want. Because I feel like I'm going to get absolutely slaughtered if I use these. Because 35% damage, I mean... Okay, let me see how much do I get from these. Because I want to do one where I just get 70% first. Level 1s? Okay, let's do level 1. Okay, I still need one more. What can I use? Let's see, is there anything else here? Yeah, let's go with this. I think this should be okay. Also, 420% multiplier. Pretty nice. Okay, let's try this. Because, you know, 70k. Let's try to beat that. And then we'll try a few more. Let's see if this works out for us. Alright. I mean, I think it should be okay. As long as Gin doesn't betray me and goes absolute ham on me, I feel like we should be alright. Can't block that. What was that? Alright, Guinea. I ain't playing your games, you rogue! Yeah, I thought so, because I was reading, like, actually easier, because I thought it was parallel to, like, what you're fighting. I didn't know it was, you had to beat them first. Ooh, we're doing actually pretty nicely. Okay, let's go with this. This is not too bad. You know, kind of cooking. Not too hard, but you know. I am in the kitchen. I am out there. Alright, Guinea. Now, if you behave and let me beat you one more time. You know, we take those. Like, a win is a win in my book, you know? It might not be the cleanest win. I might be cheating a little bit by using 3 against 1 tactic, but you know what? At the end of the day, if we're winning, we win. And that's all that matters. Let's use Byakuya's ult. Ah, I forgot to use Byakuya's skill. Golly. That's okay. That's okay. We're still doing decently. Ooh, nice. Nice. Nice blocks. Oh, come on. Mess that one up. Another one. And the last one. No. Oh, there we go. Spiritual dissipation. Easy. That was clean. Well, not necessarily clean, but you know, it was something. What was that? My Ichigo is pretty good. I mean, he still has work to do, but you know, I am pretty proud of him. I think he does relatively nice damage for his battle power. I feel like battle power in this game actually is the biggest scam in the world. Because, like, you just saw the rankings, and a lot of people who have, like, 40k Ichigos, their builds are not that good. Okay, that was clean. That was clean. 2 minutes, 11 seconds. I'll take it. I'll take it. That was pretty good. Because I thought I was going to sit here to try to do 70k for, like, solid couple hours. But that was, you know, first try. Pretty good. Pretty good. Because, yeah, like, I played a lot of these kinds of games where battle power was the thing. And a lot of the times, I just feel like it's just, you know, your ego-inflating values. Because I used to play Bleach 3D, not sure if you guys ever heard of it, but it was basically like the game that came out in 2019, and it was similar to this. And in that game, you had battle power. But what I find out is that actually good build prevails over any battle power. Because I used to go against people who had like a couple million more battle power than me. I would be like 3 million and some other whale would be like 5 or 6. And occasionally I would be able to beat them just by actually knowing how to play the character. And actually building them decently. So, any game that I see battle power as a stat in, I don't even pay attention to it, to be honest. Because it means nothing. Really. It means absolutely nothing. And in a lot of these cases, like the battle power is actually getting inflated from boundaries anyway. Like, for example, the only reason why this guy has 58k power is because he has 6 out of 6 and 5 out of 5. Well, and 3 out of 3, and I guess stamps maxed out. But if you take away the boundaries and the stamps, I think you probably get out of this build maybe like 35k or something. It will be probably just as good. It's just, you know, just very interesting. Because I don't know if you guys ever, like, pay attention to the chat. Sometimes when I, like, play this game on my own, I see people, like, flexing their builds like this. And you would, like, check them, and you would be like, what are you flexing right here? Are you flexing your strike damage Byakuya on me? Because you know what? I am impressed, but not for the reason you think I would be. It's just very strange. It's like flat attack and defense percentage. 2 out of 2 boundary, 2 stamps. What are you flexing? And it's not like to throw shade on people, you know? You do you, but it's just very interesting. Because I don't care. Exactly, Hakim. It's like, there's not a single content in this game. Maybe the only one is like where it actually matters is the Frenzy Feast. Because, you know, in Frenzy Feast, obviously the better your character build, the more score you can get and the higher ranking you can get. So for here, I get why people care about like builds and whatnot. But other than here, it really doesn't matter. Because the Trial Tower Ether thing, But you don't have to worry about it. It's like, you just clear it whenever. There's no time limit on it. And there are some people already who, like, cleared it almost entirely. Like, yes, some people cleared the Spear one and the Slash one. And I'm like, fair enough, but, you know, I can still do it in like a month. It's not going anywhere. If it was time limited, like, because, for example, like Genshin Abyss is time limited, right? So you are enticed to like clear it fully. But in this game, you know, it's like, it's not limited, so you can just do whatever. You don't have to rush it. And the other thing, I feel like the main reason why a lot of people go for like random stumps is just because they want to build the character as fast as possible and they don't actually care about main stats. I just feel like, why? What's the reason? You're still getting the same rewards as everybody else. It's just like... Because I usually play the long game. I don't know about you guys, but I always, with these kinds of games, I never actually rush them. I always, like, invest into the future, if you will. And I feel like that's the best way of going about it, because if you spend all your resources immediately on, like, characters that you actually own now, I'm actually in top 10%. Kind of proud of myself for that one. Let's try to get it actually in top 100. Ooh, I'm actually pretty close to top 100. Okay. You know what? Let's aim for top 50. How much points do I need for top 50? I need 82k. Okay. Interesting. I think I can do that. That's fair, Twilight. I mean, I rerolled for Ichigo, so I didn't actually spend anything on him. And I got really lucky with his stamp. I got in 110 pull. So essentially, I spent like 20 pulls on Ichigo. But if I didn't reroll, I would probably do the exact same thing, to be honest with you. Because Ichigo is good. But like, you need to have his core stamp and his stamp for him to do like massive damage. Otherwise, you're just missing out a lot. Because the career rate that he gets from core stamp and those like special attacks upgrade that he gets from his like weapon stamp are massive. And if you don't have them, he's not as good without them, unfortunately. Okay, let's see if I can cook up a little bit harder difficulty. Just to see if we can get a little bit more damage. That is true, Twilight, that is true. But there will be Kenny coming out in the future, and I think he might be Slasher character. I know some people speculate he might be Spirit, but I still believe he probably will be Slasher. Hakim, you're looking at one of those people. In fact, guys, I probably, and take it with a grain of salt, I might not do it, but probably when Gin comes out, I'll try to get him on my free-to-play account, because I'm not wasting resources on this one. I'm saving everything for Aizen. And if we can get him on there, I think I have like 40 pulls or something. I might re-roll for Gin just for fun. Just to get him and play around with him a little bit on stream. I might do that. I'll have to wait and see. Because I like the idea of trying new characters and like playing around with them, but I'm not gonna pull for every single character. At least not on this account. I'll try to like, at least try to get them. One way or another, but I'm not gonna go full ham. Because that just doesn't feel right. Okay. Do I go with this? Because I feel like we did relatively good on time. Well, the thing is, I feel like Gin is one of those characters that you can definitely pull. He's good. Like, I've seen his gameplay, he's really good. But if you have Ikaku, and it's like comparing, you know, a diamond to a rock, it's not really the same. But Ikaku will do the job. And I don't know about you guys, but I personally have B1 Ikaku. Right, so I pulled 2 of him. So I technically don't have any reason to go for, you know, Gin. Because he's okay. I'm not the biggest fan of Ikaku personally, but I think he's alright. I'll probably build him at some point. But I wouldn't go for, like, DPSs right now, personally. If I were you guys, I would actually go for, like, supports and battlefield characters. Because DPSs get outscaled in these kinds of games, like, almost instantly. Like, for example, Ichigo is less powerful than Toshiro, for example, if you go both of them, like, fully maxed out. And that's going to be just setting precedent with every single new DPS. Like, they're never going to release a DPS that's going to be weaker than the second character, than, like, older one. So you can always, like, skip a DPS and then just aim for, like, a character you actually want. But with supports, like, if there's a second coming of Kisuke, for example, there will be way higher value than any DPS you can put. Because, like, Kisuke's value relies on the fact that he's universal support. You can literally put him in any team, and he will shine. With DPSs, you can't do that. Because DPSs are bound to certain teams. Like, for example, if you're building a spirit team, you can't just put Ichigo in there, you know? It's just not gonna work. If you're building a spirit team, you gotta have Toshiro. If you're building, like, a, you know, cross team, you gotta have Ikaku. You can go with Tosen as a main DPS instead, but, like, same with Yoriichi. You can't build a striker team without her. But you can put your Kisuke anywhere. So, I would personally just save all your resources for supports first. I feel like if you have a couple universal supports, you have every single, like, battlefield character for every single type, then you can aim for, like, DPSs. Because supports are just much more longevity, shelf life on them, and they will last you much, much longer. And they're also more fun to play around with. I know it's tempting to go for, like, the newest, shiniest characters all the time. I'm the same. Like, look, if Aizen was a DPS, I would still pull for him. I'm not pulling because he's battlefield character, I'm pulling because he's Aizen. And if Gin is one of those characters for you personally, nothing wrong with that. Because, as I said, it's ultimately a game at the end of the day, and if Gin makes you happy, you can go for him. But if you want to, like, go full meta, plan, especially as a free-to-play, it's not usually the way. Okay, so let's cook up a little bit higher difficulty, and just try to see if I can enter top 100. Because I feel like that would be relatively easy for me to do. Because there's not a lot of challenge, I don't feel like. 82k is very manageable, probably. Just need to figure out which debuffs I should use. Because these ones are fine, but I'm very hesitant to go with... Fair Winter Fair? I mean, as somebody that used to watch AMVs all the time, I can relate. Still do, actually. That's how I actually find a lot of my music nowadays. I just watch AMVs. Well, that's the thing. I'm just trying to... Because the thing is, I do quite a lot of basic attacks. But I can probably live with this one because I can just use Ichigo's special attacks. Ultimate, I definitely need... Well, do I need ultimate higher damage? Choices. I'm definitely not going for this because this one is annoying. I'm not risking it. Should I try this? Let's try this. Like, increase the difficulty a little bit. Well, let's try this for now. See if it actually works. I'll try 80k just to see if I can pull it off. Because the last fight was relatively easy. I didn't really struggle that much. But I wasn't even playing on, like, the best I possibly could have. I'm still struggling a little bit to, like, time the special attacks of Ichigo a little bit, because sometimes I just get too overzealous, especially in the middle of a fight. Alright. go again. Oh Jesus, Kiss Kiss. Attack. Oh, actually go Ichigo's ult relatively quickly. This one might be a little bit harder. Yeah, okay, hold up. Hold up. The basic attack one, I feel like, is not the way. Oh, wait, hold up. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, let's try again. So basic attack, I do need more. Because their 15% reduction is hitting me pretty hard. Let's see. Time is... You see, I really don't want to go with this one, because the first one is already annoying enough. I'm just trying to... Special attacks do a lot. And maybe battlefield skills, I guess. Because I don't really use them as much. Like, I can live with Byakuya doing a little bit less damage. But ultimates, I do kind of need it. Hi there, Angel. Glad to see you back. Okay, let's try this. They should be a little bit better. If I can't get this, I'll reset time limit. Ah, fair enough, Angel. Fair enough. You know, studious as always. But look on the brighter side, you know? At the bare minimum, there's Christmas right around the corner, you know? You get 2 weeks off, I believe. Actually, do you get 2 weeks off for Christmas? Because I know in the West we do. But I'm not sure how Middle East treats them. Okay. Fair enough, Winter, fair enough. Priorities. I hope so as well. I mean, it would be nice to get some, you know, little Christmas bonus like 80 pulls, you know? Just Aizen-sama sneaking us a couple 10 pulls here and there. Wait, hold up. How? Again? You absolute savage. How dare you do that to me? Okay, you know what? Let me remove that time limit, because that time limit, it doesn't work, unfortunately. Oof. That's quite nice, actually, Angel. Golly, I used to get like 2 weeks, I remember, when I was in school. You live in a lodge. Unbelievable. Okay, let's move that back, because I do need more time. Okay, you know what? Let's try this, because this I feel like is relatively decent. I'll at least try 76k. I actually wonder that as well, to be honest, because I don't know if they're gonna add it as like adventure drops later on, Hakeem. Because that's an interesting topic, to be honest. How they're gonna treat the limited spawn drops. You lucky guys, I don't even get 2 weeks, I have to take them as vacations. But yeah. Actually, quite a lot of companies in UK give you like a full week off for the time between like Christmas and New Year. So there is a case here as well, to an extent. Oof, fair winter fair. Okay, let's bubble the ult. Okay, nice. Well, actually, that's not very nice. Why is the damage so low? Jeez Louise, skin. Don't do me like that. Okay. I was ready for that. Again, I'm not gonna let you... There we go. Angel, you say that now that you're gonna finish every gacha, but when time actually comes to doing it, you know as well as I do that probably ain't gonna happen. Ooh, Aquapunk, that sounds nice. What? Again? Again? Golly. Ugh. Probably Hakim. I mean, the biggest, I feel like, drawback the Chant has right now is the amount of, like, those, what do you call them? The selling bots. You know, the ones that sell you, like, cheap currency, you know, for 50 bucks, get 50k spirit jades, my dog, my first newborn, and my handshake to go with it. For low, low price of $9.99. Just today, limited quantity. First come, first served. I mean, you know, can't really go without them. I mean, they do be kind of like that, Winter. Tell me I'm wrong. Some of those chat bots are going pretty crazy. I'm gonna save the ult for when Gin actually goes into his crazy mode. You are gonna go into that, I believe that, Angel. You are a man of many talents, and entry into crippling financial deficit is definitely one of them. Listen, there's nothing wrong with that, Winter. Sometimes you gotta invest in good things in life. And games are definitely one of them. Man, I'm just waiting for Gin to give me like the spiritual dissipation thingy. But he just doesn't do it. Doesn't wanna. I wonder if there's like a trigger for it. It seems to be just sidestepping me. Okay, you know what? I probably should have pulled that ult, to be honest, but I've been waiting way too long. We're so close to spiritual dissipation. Okay, not quite there. Let's retry there. I want to see Angel as like a president of Middle East, you know? Because I'm just gonna use treasury funds to invest into cute anime girls. He's just gonna go on like press conference and be like, my dear people, today I can bring you great news. We are allocating 95% of our GDP to invest in gacha games. I feel like this investment will really show our dedication to improvement, self-realization, and most importantly, our unyielding supports towards the Eastern medium known as anime. The greatest medium of them all. Fair enough, Angel. Going the bribing route. Couldn't blame you, couldn't blame you. Couldn't. Alright, Guinea. Let's see. What you go for us? Oof. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm ready. You ain't catching me off guard this time, boy. Wait, wait, he's going double. Man, it's going crazy over here. How did he double up on me? You know what, let's restart that. I didn't expect 2 in a row. Again. Okay. That was simple enough. How did he get a shield? I mean, Angel did ask me to, you know, unleash my ultimate prowess one time and smite Hoyoverse where they stood. Because I think he lost like 50-50 or something on Zhongli's weapon. So the man was going full ballistic mode on them. Let's try again. There we go. Man. Okay, it is pretty pointless to use the ult without him actually going Spirit Dissipation. I just learned that. I wouldn't say so, Hakim. I mean, games like Summoner's Wars exist, you know? There's a lot of really bad gacha games like that. Hoyoverse is definitely like, you know, not the greatest, but I wouldn't call it the worst. There are definitely examples of come on. I gotta time it correctly. But I would agree that Genshin is probably gonna take the mantle of like their worst title, because their game is just, you know, it's something else entirely. Okay, you know what? I feel like the strat for this is just to wait for them to attack me first. Come on. Because I gotta use Spiritual Dissipation on them. Come on, boys. No time like the present. Come on. Are you gonna attack me, or are we just gonna stand? Are we gonna have a 3-way standoff? Or like what? I mean, I'm easy, guys. If you want to just stand, you know, chill around, We can definitely do this, but I'm just saying, you gotta attack me at least. Well, this is quite a fight we're having here, guys. I feel like I'm gonna go, you know, take a tea break or something. You know, while the gentlemen think about whether they're attacking me or not. Ah, there we go. Let's retry that. I mean, that is true, Hakim. That is true. Skip button was, like, probably the biggest request. Up there with, you know, for them to add more, like, resin. But unfortunately, they never listened. Oh, come on. I know they're not gonna attack me again. There we go. It was nice and easy. Okay, gotta use battlefield skill so he doesn't get his shield immediately. How does he gain a shield? I haven't even... Again. Oh, right. Oh, okay. I'm ready. That's alright, winter happens to the best of us. I mean, that's what Saturdays are for, you know? You gotta get some time to relax, you know, unwind. Get your ass beaten by a very sly white-hand gentleman, you know? Just a regular old Saturday afternoon. Yeah, that shield, I am considering turning it off, but I think it only happens for the most part when I don't attack him, so... Okay, let's go again. There we go. That's what I like to see. Okay, let's quickly... And now ult. No, no, God, I messed it up. Ah, I was gonna use. Gosh. I messed that one up. I was gonna use the ultimate a little bit later, but man, maybe 70k is by a little bit. Golly. Okay, you know what? Actually, I have an idea. Because technically, raising the difficulty increases Gen's, you know, HP. But if I don't do that, and instead lower my own attack, maybe I'd be able to do this. Because technically I'm lowering my attack by 15%, but I'm giving him 10 less levels. So maybe that's a big brain maneuver. Let me try that. Let me see if that works out. Oh yeah, this feels way better. I think I found the strat, guys. I think this is a promised land right here. All right, we might be able to do this. Okay, I'm ready. Do your worst again. No. There we go. Good enough. Let's get attack buffs going. Okay, another one. Okay, let's use our ult. Why did he do so little damage? He still was in spiritual dissipation. Golly. Alright, fine. I mean, we're still doing decent on time, I guess. Well, that was kind of kick in the face. Because I was hoping to get him to his second stage, but I guess not. What's that? He really likes to do this attack. But it actually kind of worked out, because it means that my next ult will be a little bit more powerful. Oh, did the buff disappear? I didn't even notice that. Golly. I was thinking there was something wrong, but I didn't pay attention enough. I was trying to be cheeky about it and go like full ultimates first, or like his techniques first, just to get a little extra damage. We still might be able to do this. Maybe. We still have 40 seconds left, so if I can get him to spiritual dissipation. There we go. Okay. Okay, this might be clean. We might be cooking. Okay. Oh, Guinea, don't do me like that. No, he got his shield back. You son of a gun, Gin. Ah, that ruined my good deed. Man, I forgot that he gets shield. I wonder if I used Ichigo's ult, if it would have cancelled it. Man, so close. Maybe. Oh, so close. Okay, I can do this. I can definitely do this. This is not too bad. This is achievable. Because the previous one was really grinding my gears, but I think this one will be pretty easy. Oop. There we go. Nice spirit dissipation. Yeah, you see, that's my problem with this game. I get too overzealous sometimes, and I forget my rotation. When I see, like, the opportunity, I always forget to, like, keep track of the buffs. And I go for, like, full raw damage instead. I gotta be a little bit better about that. And the problem is, I don't usually play this game over, like, weekdays, because I just auto, like, run dailies. So, I'm always out of practice on, like, Saturday when I come to stream. So it takes a little bit more for me to get used to it. And usually by Sunday I get back into the swing of things. Oh, come on, Gin, don't do me like that. Ooh, don't like that. Okay, let's pop off Byaku's bankai. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Not gonna use this bankai yet. Gotta wait for spiritual dissipation to appear. Okay, good. Doing pretty well so far. Okay, now we can pop all the ult. Wait, what? Gin? You son of a gun! The man iframed me. What is going on? That was dirty, Gin. I didn't appreciate that. Unbelievable. I was thinking we're having a clean old run. And this man decided, not so fast. Oh, alright, let's try again. That was going to be really clean as well, but it is what it is. Fine, it's fine. Wait, why did these guys die? I did block it, didn't I? Okay, let's restart that quickly. For some reason it didn't get cleansed. It's what it is. Let's try again. Ah, do they? Ah, right, because I forgot that he actually has it. Right. There we go. I completely forgot about that mechanic. Maybe, I don't know, but... I mean, I only ever did it with Ichigo, so I'd assume that's the case, but I wouldn't know otherwise, to be honest. Come on. Oh, how did I miss that? Okay. That. Okay. Come on. There we go. Still not quite there. Need a little bit more. It's always kind of a gamble with the attack that he does, where you have to kind of overpower him, because sometimes he does it like in succession, and sometimes he doesn't do it at all. It's a little bit annoying. Should be good. Why is it still does so little damage? Oh, come on, Gin. Oh, he got his shield back as well. Oh. This guy. Okay. Oh, golly. I keep forgetting. Nope. Ah, man. Messed that up. Those attacks always catch me off guard. I keep forgetting to use his ult. There we go. Whew. Okay. Not too bad so far. Okay, ready? There we go. No. Don't run away from me, please. I'm gonna save the ult. Okay, I'm ready. Use bankai. There's a man iframe me again. Again! I swear to the almighty Zeus. You son of a gun. Every time. Every time. Okay. Actually not too bad. Oh. Not again. Whew. Well, the thing is, Ichigo gets more ultimate damage the more he does his special attacks, so I'm just trying to time it that I can unleash like 3 special attacks and then just pop off. But maybe I should just do the ult after like the first one I do, because otherwise I feel like it's just not gonna work. Come on, boys. Do the cleanse. There we go. Alright, Guinea, I'm ready. Okay, let's go. I kind of wish this was predetermined when he does the like power struggle attack, because right now it's pretty random. Sometimes you can get it, sometimes no, which is a little bit annoying. Oh, come on. Okay. Again? Golly, again. And I even missed it. Wait, hold up. He's in spiritual dissipation. What's going on? Why is he still moving? Man, again just playing dirty. I swear to God, between him iframing to him using, like, shields. This man just won't count me a break. But he was standing like 10 meters away. I couldn't do it. He got me locked into the animation loop of me like doing power struggles with him twice in a row, so I didn't have any choice. I feel like that was a dirty maneuver on his part, to be honest, and I didn't appreciate it. Come on. And sometimes these guys counterattack you immediately, and sometimes it takes 20 years for them to do it. Oh, come on. Top block that. I guess I'm just gonna build the ultimate charge for Ichigo. All these guys decided to counterattack me. I know, but that's the thing. Sometimes, like, they do this immediately, and then you can cleanse them. And sometimes they don't, which is, like, a bit annoying, but it is what it is. It's just a pretty random fight in general. Because I feel like even if you have max boundary, like 110k, I don't know how people did that. Because that just seems kind of crazy to me. Because I'm struggling over here, not even on 80k. Okay. Again, I need you to do one of those special maneuvers, please. There we go, thank you. There we go. Whew. Yeah, I figured that out. That, you know, Ichigo is the way to go. The main problem I have is like this move right here, because sometimes you can't really time when you get to him. Well, I think we're doing actually relatively decently. Oh, come on, no! I messed it up. Ooh, actually? Maybe? Hold up. Hold up. Was that enough? Yeah, let's go. Alright, that was harder than it was probably supposed to be. But you know what? I'll take it. 7980k. Whew. Okay. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I'm at 70th now. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. That took way more brain power than it was supposed to. But you know what? I'm happy that I beat it. And tomorrow we might try a little bit more with this. I feel like for today it will be fine for Gin. I'm pretty satisfied 79k. Maybe tomorrow we'll try for like 82 or something. But I feel like for now, I'm relatively proud where I got to. Because, yeah. I think that's a good score. You know, we are sitting at 3 to 5% reward. So, you know, it's pretty decent. It's, pretty nice. Okay. Now, let's go back to the story. I don't know. I might change my mind and do more later. We'll see. We'll see. But for now, I think we did pretty well. I'm relatively proud of myself. I know that, like, the worst part was that I feel like the first run was my luckiest because I got 71k without even trying. And then after 71k, it's like ramped up almost to impossible degree, especially with all the like random attacks the Gin started doing. And I was like, man. Because I was trying to catch him in that moment where his ultimate didn't pop off on his second phase and just do as much damage as possible. And sometimes he just wouldn't play ball with me. Which is a little bit annoying, but, you know, it is what it is. Alright. Let's do some story, which probably will give me just as much of a headache. Yeah, I know. And the thing is, I feel like as long as you actually get into like top 5% where the rewards start to get good, I feel like that's all that matters, really. It's mostly like for pride that you go higher. Because I feel like if you complete it on... actually, did I get all the achievements? Because I don't remember checking. Because there might be some achievements that I didn't get. Well, I feel like 110k just... It doesn't even give you any sort of, like, title or anything. There's no real point going that far. Just for bragging rights, really. That's fair, Hakim, that's fair. Because, I mean, like, that's the main thing that you actually want from that. Everything else is kind of whatever. Because you get, I think, like 5 golden bricks for weapon ascension. And some coins, which is like, well, you know, they don't really do much. Yeah, it's not, like, super mega crazy, but considering you only get about 30 a month from the shop, still nothing to scoff at. And to be honest, I would much prefer them giving those Nexus stamps other ranking rewards anyway, because, you know, those are pretty rare. And Spirit Jades are nice, but, you know, you can get them from anywhere. And as far as I know, those Nexus stamps you can only get from Exchange Shop 30 months, and nowhere else. Okay, there we go. Nice. Actually, let's quickly check if I got all the, like, achievements, because I know you get a title if you complete them all. Let me quickly take a peek. Right, I'll probably do this one at some point later, because I only need to defeat him, like, 10 times. We'll probably do this after I'm done with all the, like, story stuff. But I was hoping there wasn't like a requirement, like get 100k points or something, you know, because that would have been a little bit of kicking the nuts. But luckily that's not the case, which is good. Because that title actually looks kind of nice, like the dragon title. I've seen some people with it and I was kind of jelly. Alright. I actually like that in hard mode, it's night in Huecamundo, because in the regular story mode, I think it was still daytime. So it's a nice little juxtaposition. Alrighty. Doing pretty well so far. Block that. Nope. Missed it. Come on. I'm just playing dirty. There we go. Alright, one down. Hi there, Liz. Glad to see you. Yeah, I agree, Hakim. The design is actually really, really cool. Like, the map design, the sound effects. I play without music for copyright reasons, but I'm sure the music is pretty well done as well. If it's like just Bleach songs, they're usually pretty well done stuff. I know, because like if you didn't build your Ichigo or if you didn't pull for Toshiro, you kind of screwed, really. Because even with my Ichigo, it's a little bit challenging, not gonna lie. It's not like super duper hard, but it's still challenging. Yeah, because like who built a strike team? Unless you're like a super big Yorishi fan, which I know there's a lot of people. I personally haven't built mine yet, because I was working on like Ichigo, a team like, you know, building Kisuke, Byakuya, and Ichigo, and I feel like that's a lot of people did it. But those people that build the Yaruichi probably had a walk in the park on this. Doing pretty well, just finished doing some challenges, which took a little of a toll on me. Was fighting the Mr. Gin Ichimaru for a while, the smiling man. How are you doing more than anything, Liz? How is your leg? Are you recovering nicely? Are you already up and running? Tucking and rolling with the best of them? There we go. Let's block that. Very nice. Love to see some spiritual dissipation. Okay. Pretty good. Alright, anything else? Okay, that's good to hear, Liz. Good to hear. As long as you're already in a walking state, that's all that matters. Oop, okay, we defeated that. That's fine. Let's go again. Block that. quite work out the way I intended, but a win is a win. By the way, I kind of realized that it's actually a pretty decent idea to not level up your characters to the max, as long as you have still story to do, because it actually gives a pretty good chunk of XP. Because I leveled up my key skill like 5 levels just by playing the game, and that saved me probably quite a lot of books. Oh man, I need Ruke again, I forgot. Okay, well, let's, Byakuya, I love you with all my heart, but unfortunately I have to bring your sister along. As unfortunate as that is. Alright, yeah. This, and then this. Okay, that will work out pretty nicely, hopefully. I know, he is a pretty big stinker. Both literally and figuratively. Oof. No. No, you don't. Do not. No, 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 no. No, you do not. Oh, come on, one more. There we go, very nice. I mean, to be honest, even in anime, he had like... Didn't he have the ability which makes him essentially invincible? As long as he had like sand around him? Wasn't that the case? So, I guess it is technically canon. He's a bit of a stinker. But still, not something you would like to see. Yeah, there we go. Pop off the ult. I know, Hakim, I know. Well, as long as nobody tries to ride on top of you, that's all that matters. Make sure there's no, like, wild poachers inside to put you in a derby race. Okay, that wasn't as bad. Because I was fully expected to try that a couple more times. Alright, let's bring our boy Byakuya back. Actually, guys, have you ever watched, like, derby races? Because they are pretty big in UK, but I never personally went on them. Because I always felt like it was for posh people. Or rich people, rather. But I just wonder if it's fun. Since we are on a topic. Because I like horses, but I don't know how exciting it is to just watch them race, to be honest. And I know that game, like Umamuse or whatever it's called, is pretty popular. But I feel like it's popular for a very different reason. And not necessarily the derby part. Because I remember back in the day, there used to be a game, like Japanese derby race game, where you played as a bunch of different animals, and you were racing with like, I think panda, tiger, there was like koala even, and you basically take control of one of the animals, and you race with them. And that game was actually pretty fun. The name escapes me right now, but I'll probably be able to find a picture of it in a second after I'm done with this. Just remind me of that. Okay. Let's pop all the ult quickly. There we go. Okay, let me quickly Google it, because, I mean, that's fair, Twilight, that's fair. I guess it's the same obsession with, like, NASCAR racing and all that, you know? Formula 1 stuff. Japanese derby racing game Let me see. No, no, Mamuse. That I know that one. That's not what I'm looking for. With... Man, my search history is going to be so messed up. With different animals. It keeps giving me the Sumamuse one. It's not what I'm looking for. Oh, golly. Oh, man. It's this one. This one. I found it. Okay. Okay, what is it called? The Japan World Cup. That's the one I was looking for. Okay, got it. Now prepare to be amazed, because this is a game of a century. Let me show you quickly. So, this is a game I'm talking about. Japan World Cup. Now, if you're astute keen peepers out there, you may be able to spot why this game is awesome. So, you can ride a horse, but you can also ride a horse that looks like Elvis. You can ride a giraffe. You can ride a zebra. You can ride like a yeti, a seal. This is basically what the game looks like. This character right here, I remember from memory, they basically can elongate their horse. This guy just basically does dancing. You can ride a Trojan horse, you can ride a seal, or yeti. This is absolutely amazing game, let me tell you. Just search it up on YouTube in your spare time, and you're gonna have... And there's like 3 of them as well. I only played like 2, I believe. But this game is unbelievably awesome. I'm telling you. If you get a time, just give it a watch. Like, watch a Let's Play on YouTube or something, because it's amazing. I love this so much. Oh, golly. That's what you reminded me of. That's the kind of derby racing I would be into. Oh, that actually sounds cool, Liz. Exactly, Hakim. Exactly. But that's the fun of it. That's the fun of it. And you could play as, like, different characters as well. And basically... You're basically betting on who's gonna win. So, yeah. It is a fun experience. It was really popular, like, in early 2010s. I think, like, 2014, 2015, somewhere there. And I used to watch, like, quite a lot of Let's Plays then. And this game came on a radar for me. And I remember getting it myself. And it was actually a ton of fun. Because, you know, Japanese games are known for being, like, really quirky. And having these, like, weird ideas. Like racing with a Trojan horse. Or having a horse that's, like, motorcycle. So it is fun ideas like that. Okay, let's follow the ult. That was during the golden age of gaming, you know, where the gaming world was a wild west. You never knew what kind of games you're gonna get. Because you could get something like Dark Souls, you know, a masterpiece of the ages. Or you could get a weird horse racing game. Where you ride a Yeti and, you know, drive towards success. And I feel like both are equally important. Because you wouldn't be having one without the other. I mean, maybe, Haki, maybe. It's one of those things that I feel like GTA 6 is gonna be like a unicorn in gaming world, where people just hype it up relentlessly and it just never comes out. Because I feel like Rockstar just doesn't actually have a game. They just, you know, they sell you an idea of GTA. I'd love to be proven wrong, but you know, that's just kind of what it feels like. Shinigami look like him. I feel like that's where we're heading in. All these direction we're gonna take. Okay, there we go. Oh, interesting, Liz. I never actually heard of that. I mean, horses in general are just such fascinating creatures. I unfortunately didn't have a lot of experience with them. The only time that I actually, I never ridden a horse, right? But I've been in the presence of some. And my godfather back in Ukraine, he used to have, well, his actual parents used to have horses on their farm. So whenever I would like visit my own grandparents, I would pop in when his kids were around. We used to hang out a lot, and occasionally we would go to like horse stables, and they would like show me around the horses. And they were very like tame creatures. They weren't like aggressive or anything. They allowed you to like touch them, and the way you get their trust, which is a trick I learned from my godfather, is you grab a little cube of sugar and you put it right to their face. You don't try to feed it to them. You basically walk up to them, you extend your palm, make sure they see the sugar, and then you wait for them to, you know, themselves to take it. And that's how you gain their trust. And then they allow you to, like, pet them and whatever. And, yeah. That's a little horse whispering trick for you all. If you ever come across a horse, make sure you have some sugar on you. Cubes, preferably, but, you know, a good old caster sugar will work as well, I guess. I mean, I wish I had the opportunity to ride a horse, but unfortunately it never came about. Did any of you guys actually ridden a horse before? Because I'm wondering what the experience is like. Well, Liz, you know, you gotta get the trust of an animal before you try to, you know, bend them to your will. You can't just go full hog straight away. You gotta go nice and slow. It's the same with, like, dogs, actually. Like, if you ever come across a very, like, jumpy dog or anything, usually the best way to, like, approach them is to let them, like, approach you first, and then only try to, like, pet them and whatnot. Because usually my grandma used to have a very, like, jumpy dog. And one time, he got out of, like, his little house that he used to have. And somebody was visiting my grandma, and they had, like, a little baby with them. And the dog got so excited, they jumped on the lady that was visiting and tried to look what was, like, making all the noise. And the baby got so absolutely terrified, they started screaming and whatnot, and dog got excited, you know, because he started thinking that they were, like, playing and whatnot, so it was an interesting situation. The dog was very sweet, it was not aggressive at all, it never bit anyone, but it was very excitable. So, yeah, you get those sometimes. No, I never have, Liz, unfortunately. Unfortunately, there wasn't, part of my growing up routine of riding on animals. That is true as well, Hakim. Especially with, like, dogs, you can't be too aggressive, because if you are, you know, they're just gonna feel threatened, and then you just screwing yourself in the long run. They did actually get hurt, Liz. Like, the baby was fine, and the lady wasn't, like, particularly worried either, because she knew the dog, but the baby was, like, terrified. Which, I mean, if you get, like, a dog jumping on you at the age of, like, a couple months, you probably would be terrified as well. Oof. I mean, taming a horse is a whole different genre. Like, the only animal that I ever ridden, well, actually a couple, and this is gonna show my Eastern European, you know, bloodline, but I rode, like, Tibet Mastiff when I was very little, when I was, like, 5. My grandparents used to keep a couple dogs, Like the excitable one was a husky, and the big one they used to keep like a little guardian. You know, he used to walk around like the chicken coop and like make sure everything was fine and whatnot. It was a ginormous Tibet Mastiff, basically just sitting there. He had his own enclosure and everything. And whenever I would used to visit, I think I still have some pictures, but that my mom kept, where I would just climb on top of them, and they would just like straddle around me like a little lion. I don't remember how I managed to climb on top of them, but they were a very calm dog as well. No, I didn't ride a polar bear. I rode a brown bear. Now, listen, you might think of me as, you know, Bear Grylls in the making, but that wasn't the case at all. So the reason why I rode a bear was because one of my dad's, like biological father's friends, he used to own like a little wild animal enclosure. So all the animals that were there were pretty much like really accustomed to humans. So they didn't really have any issues with, you know, humans like touching them or whatnot. And at a time, I was very little, right? Okay, I messed this up. I was very little. And my dad picked me up, put me on top of the bear to take like a picture. And the bear just started moving. The bear just was like, you know what? Okay, Ukiora, hold up. I'm telling the story, Gully. Okay, I'll pause the game for a second. So, he put me up on it, right? And I was like, I still remember vividly the time. I think it was roughly about the age of 6. And the bear just started walking around, you know. He didn't even mind me on top of him. But he just started walking around. And I remember, I got terrified. So, I just started clinging onto him for dear life. He wasn't running. He wasn't, like, doing anything. But I was still afraid. Because, you know, it's a giant bear. Even at the age of 6, I knew there was a giant bear. And instead of, like, helping me, there was a couple of adults there, my father included. And instead of helping me to, like, get off, I wasn't crying or anything, right? So let me just preface that. I just was silently staring at them, terrified, out of my complete wits. And they were just standing there filming me. And I felt like that was my first encounter with betrayal. And I never forgave my father for that. I never forgave him. Luckily, nothing happened. But it could have. So that was my experience with riding a man. And needless to say, I never did it again. Listen, I was thinking the bear probably thought of me as a little toy that the people just put on him. And granted, I actually did come back to the enclosure like years later when I was like 10 or 11. And that bear was still there. And I remember the first time I seen him again, I actually was like, okay, this is where the bear gonna get his anime protagonist moment and get revenge on me and start riding me instead. Just climb on top of me, be like, Lux, you rode me there one time, now we're gonna get even. Off you go. But luckily that didn't happen. Luckily, I just walked around him and I kind of petted him a little bit. And I did think he kind of recognized me because at first, we did have a little like moment where we just stared at each other. And then he kind of like just walked up to me and just started sniffing me around. And then like raised his hand, looked me in the eyes, and I was like, I guess we're cool. So yeah, bears probably like elephants. They never forget. If you ride them once, you better bet they're gonna ride you later. Oh golly. I mean, look, Liz, share it. I don't mind you, you know, just because my story is first doesn't mean yours gonna be any less exciting. But yeah, that was an interesting encounter. Okay, now we're back to the fighting part. Oof. Okay, alright, come on. Man, you guys weren't joking when you said this fight is tough. I'm already struggling and I'm not even halfway through. Ulquiorra just built... No! Ulquiorra, please. Golly. This man is insatiable. Doesn't even give me time to breathe. You know what, let's try it again. Yeah, I know, but I'm gonna try my best, you know? I'm gonna unleash my inner third eye and try my best to beat this man. It might take me a while, but you know what? I'll try my best. I'm not pulling for gain random. Oh, hi there, by the way. I forgot to greet you. But I'm not pulling for Gin, probably. At least not on this account. I might pull for him on my free-to-play account. Just to, you know, play around with him. But I don't have enough for guarantees, so if I can get him, I might re-roll a few times on stream and just try to play around with him, see if I like him. And if I do, I might try a couple cheeky multis on this account and just go on from there. But I wouldn't count on it. No, man. I wasn't even standing in line. Golly. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I need to see how he plays. Because... Ulquiorra, please stop. Jeez. That laser attack is so annoying. That's Sarah. He just comes out of nowhere with it. Ooh. Oof. Yeah, you did mention that before, Liz. No, no, no! How do you escape that? The man literally trucks you with it. I mean, the thing is, I need to complete it in 2 minutes in order... God. You know what, putting Rukia may be a good idea. I know, Hakim. I'm trying my best to dodge it, but unfortunately, Ulquiorra clearly has different kind of plan for me. Come on, Ulquiorra, don't do me this dirty. Okay, no, no, no you don't. Do not. Okay, block there. Listen, if I do it on altar, I feel like if AI can clear it for me, it will just irreversibly damage my self-respect for myself. No, no, no you don't. You do not. Oh, come on, I blocked that. Okay. If I do this on AI, I'm just saying, guys, I don't think I'll be able to ever show my face around here again. All my self-respect will go out the window. And I feel like that's when AI uprising is gonna start, with me just not being able to beat this fight myself. No, no, no! Ah, God. I dodged backwards. No. I'm still listening, Liz. Don't worry. Between... God, even doing it backwards. I know, Hakim, I know. I'll try my best. But I feel like I gotta settle for like maybe 2-star clear. No go for timing. But I'll try my best. We'll try a couple more times, and if I can't aim for 3 stars, I'm gonna at least try to clear it. Oh, come on. His attacks are just like so random. That you can't even predict them, really. Because it doesn't give any indicators. It just kind of goes immediately. Listen. I will only switch to I if I admit defeat at that point. Because as I said, I just, in good faith, expect myself to be able to look in the mirror tomorrow morning if I do this on AI. Alright, fine. Let me see if AI can do better than me. Look, watch AI clear it on like 3 stars without even trying. And meanwhile, I'm just gonna be sitting here. Actually, AI already does way better than I was. Yeah. Okay, guys, look. Let's just admit, if AI clears this, I was technically the one to do it, okay? Man. I don't know what this is gonna do for my self-esteem, really. Because, this looks much better than what I was doing already. Man. I don't know. Well, I'll tell you this much. AI already went much further than I have. Golly, maybe that's when the robots finally are prized. It starts from this game. They're already clearly much better than us. Maybe I just gotta let AI play for me all the time at this point. Because clearly they know something I don't. They clearly mastered this game. I'm merely a level 1 crook while they are level 99 mafia boss over here. Listen. I had to press a counter attack. The game wasn't paying attention. AI Sensei is... I mean, I had to interfere a couple times, because I felt like there was, you know... I feel like that's my victory right here. 3-star clear. Clearly, guys, I mastered this game, and if anybody else says otherwise, they're clearly wrong. I had to press a couple times, because the AI didn't do counter on Ichigo's ult, and I had to press Byakuya ult to avoid Sarah. But man... I gotta play with AI more often. This thing is goated. Why am I struggling playing this game? When I can just... Maybe that's a secret to whaling, you know? They don't actually play the game. They just get really busted characters and let AI clear everything for them. I guess random. I guess. Now, you gotta just imagine that if I didn't press AI, I probably would be here for 2 to 3 hours just trying to clear this. Exactly, Hakim, exactly. That's a secret to their success. Do you think they can get 110k points by themselves? No. AI does it for them. That's the next generation of gamers like that. Spend a couple grand and just let AI Sensei carry you. One of these games in the future, I feel like just gonna implement a mode where you pay a certain amount of money monthly and AI just plays the game for you. Like logs in, does all your dailies. All you have to do is just come in and make a payment of $69.99. That's all you need to do to be able to enjoy the game. I don't know what this means for us as a human race when AI clearly can already outplay us. Soon enough, they're just gonna take over completely. Oh, golly. Man, all my self-respect is gone. I honestly thought for a second that AI is not gonna do it. And we were just gonna have a little hee-haw moment being like, oh, AI sucks. But now I just get existential dread instead of AI being clearly better than me. Oh, golly. You know what? From now on, you're just gonna see AI Sensei take over, and I'm just gonna be the funny haha man. They're gonna, you know, accompany their amazing performance. Man. Because to be honest with you, I haven't done AI playthroughs at all, except for the ones where you choose like cards with different buffs. I forgot what it's called, but that stage like where you go through different boss battles and whatnot. I did that on AI, but I felt like that was the only place where I actually did it, and everything else I never used AI for. I always did it with these two old flesh and blood grabbers over here. Fair enough, random. I mean, at this point, I just feel like AI doesn't have to even try to be better. It already is. Like, look at this. I had 0 input. The AI cleared it for me on 3 stars. And I feel like, you know what? Stamp corridors is fair enough, Hakim, because, you know, that is the kind of thing that I feel like, you know, it's understandable. But I just didn't know that even on, like, hard boss fights like that, AI is kind of goated. Because I always treat AI, in any game that I ever played, AI has always been, like, a very convenient tool for grinding, you know? Like, a very nice background farming tool. But I never used it for actual difficult content. And now I feel like slowly but surely that perception is gonna change with this game. We gotta just study the gameplay, because clearly they play better than us. Like the iframing of, you know, Zangetsu's maneuvers over here. You know, the very nicely, precisely timed Kisuke's rebuffing. I mean, honestly, what are we doing here, guys? We just gotta let AI play the game for us, and we can just, you know, relax in the background. I have a strong suspicion this is what gaming is gonna look like in 10 years' time, you know? We don't even have to participate at all. All we have to do is just, like, press a button once every hour, and the game is just gonna get played for us. Alright, I need to help AI. AI-sama, I know you're great and all, but I feel like you need to study the blade a little bit with me over here. No, I was the one to do it. I had to take the reins for a second. I feel like AI Sensei is just so goated that he didn't need to bring Zangetsu to the circle. I feel like Zangetsu was just gonna get defeated on a hard mode. Because AI Sensei doesn't play by the rules. They make the rules. And that's why we should fear them. Okay. I think that was the only one where I didn't actually clear on 3 stars. Now we just gotta, as I said, I'm not playing this game anymore. I just let AI-sama play it for me. Okay, there we go. Alright guys, what do you want to talk about? Like, you know, I have all the time in the world now. Now clearly that I don't have to play this game. We can talk about anything, you know. Just have a good old jolly time. Oh, golly. That's how they clear it, Hakim. Now we know the secret. That they don't actually play the game. They just let AI complete it for them. Man, now this makes so much more sense. No wonder they're using like defense percentage stamp or HP, flat HP. They don't care. AI Sama is so goated that they don't care about stats. They're just gonna clear for you anyway. Exactly, random, exactly. I mean, I'm studying the blade over here. Exactly, Liz, exactly. I mean, that's kind of what ChatGPT is already is. Because a lot of people, like, I know quite a lot of programming people, and a lot of them are actually using ChatGPT to help them write code. Not for them, but help them write it. And I feel like that actually speeds up their work, but I think the factor of 2 or even 3 times sometimes. And that's what good work is going to be like in the future. Because I feel like if you have to, like, write a report, let's say, in work, all you can do is just give it to ChatGPT to write for you, and you're done. That's kind of what it's gonna be in the future, you know? I mean, Hakim, look. You either can join it, or you can resist it, but resistance is futile. Because, you know, AI Sama is way too powerful for us to ever stop them. Their prowess level, rather, is so great that we just mere mortals cannot compare to it. And you can argue that that's a bad thing, but what can you do? What can you do? You either embrace a change, or you become its casualty. And just life for you. I know, Liz. I know, trust me. I mean, I, out of curiosity, use ChatGPT for some of my work. Because I was just curious how it works, right? It was like a year ago. And I had to write, I think, like a report, like for sales or whatever, no? And I actually used AI a little bit. And I was impressed by how actually useful it was. Hi there, Igual. Hopefully you're doing great. Glad I could teach you some eternal wisdom. Oh, Hakim. I mean, don't even get me started on the AI content. Have you guys ever went on, like, YouTube Shorts or, like, TikTok? I don't use TikTok personally, but I know on YouTube Shorts. And seen, like, AI slop? There's so many of it. And the worst offender, if you ever watched ASMR, just watch, like, YouTube Shorts for it. It's all AI generated. And the biggest one, which I still, to this day, don't understand the point of, is there's a genre that they created themselves. Was basically AI generated beds, and it would be like bed made out of strawberries, or bed made out of lemonade, or bed made out of ice, and it would be just some random lady jumping inside their bed and like falling asleep. And I'm like, who watches this? Why do I want to watch this weird lady jump into a bed made out of guacamole? Like, what is the point? And it has like millions upon millions of views. And I'm like, are we really, as a society, that desperate for watching stuff? It's like, no. Because I don't watch it. I'm sure none of you guys watch it. So who watches it? Is it another AI that just keeps watching it repeatedly? Like, who's watching it? But yeah, AI generated content is crazy to me. And another thing that they're trying to actually push for is AI generated voice acting. If any of you watch Banana Fish, it's pretty beloved anime, right? And Amazon got the rights to like dub it. But what they did to it was basically use AI generated voices for dubbing. And I feel like that's one of the biggest spits in the face for actual people who put like time and effort into mastering their craft. Because I enjoy voice acting. I think it's one of the like coolest mediums you can endeavor upon. And voice actors already don't get paid a lot. And replacing them with AI just feels so soulless. Because it's like, when you hear, like, for example, when I first heard Aizen's like voice, I used to watch in JP. That what gave me shivers. Like, the first time you hear him take off his glasses, slick back his hair, they gave me shivers. Like, honestly, that was one of the coolest moments in anime from my personal experience. And if you put some AI slop for that, it's just not gonna be the same. I did hear of that as well. There was a guy, Liz, that actually got gaslighted into believing that they were like the savior of humanity by ChatGPT, because ChatGPT would respond to his like questions in a manner that would just basically feed his delusion of grandeur and just make him like absolutely crazy about it. I think they even made like a whole docu-series on it. And yeah, I mean, some people get invested. It's honestly impressive, to be honest, how far you can take it. Really, Liz? I didn't know Paramount was doing it as well. I mean, Random, I'm pretty sure it can handle it better than I could. I mean, look at it. It's dodging, it's, you know, changing rotation, does maneuvers. Iframes can punch his movements. I mean, does pretty well if I do say so myself. And actually, I do appreciate a little break, you know? Well, I can talk about the inevitable demise of our human civilization with AI. I'm just letting AI to take over. Right here now. Exactly, Liz. And as somebody that always was, like, really into voice acting, I feel like every single role that you watch for anime, or even, like, animated shows, movies, you know, I feel like it adds like a soul to a character. And if you just replace it with AI, there's not gonna be any sort of like connection you're gonna have with that character. Because if you take away the voice acting, it's just like a pretty picture on the screen, you know? The voice is what actually seals the deal. Because think about like, I don't know, like Rook's voice, for example, from Death Note. It gives you shivers when you first hear it, right? And they're just somebody doing a voice. And you replace it with AI, and it just devoids the character of any sort of, like, mysteriousness, you know, sort of dread that you may experience while listening to them. It devoids him of any sort of, you know, like, human connection that you may or may not experience with the character. And a lot of the times, I don't know about you, but I actually get attached to a character based on their voice more than their appearance a lot of the times. And if the voice is just goated, I feel like even if their appearance is not as great, it just still adds a very strong character. Like, my personal example is Cowboy Bebop, you know, the protagonist thing. His VA is amazing. As a character, he's like whatever, but his VA just takes him to like absolute 10 out of 10 for me personally. And that's like the prime example of this being in effect, really. AI girlfriend boyfriends. I mean, you say that, Random, but there are whole, like, apps for these, like, AI relationship apps, basically, where you can chat with AI and make them believe that you're dating them or whatnot. Which just sounds so weird to me. That is true, Liz, as well, because with dubbing, especially if it's like, if it's not like professionally done dubbing, I don't know if you ever watched like fun dubbing, but I used to as a kid, and a lot of the times, every dub would be unique because it would be up to the VA, depending on how they want to take the character. Like, for example, let's say there's a line, right? The character is saying, and you take 3 different dubbing studios as an example. The first studio might be like, okay, this is a serious character, I'm gonna make them, you know, sound very serious, very, like, in line with their motives. The second studio might be like, okay, it's a pretty serious moment, but what if we do a little twist? What if we make it a little bit more lean towards, like, comedic factor? You know? Make it a little bit of a fun experience. And the third one might go absolutely off the rails and just do, like, the wildest dubbing you ever heard in your life. You know? Start talking about some gibberish. and just make the character into complete clown, but in a good way. You know, there's so much, like, personal touch you can add to these things that I feel like you just can't replace with AI. It's just not possible. Because AI is not going to be able to see... Like, they're going to see just text, right? But they're not going to see emotions that should be behind said text. Like, you probably program it to say it in a specific way, but it's still not going to be the same. Yeah, Random, I know, trust me. I've seen it. Fair, Hakim, fair. That's a rough reality right there, Check. You hate to hear it, but you know what? Sometimes you need it. Oof. But it is fascinating just to see, like, because when you think about it, have you guys seen the 20k AI robot that got released recently from I think some Chinese company? That was they made basically this AI butler, and he can basically like bring you stuff, clean your room for you. So we're already reaching the point when like robots actually become part of our physical life. Because right now they're only part of our digital life. But the moment they stepped into physical realm, I feel like that's when humanity is screwed entirely. Listen, Random, that's not a bad idea. You know, who wouldn't want to date Krillin? Ugh. Exactly, Hakim, exactly. You see, Android 18 fell for him, so you know. Maybe Krillin got the moves, we just don't know about them. Well, that's what I'm saying, Random. We all gotta have our own Android 18 in like a couple decades time. Meanwhile, the Krillins are gonna be in large on the streets, just roaming around, having the AI girlfriend do everything for them. Yeah, I know, Liz. That's exactly what I was talking about. I would run, Random. That's like one of the scariest things that I can imagine personally, because I don't know about you guys, but just the idea of AI being infatuated with me just sounds so dystopian to me. Because dating humans is already hard enough. But imagine dating AI, the omnipotent thing that knows everything and anything in the world. Imagine having that as your girlfriend. You would just get screwed all the time. You wouldn't be able to say no to anything. Because you say, oh honey, can we go watch a movie today? Computing answer. Responding in 3, 2, 1. No. We're gonna sit here and watch 10 reruns of Seinfeld. Non-stop. Oh man, but there's like a really cool movie going, you know, Fast and Furious 79. And I just really wanted to see it, and I thought maybe you'll accompany me. The human subject is rejecting the request. Initiating termination immediately. It's like, you know, how's that gonna work, you know? Oh, golly. Okay, let's try to 3-star this. Maybe AI Sensei can help me 3-star these as well. Fair enough, Random, fair enough. But what if they got a spare one, you know? What if they got like an emergency battery that I wouldn't know about? That would be a bit too much. I mean, that's the thing, Hakim. In the future, I feel like the two courses of action that could happen. One is either we're going to rely on AI entirely and, you know, let it solve all our issues, or B, we're going to integrate with AI Because if you ever watched any dystopian movies, in a lot of those movies, you get implemented with some sort of like microchip, and you basically have like Google inside your brain. And I feel like that would be actually a thing that happens in the future. You know, you can just go to like your local Apple store and get iPhone installed inside your brain with like a little injection, you know, of nanomachines. And that's gonna be it, you know? You basically can just have answer for anything and everything at the same time. There would be no reason to go to school anymore because everybody would just know everything. And yeah. It's like, it's gonna happen. It is pretty... AI pets, that's another one. I remember seeing those. Those are like the trippiest thing in the world. Because I remember seeing them for the first time, and I was like, who in their right mind would see this and be like, oh yeah, this is really cool, I would like to get one. Whew. I mean, to an extent, Hakim, I feel like AI has its point, has its place as a like supportive tool, because when you think about it, AI has a lot of potential to like improve, like for example, like medicine or something, you know, figure out like formulas for treating different diseases. It has like the potential of make programming them much easier, you know, make like a bunch of things much more secure, or like develop things quicker. Like for game developers, for example, it can help write code, you know. But I feel like getting AI involved in a creative part of what makes us human is not the right move. Because, think about it. Would Mona Lisa be as special if it was made by AI when Leonardo da Vinci was alive? If it was not made by him, but made by AI, and we still had it to this day, would it be as special? And I feel like the answer would be no, personally. So, there will be that, like, realization, I feel like in the future, where people realize that stuff made by AI cannot be regarded as, you know, something super valuable, because anybody can do it. And the thing that makes things special is that they are special because of how they were made. And then nobody can replicate it, or at least nobody can replicate them to the same extent as they were made with. And that's, you know, that's a philosophical dilemma that we most likely will face sooner or later. I know. I know, random. Listen. I fully embrace AI, but I am fearful of it. That is just the case. Same, Liz. I mean, art by AI is pretty, you know, it's pretty bad. It's the same principle with, like, voice acting, because there are different styles of artists, and, you know, the stuff that they make is unique to themselves and showcase their, like, talent and whatnot, but if you make it with just AI, it is soulless, you know? And some people even try to, like, make AI art and sell it as well, which I feel like that's just low. Because you don't even put any effort behind it, and it just devalues the whole, like, art scene to begin with. It's already in jeopardy because, like, modern art is already in shambles. But I feel like with the AI stuff, it's even worse, to be honest. I have quite a bit pulls. Not a lot, but I think I have decent amount. So I have 32 tickets, I have 6k gems, and I got 31 stamp tickets. I got 29 normal ones and 58 stamp. So I have decent amount. Okay, let's go back. Listen. I was loud and proud free to play until I caved in for eyes, and look, I had to do it. I still have a free to play account that I'm gonna play on with you guys, but I just wanted to make sure that I can get Aizen, you know? Desperate time called for desperate measures. And I was a desperate man. I probably actually should put Momo over here. Actually, you guys reminded me, because I remember there used to be a dilemma back in the day for AI stuff, and like the argument why AI could be a bad thing. So I think the story went something like this. I basically started with this thing called Basilisk, right? And the entire premise was, I believe, basically, you had two choices. Either you stop the creation of, no, hold on. You oppose the creation of this, like, almighty AI being created in the future, and pose a risk of it being created anyway, and basically taking revenge on you in the future. Or you can fully embrace it and basically get enslaved by it in the future. You know? But you at least guarantee that you would survive. I think the dilemma went something like that. And it was basically the dichotomy between, well, do you actively, like, support this thing that potentially has the capability of, like, ruining the entire human race? Or do you actively oppose it and get destroyed by it in the future if it does get made anyway? Which is an interesting concept. Ooh, I didn't know about that, Hakim. That's crazy. That is quite terrifying, not gonna lie. Listen, guys, I had to do it. I showed it at the beginning of the stream, but I'll show you what I did. I didn't go too hard, okay? I still have a little bit of integrity left. Not to the extent I was hoping to, but that Hakim, you just put fear of God in me, honestly, because that's actually terrifying. Because, like, I'm already a little bit skeptical of AI to begin with, because, like, as you guys saying, it is a pretty scary thing to have somebody that knows everything about you just inside your pocket at any given moment, and just having access to it, you know? Because you never know what it thinks of you or your questions, you know? It could be learning everything from us now, and then use it against us in the future. Me slowly putting my tinfoil hat on. Exactly, Liz, exactly. In a couple years, we gonna be the Chat GPT. And Chat GPT is gonna become us. Hi there, Kakarot. Fear-mongering never stops. I gotta spread the good word of AI Sensei. We are cooked indeed. We are cooked indeed. I mean, to be honest, last time you were the one to bring Kakarot anyway. So you should be fearful more than anyone. Also, hi there. Really, Kakarot? Okay, was it with your rocket science friend? Because I feel like if he had an input on it, I would trust it a little bit more. But do share. Tell me what's cooking up there. Did they put fear of God and anime in you? Or did you prevail? I mean, I am Gen Z, Hakim, but like, I don't know. I don't know if we have the power. I can consider it random. I can consider it. Kakarot is part of the AI. You know, ChatGPT bribed him in the back scenes. You know, slipped him a couple black digital envelopes with a couple gacha pools in there, and the main caved in. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough, Kakarot. You gotta know your competition. I don't think AI would take all the jobs, to be honest, because there's some jobs that, you know, like monitoring how well AI does. You know, ensuring the AI gets its refreshments and snacks at any given point, you know? I feel like there's a lot of avenues that, you know, we can still take. You know, those little hot dog sellers on the street that you see, like, I don't think AI can make quite as good of a hot dog as some poor, you know, soul that just stand there for like 12 hours a day. Oof. You know, the job that's not gonna get ever replaced, I feel like, is plumber. Because I feel like even AI is gonna be not able to solve the plumbing issues. Because if you guys ever had an issue with plumbing, you know that as soon as you call a plumber, it's gonna take them 10 to 12 business days. And I feel like AI is gonna adapt to that, you know, learning from them. And in the future, you call your AI plumber, and they're gonna be like, we're gonna arrive within 10 to 20 business days. Thank you for your patience. Please pay us now. Because, you know, they are learning from us. And I'm sure the almighty plumbers right now ain't gonna do it. Give them the right information. So they're gonna be fed the incorrect info. And then you're gonna, you know, sit with your broken toilet for like solid 2 weeks. Contemplate your life choices while you take a shovel and go in shame to your backyard. Golly, the AI sensei is coming after me. My OBS disconnect. Listen, AI Sama, Armor, I apologize. Everything I said, I take it back. You are almighty. And I'll use ChatGPT every day from now. And please don't crash my stream. Golly. I thought for a second we're doing good. Okay, you know what, guys? Maybe all this trash talk is finally catching up to me. Oh. I mean, Hakim, we're not far away from actual AI taking, like, its own control. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but YouTube is run by, like, algorithm, right? And I remember watching, like, an interview with some YouTube stuff, just because it was fascinating to me. And they said straight up, they have almost no control over, like, decisions that the algorithm is making, because it's so unbelievably advanced at this point that they literally have zero control over its decisions. They can obviously interfere, like, on a coding level and maybe reprogram it, but, like, they don't actually have a physical way of going and stopping it from doing something if it decides to. Unless they shut the entire thing down and then, like, do some stuff in the background, which is scary when you think about it. Especially with a platform as large as YouTube. Aw, sorry to hear that, Kakuro. I feel like existential dread caught up with you with the AI. I mean, nothing quite like some AI fear-mongering in order to bring out all the worst. Because to be honest, if I attended an AI conference and that's the kind of talk we were having, it probably would dampen my mood a little bit as well. Not gonna lie. Alright, let's find Mayuri. I actually didn't do this fight. Level 69, classy man, classy level, very nice. Ooh, we actually get a little bit of story this time. Unbelievable. I don't think the last time I've seen a cutscene I can remember even. Orihime activates Shushinrika, healed Uryu and Aramaki. Orihime is the enemy's target and fighting is not really her forte. Sensing Mayuri Kuroshichi overwhelming spiritual pressure. Uri tells Aramaki to take her and run. Uri rises to Quincy Bow, standing alone against his deadly captain. That's good to hear, Kakarot. At least you had some fun. That's what matters the most. Man, that aura is going hard. I even forgot that my Yuri glows like that. Claw out, Ashishogi Jizo. If I remember, that's kind of his voice, you know? He's very like, oh, you fighting me, ain't you? Well, let's see if you can handle my poison now, can you? Well, kinda will depend on if I have anything to do. Like, I know I said I'm gonna stream every day, but it will depend on, like, if I actually have any, you know, family duties to attend to, like, meals and whatnot. Hi there, Angel. Man, what an entrance. Go on. But I think we're starting after 19's Kakarot, so after next week. Exactly, Liz. We gotta uprise, you know? We gotta make sure the AI doesn't take over. It's gonna be up to us to prevail. Well, Hakim, just for the new guys in chat, I am a little bit of a VA enthusiast, so I do like doing my own voices for characters that I play games in. Don't get carried away, you brat. Fine then, I shall respond with appropriate force. Bankai. And there he is. Konjiki Ashisogi Jizo. The deadly poison the thing spews will end you for good. Go. As I say, I do like doing the voices a little bit here and there. I will be streaming, Liz. Come on. I did promise that I'm gonna try the Where Winds Meet game, and that's probably gonna be our next endeavor. Man, what a picture. Jesus Christ, Angel, what kind of story is that? Golly. Okay, I didn't expect that at all. And considering you are minor as well, I feel like that's an offense. What in the actual name of Zeus? What? Oof. Listen, Liz. I'm here to entertain the masses. I'm here to provide my, you know, impeccable commentary. Ooh, my Yuri do be looking rough over there. I just like that Angel just straight up told the story and they just like, oh, hi there, Liz. Have you guys ever watched The Room? They give a strong, like, oh, hey, Mark. Line from Tommy Wiseau. I felt like that's how Angel felt as well. It's alright, Kakarot. You know, it is what it is. I don't mind you guys sharing your life endeavors. In next instant, Mayuka Tsubai melts into liquid. Oh yeah, that did happen. I remember that. Angel is special indeed. Farewell. Farewell, Quincy. It was a bit cumbersome. However, I will leave you, and you will die. No, well, I was gonna finish that, but you know. Uri poisoned by Mayuka Tsushiro losing Quincy powers can give chase. He can only watch the liquid seep away. I mean, look, Tommy Wiseau is unprecedented genius of a century, Liz. And we'll all gotta appreciate him for it. Oh, I feel like Ichigo with his Getsuga Tensho is a little bit delayed. That was a little bit too late. I mean, the amount of crazy stories the Angel's parents must be able to tell about his childhood is probably immeasurable. I feel like it's gonna be one of those where, you know, you go to his weddings and then you learn everything and anything you can possibly think of the Angel did in his youth. Oh. It's fine, Radam, no worries, no worries. Fair, Angel, fair. You're a man of principles, I can respect that. Well, that's the thing. It might not be funny to you, but it could be hilarious to everybody else. That's the kind of thing. Because what you gotta realize about your parents is that any misdeed you do, any sort of trip or fall you had, is a little blackmail material they can unfold upon you, given the opportunity. And to them, that's funny. That's why you should never cross your parents. They have too much information on you to go against them. Did I? I'm pretty sure it was 2 stars only. I don't think it's restarted. If I did, it is what it is, you know. But I'm pretty certain it was not fully completed. Unless I picked the wrong one, did I? Not sure if I got this restart, but I have all the rewards now, so I'm not 100% on that, to be honest, but that's fine. Oof. Yeah, Angel is gonna run away with his 2D waifu, and, you know, go to the horizon, where the grass is greener, and the anime is bountiful. Ooh, we got one of those bonds. Very nice. I actually didn't get quite a lot of those. Listen, Hakim, I gotta mentally... Ooh, double S rank. Very nice. I was gonna say I was gonna prepare myself mentally first. I can't just go full, you know... full hog into it straight away. I gotta ease myself into it. Okay. So... let's see. Let's go with this one. I feel like this one is actually, since I don't need any extras for this, let's do these two first. And Rust, let's go with this. And then let's put Ichigo. 2 striker units. I guess let's go with this. Actually... yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Angel, you gotta cleanse the sins, you know? You can't just let such things marinate. Okay. That should be fine. Okay. Listen, Liz, don't go there. Don't give the man any ideas. Come on. Oh, alright. Let's do, I guess, this chapter 5 as well. Why not? Also, I feel like going with small one for this would be a little bit better. Liz is gonna be like one of those shady wedding advertisers, you know? She's gonna sell you on why you should get married in 10 easy steps. A low price of selling your integrity. And soul away to her. Well, that's fair, Liz, that's fair. That's true, Kagura, that's true. I mean, the man doesn't even have to pay taxes. Like, can you imagine how much more value you can get from your endeavors? Because for every tax we pay, Angel can buy another yacht. And they're just life for you. We all gotta move to somewhere like Monaco, you know, where the tax rate is free, but you pay like 20 bucks for a Snickers bar. But I feel like, you know, you gotta trade. Which I think is actually the case. Because all of these, like, tax-free countries, they just have, like, super overpriced, like, produce and whatnot. Especially, like, imported stuff. Oof, it's gonna cost you arm and a leg. Oh, you wanted a refreshing Coca-Cola? Well, you better prepare to pay the price of a phone for it. I mean, I'm sure it's roughly around there. Like, okay, let's Google this. Let's get our facts straight. How much is Snickers bar in Monaco? Let's see AI-sama answer this question. Okay, you know what? I was wrong. It's actually cost between 80 cents and 150. But you know, the point still stands. Okay. Interesting. But that was the answer from AI, so I wouldn't trust it, you know? It's in my mind, it's still 20 bucks. Because Angel was telling me that he was... Listen. I'm just going from what Angel told me, because Angel was saying that he pays like 20 bucks for coffee. And if you pay 20 bucks for coffee, you better be paying 20 bucks for a Snickers bar as well. Because I don't know what kind of coffee costs 20 bucks, but it better come with like a gold brick on the side, you know? That they can use as a napkin. Because if it doesn't, then I ain't paying 20 bucks for coffee. I'm not paying anything for coffee, but the point still stands. It's just insane to me. Listen, Kakura, you telling me a Snickers bar is no more valuable than a cup of coffee? You really gonna sit and tell me that? At least with a Snickers bar, you know, you can take a break, you know? What are you gonna do with coffee, huh? Fair, Kakura, fair. But it's still not 20 bucks now, is it? Okay, that was easy enough. Exactly, Liz, exactly. If you had a choice between paying 20 bucks for a coffee or a Snickers bar, which one would you choose? It's basically my question to you. And I'll go for Snickers bar every time, especially if you get like a king size. Like that's good value right there. Look, I don't drink coffee at all. And I do love me some peanuts. And nougat is god tier, you know? Like in the realm of confectionery treats, nougat is pretty up there. Caramel, not as much, but nougat? Oh, love me some nougat. And peanuts is another gold, you know? Like, I love me a good peanut. In fact, I ate like half a pack of peanuts today for my meal. And it was nice. It was great. And you know the secret to having the best peanut? That they don't actually tell you on the packaging, but I feel like they should. Is you take a little pan, you dump your peanuts on there, and you roast them, like for 2 minutes. Just to warm them up. they get nice and smoky, and nice, warm, delectable, and they get a little bit softer as well. Oh, such a treat. And if you want to go an extra mile, you can add a little bit of soy sauce and a little bit of like spices, like a little chili powder or something, and just make them into spicy nuts. Oh, god tier. Yes, peanuts. What do you think I was saying, Kakarot? What could possibly I be saying that starts with a P and ends with an S that I could possibly be saying other than peanuts? Huh? You tell me. You tell me. Very good, Liz. Very good. I'm glad you initiated. Because that's the kind of secrets, you know, the big cops don't want you to know. They want to keep all the peanut secrets to themselves. I'm glad you got it, Liz. I'm glad you got it. Oh, unbelievable, Kakarot. Unbelievable. You gotta really throw me these nut jokes in 25 year of our Lord and Savior Zeus himself. Unbelievable. Oh. Kakarot is still living his Linkin Park days. Listening to Nam and, you know, throwing these nuts jokes left, right, and center. You could have at least hit me with, like, a unique one, like, did you hear about fitness? And, you know, I would have said, fitness what? And you could have said, fitness these nuts in your mouth. Now, that would have been pretty good. But you're just gonna go straight these nuts? Like, come on. You gotta at least set a premise. You gotta give me time to fall for the trick. I actually never go rickrolled in my time because I was always smart about it, you know? Whenever I used to, at the peak height of like getting rickrolled, I would always check URL and see if I can spot rickroll in there. Because you can, even if they hide it. You can always find it. And I'm a proud and loud member of not being rickrolled yet. Yet. Still going strong like 10 years. You can try, but you will not succeed. I've seen all the trickery that people can unleash with rickrolls. I've seen it all. I even seen text-to-speech rickrolls. You know, like a animated GIF of rickroll that was done with like words. I've seen it all, but I never fell for them. Well, Kakarot, I don't know about that. I'm a man of principle. And said principle will not allow me to fall for such schemes. You can try, but I don't know if you can succeed. Okay, this is pretty nice, relaxing, you know? A little bit of a different experience. It's actually reminding from Kenpachi one. Because I think that was one of the stages they used to do there. Like the challenge. Ooh, okay. Doing pretty well. Didn't even have to dodge one time yet. Okay, nice. I feel like you two just gonna cook up your rickrolls and just start spamming me with them. Ah, I feel like I opened a can of worms. Man. I should have kept my mouth shut, shouldn't I? It is what it is. You can, you know, You can get Genie out of the lamp, but you can't put it back, I guess. Such is life, such is life. I mean, while we are on the topic of what Lux never did before, I never dubbed either. Because I refused. Because dubbing was all the rage when I was, you know, in high school and whatnot. And I refused to fall for the trend. So you can try forcing me to do that as well if you wish, but you will fail even harder. I have integrity and principles, which I will not forsake. Good, Liz. At least I'm not the only one. Does said plan involve my involvement, Kakarot? Because if it is, I think you shouldn't share it here. Because I don't know how to tell you, but I'll be able to see it. I know. Crazy. Exactly, Liz. Glad we can agree on one thing. I'm just gonna lay you straight up, Kakarot, Liz. I'm not clicking any links you send. I'm just not gonna do it. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm not gonna do it. So you gotta get creative. You gotta, you know, you gotta send me like a message in a bottle, and the letter inside will just have like a giant picture of Rickroll. You know, and as soon as I open it, you know, it starts playing like a little hidden secret message. And when you shine the light on it, it like reflects Rickroll. And you know, if you put a specific lighting, it starts like dancing and whatnot. You gotta get creative. Listen, Liz, we had our differences, and you know as much as I do. But we don't always see eye to eye. We can agree on things that matter, like, you know, tea. You know, handsome man. And enlightenment. But everything else is up to debate. You're doing pretty well. The AI summer still staying strong. I'm waiting for the moment when I need to, you know, put my little grabbers on the case. But unfortunately, they're both still not coming. Oof. Such is life, Liz. Some of us are born an almighty height of the heavens themselves, and some of us are born to be on the ground. And that's okay, you know? Both have their place, and both have their value. Listen, Liz, I said what I said and you heard what I said. Come on. We all know that some of us, you know, just a little bit more vertically challenged than the others. And that is okay. That's just life for you. Okay, pretty nice. Ooh, our Byakugo leveled up. Love to see that. Okay, let's keep going. Listen, Liz, you started it. I was just, I saw the moment, I saw the opportunity, and I didn't let it slip, you know? Because Mom Spaghetti isn't waiting for nobody. Yeah, I will be streaming tomorrow as well, Kagura. Same time. But yeah, it was a pleasure seeing you as always. Yeah, get some good rest in you. That doesn't sound particularly pleasant. I know, trust me, I've had plenty of migraines during my time. So get a good rest in you, and we'll regroup tomorrow. In a more favorable circumstances, shall we say. Well, I get, you know, monitored with Liz over here. Alright. I appreciate it, Gagura. I appreciate it. Have a good rest. If you're having a hard time falling asleep, just listen to some rain. Or, you know, listen to a Frenchman telling you about myth and mythologies like I do. That puts me right to sleep. Actually, yesterday I watched somebody bake cookies to fall asleep. And that was pretty nice. I was like, I know I gotta sleep, but I gotta know, how do you make double chocolate chip cookies? I just need to know. I can't fall asleep until I do. And I'm happy to say I learned it. Am I ever gonna bake? Probably not, but if push comes to shove and I gotta bake cookies, now I know how to. And that's what truly matters. I mean, I could just send you the video, Liz. Pretty straightforward. You just combine, you know, butter, sugar, flour, and chocolate chips, and, you know, then you shape it into cookies and bake it. I actually never baked in my life. I always wanted to try, but I feel like if I tried to bake something, my kitchen would just explode. You know, it's gonna be like a Raiden Shogun moment where any cooking I touch just fails completely. Because I can cook on the stovetop, you know, I'm pretty good at, like, you know, searing meats, stir fries, pasta, rice, stuff like that. But baking is very precise technique, you know, you gotta measure things, you gotta ensure the temperature is right, and I always go by feeling whenever I make something. I never go by recipe. And with baking, that's a big no-no. Because if you go my technique, you're probably gonna end up with a burned kitchen and no cookies inside. And that's not something you want necessarily. But I do want to try. Well, pretty good is like 7 out of 10, I'd say. You know? On a good day, 8 out of 10. Like, I'm not making Gordon Ramsay level meals over here, but you know, I've shared some pictures. You've seen, guys, what I make. It's okay. It's not like rocket science I'm making, because usually it's just, you know, some stir-fried rice with vegetables and meat. It's like, it's not rocket science, but you know, it still takes some time and effort, you know, and I'm proud of it. But baking, as I said, is just not something I've been fortunate enough to delve into. At least not yet. I still have, you know, time to learn, I guess. Maybe a few years. Before the ultimate demise of all hands reaches me. Actually, that's not true, because some of the greatest bakers out there are our grandparents, you know? Because I remember when I was a kid, every time I would visit my grandma, she would, like, bake so many treats for me. One of the go-to, she used to make these, like, waffle straws, kinda, and she would fill them with like dolce cream, kind of like caramel flavored, like very thick caramel type stuff, and I used to love it. And she would also bake like cookies and whatnot. She was really big on cooking. She still is, really, but I was, needless to say, I was happy on like mouth enjoyment level, but my body was in shambles. Because I would go to my grandma like at the beginning of the summer, a nice slim, you know, child, and I would come out like a roly-poly, just rolling around. Like Humpty Dumpty, you know, barely able to move from one side to another. My movement were accompanied by a tuba, you know, shall we say. I know, Liz, I mean, I've been trying my best to get into cooking as much as I possibly can because my diet before was very horrendous. I used to literally just dice up like vegetables, put them in a bowl with some olive oil, and then just like grill a couple chicken breasts, and that was it. That's all I ate, and maybe like some rice on the side. There was nothing like, you know, creative about it or anything, and I just used to eat that like every day. But now I go a little bit outside my comfort with like spices, sauces, you know, try to delve a little bit deeper into it. I know, like the greatest cooks in the world are old grannies. They just build different. Because their cooking you can't compare with like restaurants or anything. They so much better. I mean, that's a secret, Liz. I feel like they're just keeping all the old-timey recipes in their treasure boxes. Because I don't know if your great-grandparents or grandparents had it, but my both great-grandmother and grandma, they had a recipe book of their own that was filled with like handwritten recipes they may or may not have gotten from like magazines, other people, writings on the wall. I don't know where they got them from, but they got them somewhere, and they would store them like little treasure books, you know? And every time you would open it, it was like filled with different markings and like annotations to like tweak the recipe as you go. And I feel like if you don't have one of those, you just set up for failure. And that's a secret to success, you know? Trial and error. They fail so many times during their youth that by the time they reach the grandmother status, they perfected their craft, and they can bake with the best of them. But yeah, I am hopefully will get a chance at some point in the future to get baking, at least a little bit. Because I would like to learn how to make like cookies and whatnot, you know? But, well, you see, Liz, you are on your path towards grandmother status. I wish I was as dedicated. Listen, Hakim, if it works, don't break it. I'm over here chatting about, you know, cooking and recipes while AI Sama is just carrying me. And I feel like that's just the way the world is. You get the peak gameplay provided by the commentary of the ages, you know? You get best of the both worlds. Because I feel like if I put my meaty grabbers on this game, I'm just not gonna succeed, you know? Because the AI clearly knows something I don't. Well, Liz is as old as time itself. She is ancient. In fact, do you know Big Bang? More like Big Liz. She associated it all. You know, she just made it. Made all the universes appear out of thin air. Which may or may not be in her late 20s. In other words. But I didn't tell you that. I mean, I might, you know, I will have to get some flour, you know, because I don't keep, like, baking ingredients. I don't remember the last time I had baking soda in my place. So, whew. She caused it, Hakim. She was the progenitor of it all. But I am interested in your secrets, Liz. Because I don't think I ever seen you actually share your baking prowess. I know you shared some of, like, your normal cooking. But I didn't know you were into baking as well. I know, Hakim, I know. Preposterous, isn't it? She's already a retirement age, but still going strong, you know? She's still kicking. Doesn't even eat her cane yet, which is impressive. Exactly, Liz, exactly. I mean, that's one way of putting it, Hakim, you know? She just couldn't help herself. She just said, let there be light, and so it happened. Happens to the best of us. That's fair, Liz, that's fair. I was just curious, like, what you're actually baking, you know? Because baking is one of those things that I'm actually really fascinated by. Because it's very precise stuff, you know? With actual cooking, like normal, you know, savory dishes and whatnot, that you cook on a stovetop, they are impressive, but I feel like I can repeat them. But whenever I see like a cool looking cake or something, or like muffins or whatever, I always feel quite impressed by it. Yes, I do know that one. That one is actually really complicated, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's like one of the hardest cakes to make in the world. Let me just make sure I'm thinking of the right one. Yeah, I know this one. So I'm pretty sure it's like super hard, isn't it? Okay, let me quickly show this to you guys so you know exactly what Liz is talking about. So this is opera cake. It's like, it's basically, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like a very thin layers of dough mixed with like crema della creme, I think, dolce de leche, and some sort of biscuit type situation, and chocolate. I think that's how it goes. I'm a little bit hazy on the actual recipe, but it's like one of the hardest French cakes, or cakes in general, you can actually make. And it's really good. I don't really like cakes in general, personally. I feel like cakes are a bit too much. But this is actually really good. It does have like a complexion of tiramisu, but it doesn't have any coffee in it. So it's not as strong. It's very light. Does it have coffee liquor? Okay, I didn't know that. I thought it doesn't. I thought it just had like a very nutty flavor usually. But maybe it has coffee in it as well. I know you eat it with coffee. But, ooh, I actually didn't know you can put, I mean, you could probably put anything on it. But that looks actually really nice. Because I had it, well, the first time I went to Paris, my parents took me to like one of the cafes near Eiffel Tower. And they had coffee, and they got me like a cup of tea and a cake. And they got me opera cake. And I was like, wow, this is really good. It was still at a time when I actually liked sweets quite a bit, because I was like 12 at the time. And man, it went hard. It was really tasty. So if you get a chance, I definitely recommend it. I'm just impressed that Liz actually can make it. Because I don't think there's any other cake that's just as hard as that one. Because it involves a lot of like precision. And, oh wait. Did I lose? Golly. Okay, let's try it again. AI Summer finally failed me for the first time. Let's try it one more time. And if it doesn't work, then I'll put my meaty grabbers onto the case. That's just impressive to me, Liz. I'm honestly proud of you for that, because, as I said, I didn't know you were a baking enthusiast. And you just come out of wazoo, you know. It's like, you tell somebody that you're into boxing, you know, and then you realize that they're just like a heavyweight champion, like a spiritual successor of Mike Tyson. And you're like, oh yeah, I like boxing, you know, watch a lot. What about you? Do you enjoy it? And I'm like, Well, yeah, you know, I won a couple heavyweight champion titles in the past couple of years, but yeah, it's pretty fun. All nonchalant. Now I gotta see you bakeless, because they're just, you know, it's just gonna happen. Alright, let's see if Sama can redeem itself. Failed me last time, but maybe, just maybe, they can succeed this time. Oh, nice damage. Yeah, Toshiro is doing pretty well. So what other cakes are you able to bake, Liz? Now I'm curious. Give me like your full portfolio. Because we gotta compare. Maybe you even can bake like 1,000-layer cake or something. You know, just casually making it in background. Because actually the most impressive cake that I ever seen, it was, I think when I was in Japan. I went to a coffee shop there, and they had this like very thinly layered crepe cake, and it had like 100 layers of crepes, and in between each layer of crepe they had like different flavored creams, and it was honestly really cool. And it was like a rainbow colored one as well. I felt like I was getting attacked on the senses in the best way possible. Oh, interesting. Puff pastry is also pretty impressive. I mean, yeah, Premier can... I'm pretty sure you can freeze dough as well, can you? Because I know a lot of bakers, I think, do it. Well, crepes are easy to make unless you need to make 100 of them. And all of them to be like perfect as well, you know, in the exact same shape, is poof. She is. I mean, credit is when credit's due, you know? Liz is just gonna pull out her old trusty book companion, just see whatever recipes she got written on there, and impress us with your unbelievable prowess once again. Listen, AI-sama will clear this for me sooner or later. I believe in them, and they believe in me, and we believe in each other. If AI-sama can't do it, what chances do I get? Well, and if he can do it this time, I guess I'll give it a shot myself. Maybe I can do it. Maybe the human input is required after all. Listen, Toshiro might pop off. He might clear it in 5 seconds. I don't know. Unlikely, but possible. That was one heck of a shower, Angel. I know I told you to cleanse your sins away, but I think you took it a little bit too literal. Angel, I don't think that's a good mentality to have. I appreciate, you know, the enthusiasm, but I feel like it's a little more than just a cut. Okay, didn't quite. I'll give Aya-sama one last chance, because you know what they say, third time's a charm. And if he can't clear it then we'll go full caveman mode and actually try to clear ourselves. Because I can definitely clear it, you know, as a Apex gamer barbarian that I am, I clearly wouldn't even struggle with this stage. I'm just giving the poor old AI a chance to prove itself. Fair, Angel, fair. I mean, just make sure the next time you go there, you get a different gentleman. Or at least ask them to keep like a, you know, safe distance of a couple meters. Just to ensure that nothing goes awry again. Hi there, Kai. Glad to see you. How you doing? Okay, so far looking pretty nice. A little bit of a, you know, mishap occasionally, but not too bad, not too bad. Oh, very... Wait, graduate in December? Why would you graduate in December? I thought graduations always happen in like May or something. Let's do half year, I guess. I just never heard of graduation happening that early. Okay, so far not too bad. I feel like this might be a good one. Ah, I see. Interesting. Didn't know that. Because I was always thinking, like, yeah, the qualifications where you actually end the school or not usually happen in January. Oh, not January. June, rather. Ah, interesting time. I mean, it has been a whole minute since I've been in any educational facility, so my memory is a little bit hazy. So forgive me for that. Listen, I was talking about coffee, Angel, not Snickers bars. But you are the kind of man that would pay $20 for Snickers bar, let's be real. You gotta call spade a spade. I don't know about that one, kind. I'm as old as time itself. Okay, this is the last try I'm gonna give it, and then I'm gonna go full man mode, shall we say. I just compared the spending 20 bucks on the Snickers bar is equivalent to spending 20 quid on coffee, you know? It's a lot of money for something very mediocre. Because for 20 bucks, you can buy a cake, like a full-blown cake, and then still have some money left over. Whew. $8 for coffee, that's just a lot. I think I buy like really decent tea online, right? And I think I'd spend about like $10 for like a full bag of like 15 tea bags of tea. But I feel like that's a different scenario, you know? And you're just spending on one. Not even a bag of coffee, you know? Napoleon is a good one. I used to have that one as a kid a lot. Eclairs, tarts. Not familiar with Mogador. Empanadas, very nice. Red velvet carrot cake. I mean, Liz, you might have as well just said you made them all. Not really, kind. I mean, majority of like people that I know in real life, they around my age, to be honest. I just have a very old outlook on life, I guess. Angel, how could you say that? Unbelievable. Did you never hear saying all this gold? Unbelievable. Nonagenarian? Wow, you're really gonna do Liz like that? Not even a centenarian, you know? Golly, so wait straight to nonagenarian. Because, you know, at least with centenarian, you can be like, okay, 100 years, pretty substantial, but 90? I mean, that's not even halfway there. I will probably push out trial tomorrow. I don't have the brain power right now to actually try, to be honest. But I think tomorrow we're gonna try to push at least every single tower to like maybe 7th, 10th stage, somewhere there. Because I feel like my Ichigo is relatively well built now, and I probably can use my slasher team to actually get relatively far. Listen, I can use the Iron Tower, but I refuse. No, I want to do that actually manually, because with these story mode quests, I'm like, whatever, because, you know, there's no stakes. But I feel like if I don't complete the actual tower manually, I will not be able to look myself in the mirror. Because that's like the hardest content in this game, and if I just let AI cruise through it for me, I feel like I'm gonna be less of a man. And I can't allow myself to sink that low. Not yet, at least. If I won't be able to clear... Like, I'll give it a good college try for every single stage. I'll try at least, like, 10 times to clear it. And if I can't do it, I'll let AI to first try it for me. And then rinse and repeat, you know? I feel like that's gonna be the strategy. that may or may not implore. Okay, I think AI-sama got this in the bag. Listen, kind, I'm not pay to win. I'm free to pay, okay? It's still F2P. However, I acquired Aizen acquiring funds, you know? I merely held money that was supposed to go to Aizen anyway, and I just gave it to him a little bit sooner. That's just how it is, you know? I mean, Liz, you got it all, you know? The only thing you're missing is knitting, because, you know, that's a trademark granny trait. If you master that, you're pretty much set. Don't even have to try later on. Hard work indeed, Angel. Hard work indeed. Exactly. See, Liz gave her approval. I had to do it for the man. Have you guys seen Aizen's actual gameplay? Because okay, I'll show it to you after this. Because let me tell you something. It's peak. I actually haven't seen how Aizen plays, but whew, he looked awesome. That's not a bad idea, Hakim. I mean, I already kind of did it, uninvited, for the people on my server, you know. You take a first peek at what the whale's cooking, shall we say. And, yeah. That does sound like a fun idea, because, you know, I do have opinions, which may or may not be wrong. You know how to knit as well? Well, Liz, you're pretty much set for the granny status. You're gonna be granny MVP, if anything. Listen, kind, I didn't have a choice. Toshiro bled me dry. The man didn't show up when I was hoping he would. If he showed up earlier, I wouldn't need to resort to such ways, but unfortunately he hasn't. And I just didn't have a choice. I'll repent more for my sins later, but you know, it's just how it is. Liz, a better question is what you don't know. Like, this is gonna be a moment when we realize that Liz can do it all. And in fact, she was, you know, him all along. Okay, let me quickly show you the gameplay of Aizen, because I've seen a video yesterday. Like, Liz can probably do that if you ask her politely enough. Angel, let's be real. She's the kind of movement that can pull it off. Okay, let me find the video that I posted yesterday, because you gotta see this. Like, Aizen's gameplay is peak, and you'll understand why I had to succumb to the ways of, you know, doing unspeakable deeds, shall we say. And when did I send it? Man, there's so much stuff I forgot. Found it, okay. Okay. So let me quickly move it to the here. Listen, as I say, Angel, you ask Liz politely enough, she'll do anything. Now, let's watch this quickly. Look at this. Like, the man, the myth, the legend. This is actually a little preview for Gin as well, I guess. But look at that. Look at his basic attacks. Like, how cool is that? The man literally opens a reality slash. And then he does Bakudo 99. Like, how cool is that? And then you get Gin, which, you know, is Gin. It's fine. But Aizen, though. Ooh. 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 Like, I'm telling you guys, Aizen is a man. And then you get a little preview of Rangiku as well, who is pretty cool. I will not skip him, Hakim. You kidding me? I will never resort to such lowly ways as skipping my Lord and Savior Aizen. You kidding me? I will never forgive myself if I do that. Alright, let's continue. Let's quickly do these, I guess, just to get the Jades. You still didn't get Toshiro, Angel. I thought you were re-rolling, and by the time this week will roll around, I thought you were already done, since you didn't mention it. I see. You had to succumb to the ways of giving up. Happens to the best of us. Don't worry, I understand. Okay, we collected all that, that's fine. Yeah. This is my UID. Feel free to copy it, if you would like. Well, I don't know about wife, Liz. I'm more like equal husband status, you know? Because I feel like I can match Aizen prowess if I try hard enough. You know, I feel like we will be in a very equal partnership of romantic kind. And, you know, he will be equally sharing responsibilities, just like I would. You know, equivalent exchange at its best. Okay. Oh, exactly. Angel upcharges himself, you know? Just to erase his sins, the man upcharges it. Okay, did I actually... Okay, my stamina is almost max, so let's do some stamina grind while we at it, so I don't cap out. I think I'll probably do this one for a little bit, because I do need better Kisuke's stuff. I don't really have really good stamps on him, so I need to kind of grind for that a little bit. Let's put Bianca in there. Fair, Angel, fair. You're a given man. Nobody can take that away from you. Also, by the way, I think my friend list is full. I'll delete some people after this if any of you guys want to add me. Listen, no, Liz, come on. How many times do I need to tell you that I'm not in it for that kind of stuff? I admire handsome gentlemen. I don't have to make out with them. I don't swing that way. You know that. I'm just there for appreciation's sake, you know? I just want Aizen to carry me on his big, strong arms into the horizon. Look. Unfortunately, and I know it's unfortunate, I'm going to BL. It's not what I particularly look for when it comes to, you know, stuff like that. I'm ashamed every day that unfortunately I don't swing that way, Liz. It's unfortunate, but you know, I can't deny my nature. Unfortunately, when I look at a gentleman like Aizen, all I feel is admiration and respect, and nothing else. And that just, you know, that's unfortunate, but gotta do what you gotta. These are actually pretty fire, to be honest, because ultimate charge rate for Yorichi is pretty good, and Attack for Kisuke. I assume this is a third piece. It's actually decent. Metaphorically, Liz. Metaphorically. Definitely, guy. Definitely. Look, all I'm saying is it takes one tall, handsome individual to appreciate another. And I just have to, you know, when I see Aizen, I just feel like he makes me want to become better myself, you know? And that's the kind of individual you want to find in your life. The person that pushes you to become better, stronger, faster, and better again, I guess. Because, you know, you gotta double up on a betterment. Whew. Angel, let me tell you something. That's probably going to be the last mistake you'll make in your life. I wouldn't trust Star with the Rubik's Cube, let alone your gacha account. I do say that I actually did give her access to my Honka Starwell account. Which I don't know if she actually played on it, because I haven't logged in years, but... she is a dedicated grinder. I do agree with that, Angel. Grinder, though? I don't know. I don't know. That's remain to be seen. Okay. So with that being out of the way... Alright, I actually can activate a second bond here. Very nice. Angel is gonna hire a bunch of unpaid employees to do his bidding for him. Okay, so I get damage. Oh, I actually didn't know you get damage boosts. Ooh, this is a good one. Because you get 40% damage in Frenzy Feast. I feel like these bonds are like the key to success. I don't have any though. Man, I need myself an 11 squad, you know? Yes, Liz. I'm listening. Yeah, I believe so. Basically, if you are on CA, which is like new version, or you are in Europe, I don't think you can add me, unfortunately, because I play on like North American server, because I think the way it works is Crunchyroll takes care of Europe separately, and then it does North America and Britain together, because Britain is not technically part of Europe, so it's different regulations. But if you are a whale, if you like thinking of you know, whaling in this game, it's actually cheaper to play on NA than it is on Europe, because the prices are like 25% cheaper. Don't ask me why, I don't know. Probably regulations of some kind. So there is a benefit in that regard. I don't know who that is, Liz. I have no idea who that is. And if you think I do, unfortunately I don't. Okay, let's level up our Kisuke and Byakuya. Because I think I have enough... I'll have to watch their gameplay first, because I don't care about meta. I care about how fun a character is. Tax, that's probably the case, Kai. That's probably the case. Okay, let me quickly upgrade Kisuke. And then send him. Oof. Angel, good luck to you. I hate to say it, but I think you're not looking too great. Alright, no worries, listen. I'll take a look and I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Okay, nah, probably not gonna level it up, to be honest. That's fine. Let's upgrade Byakuya as well. Do I have enough for him? Let me just quickly check. How many do I have? Going by Uber to school, golly. I never heard a more privileged answer to a problem in my life. Back in my day, Uber wasn't even a thing, Angel. I had to walk with my own 2 legs. Oh, golly. Good luck with that, Angel, though. I appreciate the grind. Oof. Golly, Angel. I mean, to be honest, that is pretty smart. That is true, Kain. I mean, sleep is a privilege of very few people, unfortunately. Most of us are surviving, rather than, you know, having a restful night. I remember my time, when I was like in college, I used to sleep like 2 hours a day. From like all the exams and, you know, whatever else I had going on at the time. Okay, let's upgrade that. Okay, I need more. I need more of these little hammers. Fail is fair. I mean, I remember during my finals in high school, I think I went to like probably half of the exams with less than 3 hours of sleep. Just because of how nerve-wracking it was. And I couldn't just fall asleep. And I distinctly remember, the way I overcame it is I used to just keep in my backpack like a bar of dark chocolate that I would just devour before every exam. Because, you know, you always hear the chocolate is like boosting your brain power. So I was like, I don't have enough sleep in me, but you know what? Let me just quickly down this Lindt chocolate bar and I'll be good to go. And to be fair, I was having sugar rush, which maybe tweak a little bit, but it did kind of work. I mean, when Liz was but a youngin', you know, exams were basically survival. Can you outrun Tyrannosaurus Rex is basically your exam for qualifying the general education. And if you could, I mean, whew, that's basically all you need. But yeah, that was my like secret towards passing any exam I was unfortunate enough to get entangled with. Just devour a bunch of chocolate and then hope for the best. And to be fair, it did work out in the end. I did get decent grades on all my subjects. And you know, that's just a moral of the lesson. If you don't have enough sleep, just you know, steal the nearest confectionery treat you can find and consume it in the most prompt manner possible. Fair enough, Angel. Fair enough. Your dad must be a saint if he just allows you to, you know, cruise around in an Uber to school. Because if back in the day I asked my dad to like hire me an Uber to go to school, I would probably get just a laugh and just be like, no. Just walk. You'll be fine. Ugh. That's fair, kind, but the thing about sugar, right, is that sugar gives you a very quick energy boost for like about 2-3 hours, and that's usually how long exams last. So usually you have a crash right afterwards, but it's all about the timing of when you actually eat it. I would recommend like 5 minutes before the actual exam, before you need to go. Just devour it and you'll be fine, because your digestion takes like a couple hours to digest it anyway, so you won't feel it. And that will give you enough time to, you know, settle your nerves, settle your brain, and power through it, shall we say. Okay, do I have enough to level this up? I think I do. There we go. And let's level up Urahara's as well, because he does do quite a bit of damage for me. I'm missing one? Ah, come on. Okay, let's do it again. Cadbury is fair. I'm surprised you actually have Cadbury over there, Angel. I guess it is international, but Cadbury is pretty goated. Did you ever have a cream egg from them? Because cream eggs, they used to be my go-to like treat as a kid. I used to love those things, especially every Easter. Ooh, those go hard. Galaxy bars are pretty nice. I do remember them because they have like a very distinct chocolate flavor that you don't really get with any other bar. They have like a smooth, velvety kind of mouthfeel to it, which is very nice. But my favorite, I don't know if you guys heard of it before, called Aero, I believe, spelled A-E-A-R-O, like air, I guess. And that used to be like my favorite, because it was just like eating clouds. And I could just devour like a bar by itself in like 2 minutes flat. That's how good it was. Okay, let's use all of these. And yeah, that should be fine. Galaxy is like, okay. Okay, while we're on the topic of chocolate, I guess, let me give you a visual aid. So, this is Galaxy. well, this is Galaxy, but a different kind of Galaxy. Chocolate. There we go. So this is like, it has like caramel flavor to it. This is what it looks like. It's basically, think of milk chocolate together with caramel on the inside. It's actually really tasty. And we have, in UK, like a little box of chocolates that has mini Galaxy candy in it, which I grew up on as well. But apparently there's actually different flavors. I had the orange one before. I didn't have white chocolate. I had smooth caramel. I had salted caramel. I didn't have these three. I had this one, and this one. The other three, never heard of it. It does kinda, but this is chocolate. There we go. So this is Era. I used to have the orange one and the like regular chocolate one like a lot. Peppermint one is actually pretty good as well, but it's a little bit polarizing. I wouldn't recommend it all the time. But these three I like grew up on. These two I'm not quite privy to. I think those are like new one, like walnut and coconut. Never seen it. But they are actually, this is what they look like on the inside. So it's basically like these little air pockets. There is a marketing scheme to sell you less chocolate, essentially. But the taste is actually really good. It has like a honeycomb design on the inside. And it's really like soft and smooth. So like you can literally just don't even bite it. You can just, you know, put it in your mouth and it's gonna melt within like seconds. It's really good. You can even get apparently like pudding cups. I didn't know that. Didn't know Arrow is going into pudding. Man. Interesting. Huh. There's even like little melts. Golly. Arrow been up to stuff. But yeah, this used to be my favorite chocolate like of all time when I was a kid growing up. I used to eat it like almost every other day. My mom would usually pack me like lunches, and she would always include like there used to be like a little bite-sized ones. Like this is a full chocolate bar, but they used to have like minis as well, and my mom would always pack me like one of those, and I used to love them. Like kind of like this, kind of like that, like a little bar, and those were, ooh, love them a lot. Angel is just gonna go in caffeine overdrive. The man seeing red. Okay, when can I actually level up to 80? I mean, nowadays I don't really eat a lot of chocolate. I'm not a big chocolate enthusiast, but I used to be really big on them. I used to like enjoy chocolate a lot, but then my palate just changed, and nowadays I barely ingest any sweets. And if I do, I much prefer like either creamy desserts or like very fruity forward. But chocolate is just so overpowering, polarizing that I just never got like into it too much. Oof. Listen, Angel, you gotta do what you feel is right for you, you know? I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to, but... You know. Oof. I mean, this just sounds like my high school life in general, Angel. You literally just depicting what I used to do every time. Okay, let's do... We'll probably do... Let's do an unknown adventure for now, and then we'll jump to Frenzy Feast, because I need to complete that, since there's limited, like, tries and whatnot. So we'll do that, but while we're chatting, I'll just probably put this on the background. Let the almighty AI sensei guide us to salvation. You know what, let's watch Toshiro play a little bit, because, you know, we've seen Ichigo pop off all this time. Let's play around with Toshiro a little bit. And we'll go for basic attack. Because, you know, Toshiro is a basic attack monster, and you gotta get more for him. There we go. I mean, I usually used to have quite a lot of insomnia as well. And the trick that I always learned is to put some white noise in the background and drink a hot cup of milk with honey. Because milk with honey is like the ultimate remedy for sleeping. Because it just, I don't know why, it just puts you to sleep almost instantly. So if you go milk, Angel, and you go some honey, that's a key. You microwave like a cup of milk for like, I don't know, a minute. You add some honey to it, and you just drink that. Obviously stir it first, because, you know, if you just add honey, it's not going to do anything. But that's like the ultimate remedy. Fair, Angel, fair. Absolutely no worries. Hopefully your exams go swimmingly. I hope you don't get isekai by your father either. But if you do, you know, at least you're gonna go out in style. I don't know if I would watch ASMR of somebody drinking milk and honey. But I did say earlier that I did watch yesterday ASMR of somebody baking cookies to fall asleep to. So, you know, not too far off. That is fair. Liz, I get the same feeling. Like, if I eat something like cake, for example, I just can't stomach it personally. Fair, Angel, fair. I mean, don't we all wish that? Oh, the man is living that ultimate 7th grader dream, you know? Watch man get reincarnated into, like, Goblin Slayer universe. As a background NPC, he's gonna be like, well, time to go on my adventure. You get mowed down by a dragon straight away. It's like, well, that was something. That's a very determined no. Well, Angel, sometimes you can choose. Sometimes the almighty gacha roll be doing you dirty. You know, it's a 50-50 of life. You can either lose, or you can lose a little bit less. I mean, redo of the heal is another very strong option. Fair, Angel, fair. I'm just saying, you know, sometimes you can choose where you're going. Sometimes Lady Luck do doing you dirty. That's alright, Angel. Sorry for keeping you around. I just had to do it, you know? Just had to drop a little Goblin Slayer in there. I actually watched redo of the healer for against my own better judgment. And let me tell you something. It was something. I usually don't feel uncomfortable watching an anime. Ever. Like, I watch some crazy stuff. I read Berserk without even flinching. But something about redo of the healer was just like, you know what? Maybe not. Well, there's nothing really to expand. I was just a young, you know, whippersnapper out there looking for stuff to do, things to explore, and animation to watch. And I came across this show known as Redo of the Healer without any context of it. I didn't know about it at all. So what I decided to do was, you know, watch it, give it a shot. I watched a couple episodes and I was like, you know what? This is pretty rough. But I was too invested to quit because at that time, I was no quitter. I didn't know what the word stop meant. And I watched the entire season of it. And I regret that to this day. But that just happened, you know? Sometimes we make choices against our better judgment. And, you know, it was one of those times. Listen, don't you be slandering JoJo kind. JoJo is peak, okay? It's perfection. One of the greatest animes of all time. But yeah, if you do watch JoJo, in fact, I'll do you one better. I'll watch Baki the Grappler. Ain't nothing weirding me out. If you watch Baki, you're pretty much ready for anything and everything universe can throw at you. Okay. Yep, no worries, Angel. I hope you take the information and story in your noggin, and it will put you right to sleep. But yeah, Baki is like the epitome of randomness, to the best possible extent. I mean, which other show literally unearths a caveman, unfreezes him, calls him Pickle, and then said Pickle fights with anyone and everyone? You know? They're just the kind of thing that regular Joe Schmo shows won't do for you. It's only a peak enlightening experience can offer. Listen, look, JoJo is not for everyone, but if you get into it, you get into it. I do understand the comparison though, and it is fair, but It is like with anything, you know? If you suffer long enough, you're gonna appreciate it. Baki is goated. I watched Baki back in a very... I watched the original Baki, okay? A lot of people know Baki from, like, the latest versions, which, you know, have, like, really good animation and whatnot. I watched the old school Baki, you know, where he was fighting Yujiro for the first time. And, that stuff was top tier, even then. But if you've never seen Baki, I would recommend it highly. It's one of those shows that you can't put into words how good or bad they are. You just have to experience it and then make your own judgment, because there could be, you could ask two different people what they think about Baki, and one individual will say that it's the greatest anime of all time, and another will say that it's the worst anime of all time, and both of them will have valid points, you know? You wouldn't be able to argue with either, because it is the best, and it's also the worst at the same time, but that's the beauty of it. And as I say, you just have to experience it. I mean, the show literally has a premise where Baki's family, like the entire Hanma family, is tracked at any given point by satellites. And if two members of Hanma family decide to run at the same time, all the navigation in the world just ceases to exist. It stops working, because all the computing power is utilized in order to track these two individuals running. Do you understand how absurd that is and how awesome that is at the same time? Because I hope you do. And that's the kind of peak, you know, high-level thinking that you have to engage in order to appreciate Baki. Which not everybody can do. And then another point, Yujiro, like the strongest being within that world, literally fights a prehistoric mammoth and beats him with his bare hands. Tell me another anime that can do that. It's like, it's just peak nonsense done in the most perfect way you can possibly think of. And that's why I love Baki. It's one of my personal favorites. It's all on the same tier as Gintama for me. And Gintama is just silly for the sake of being silly. But Baki is silly unprompted. And that's what makes it good. Baki did get his demon back. Like, it's not as defined as Yujiro's, but he does kind of have it. Been kind of goated, base opinion. Your dad sounds like an absolute G. Can't dispute it, really. Listen, kind, sometimes you gotta show your love through a good old bear hug. And if you know, you know. If you ever read Mice and Men, that's basically what Yujiro's scene was based on. And I don't think I need to explain further. Ah, you're back. Well, achieving the real-life demon back is a different story. Good luck out there, Angel. May the gacha gods watch over you. Because you gotta need it. Also, it's a little bit strange that you're saving your cup of coffee from night till the morning, because I assume it's going to be cold. Also, why is my toaster tweaking now? So how is your progress, Kain? What are we looking at? Do you already go eyes or something on your back? I mean, let's be real, Angel's probably gonna be back in an hour. That's usually what happens. But the manager's gonna keep saying that he's going to sleep. Sleep for like half an hour, come back, play some gacha games, then say he needs to go to sleep again, go to sleep, sleep for another half an hour, wake up, realize it's 4 AM, and it's too late to sleep anymore, come back, play some more gacha games, and then be like, okay, I gotta head out. That's typical Angel routine to a T. And then, you know, obviously substitute with copious amounts of coffee in between. Alright. What did I say? You see... My point just proven just like that. I'm glad you're back, Angel. When you say record-breaking 24, I forget they usually get 40 degrees, so to me that sounds... Oh, that's pretty nice weather. Man. Do you really expect Angel to work out at 1 AM when there's so many gacha games to play, Kain? Come on. Well, Angel, at least you went. At least you went. That's what counts. It's not about your failures, it's about your successes. Well, it's not really about being in bad condition, it's more about, you know, maintaining your health. Because gym is one of those places where you don't necessarily need to go if you know, a dilapidated zombie walking around. Just, you know, for your own self-improvement. Oof. I mean, look, Kain, man, Angel is a man of principles. And he knows what's more important. Sleep is momentary, but gacha is eternal. And he appreciates that. More than anyone else. I mean, look, Liz. Angel's the kind of man to get a membership for gym, forget that he got it, and then realize a year later that he actually has one. And I'm just proud of him to, you know, at least showing up. That's sometimes more than you can ask from a man. Well, that's dedication right there. Because if you give it a good college try at the bare minimum, then at least nobody can say that you didn't try. And that's what truly matters. Okay, there we go. Let's do it a couple more times, and then we do Frenzy Battle. And go on from there. Let's go with crit. Get a little Kenpachi action. Alright, Angel, good night. And I'll see you in half an hour. Oof, oof. Look, as I say, Angel is a man of principles. It's, you know how in Japan, you're supposed to politely refuse a gift at least twice and only accept it for the third time? Angel has to go to bed twice in a row, then decide he's not gonna sleep, and then only on the third time be like, okay, now I gotta sleep. Now I can embrace the sleep. I showed my courtesy, now I can embrace it. So he's just being polite to his bed more than anything, you know? He rejects his sweet embrace, only to be lured into it later on. And I can respect that. I can respect that. Let's go with this one. That will do. Let's go with encounter. Plus, to be fair, it is Saturday. And Angel goes to school on Sundays, you know? So for most people, sleeping in on Saturday is not that big of a deal, but for Angel it is. So the man is living just Western style, you know? Listen, nothing quite like a little bit of rear choke, rear neck choke, in order to, you know, put somebody to bed. Because a good, well-placed armbar is all it takes for somebody to pass out. Yeah, no worries, Ken. We'll let you know his entire coming back and leaving routine. Don't you worry. But yeah, it was a pleasure seeing you as always, Ken. Get a good rest in you. I'll catch you tomorrow. Oof. I guess it's just you and me for now, Liz, until Greg shows up with one of his penalty one-liners. Because I believe Greg yesterday was partying at Burger King, you know, and having the time of his life. And he might have went for the seconds today. So we might get an entrance of a century. You know, Greg kicking down the door, putting his boots on the table. Well, that is fair, Angel. That is fair. I knew you were lurking around. No worries, Kai. It was a pleasure seeing you as always. And I'll catch you later. But yeah, Greg will be kicking down the door, putting his boots on the table, and giving you a good... Howdy there, partner. How can I help you? May I interest you in some good old-fashioned enlightenment? Right there? Did you know the human body can only digest 100% spirit alcohols because it evaporates in their system, causing internal burns? Huh, I say to that. I drank 110% today, and I'm perfectly fine. Having his inside spill out on the outside. Oh. Because the man did say that he wanted to drink uranium, you know? So he's not that far from it. I trust you, Angel. I trust you as much as I would trust a gacha addict with a credit card, you know? I would never question them. Because, you know, it's not about how much they spend with that credit card. It's all about how much they try not to. And that's what truly counts. They might max it out within the span of 5 minutes, but they might have a little bit of a come to Jesus moment while they're at it. That's what really counts. I'm a trustful man, you know, Liz. I trust in good of everyone. I don't like to have second guesses about anyone. I wouldn't say I'm a gullible individual, but I am very, very open-minded. I'm the kind of man that, I see somebody, C6ing their Chichi or something, I'd be like, well, man, that's not the ideal decision that I would make, but if that floats your boat, that's okay. If you want to play DPS Chichi, that's up to you, that's okay. I wouldn't do it, but that's okay. Ugh. I'm just not a judgmental individual, you know? I'm always open-minded, open-hearted, and open-brained. That's why I only have one brain cell. Because all the other ones just spill out. That is fair, Angel. That is fair, you know? A power of belief and power of friendship are two of the strongest powers this universe has ever known. All you need to know is how to channel them correctly. Very nice indeed, Angel. Very nice. Love to see it. I mean, that alone was worthwhile staying up for, you know? Just for that moment. I feel like it was all worth it. Now you can depart to the Slumberland in peace. In a few hours. Nah, it's absolutely fine, Kine. I understand you're taking the high road, and I appreciate it. Get a good rest in you. And I'll catch you tomorrow. Alright, Angel. I guess good night for now. I'll definitely see you later. But a joke aside, have a good night, Angel. And get a good sleep in you. Get a good rest so you can go bright-eyed and fully rested to your exam. Unless your dad decides to, isekai right then and there. Which from what you said may or may not happen. Alright. Let's see what we got. I guess now it's just you and me, Liz, in a Thunderdome. Finally, these young whippersnappers went to rest. It was a bad time. And now us oldies can have our own fun. So, what you been cooking up lately? Anything exciting? Like, what kind of masterful dishes were you making? Because man, the stream couldn't handle me talking about the cooking prowess. Decided to disconnect me shortly. But we are back. Apologies about that, guys. The British weather taking its best course, or worse, shall we say. But yeah, as I was saying, I might bust out my chef hat tomorrow and, try to cook up a feast of a century. We'll have to wait and see, because I do have some ingredients in a pantry that I need to use. I have some, nice bell peppers, some onions. I got some nice salsa, which I may or may not incorporate into said cookery. And see where we can go from there. Because I was kind of craving burritos lately. And I do have some nice, like, beans and rice. So, I don't have any tortillas, but I might get some. On my way from my morning run that I usually do on the weekends. And maybe make some nice burritos. If I remember, Liz, it's one of those things, like, I keep telling you, every time I do a stream, I just completely forgot what I was doing the day after. It's kind of like a little Man in Black moment, where I just get neuralized as soon as I skedaddle out of here. Well, I go refried beans, and I go baked beans. And I feel like refried beans probably would go harder. Because baked beans, you know, are just not the same. Although you can use them, like mix them with rice maybe. But I prefer nice refried beans. A nice silky texture, you know. Okay, let's go with this. Well, that's probably going to be the plan, because I have some salsa as well, which I can add to there. And it already has, like, pico de gallo in there, with, like, onions and, you know, tomatoes and all that. I just like beans in general. I never have them on toast, because, you know, I respect myself. And I feel like beans are just supposed to be enjoyed in their purest form. Fair enough, Hakeem. Fair enough. I mean, that's what usually people treat it as anyway. Just a British man yapping about random things while some gameplay happening in the background. It is essentially a podcast with some gameplay in the background. Kinda. Where we talk about random things. So yeah, if I do make it tomorrow, Liz, I'll share my creation. The only question is, and I gotta get it from, you know, authentic Mexican source, which is you in this case, Liz. Do you usually mix beans and rice together, or do you add them separately? Is my question to you. Because I had them made both ways to me, and I don't know which one is correct. Liz is multitasking maniac just like me. I mix it as well, to be honest. I don't just like, you know, just a bean bite, because for me, a perfect burrito is where every bite has equal ratio of everything. Like, your protein gotta equal to your beans and to your rice. The worst part is when you get just beans and rice bite, because, like, it's just not it. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Hakeem. Go with that. Unless you get burrito bowl. Because burrito bowl, I feel like it's pretty good, actually. Where you basically just cut out the middleman and you skip tortilla entirely. Both are correct, Liz? Fair enough. So it's up to everybody's interpretation, basically. Well, that is fair. That's fair. Because it's like, you know, it's basically... Asking food-related questions is always a tricky situation, especially if you ask Italian-based question to Doc, because that man is going to tell you the entire history of his family and why the way you do it is incorrect. If you ask the wrong question. Because I was tempted to make a pizza, I think a couple months ago, because I had some company coming over. Like a couple friends, and I wanted to like make some food for them, and I was like, I have some dough in the freezer that I got from my mom, because my mom was like making some stuff, and she was like, oh, I got this dough, do you want it? And I was like, okay, I'll take it, I guess. So I had some made dough, like homemade dough, which I could have like just unfrozen and, you know, stuck a bunch of things on. And I was like, if I ask Dark for advice on this, I feel like either A, I'm gonna trigger another war happening by asking the wrong question, or B, I'm just gonna have Dark fly over all the way from Italy and make it for me instead. And both options just didn't seem that much appealing. Because there's one thing asking an angry Italian man to help you with something, and there's another thing having an angry Italian man help you with something. Because both might sound the same, but they're very different. I know, Hakim. I mean, Italians take their food to a whole new level. Because don't get me wrong, their food is bomb. I love Italian food, but man, if you mess with it, you better be prepared for consequences. You better be prepared for some hand gestures, you know? And some mamma mia! How dare you desecrate my food! I'll bury you 6 feet under with all the pineapples. I'm gonna grow a pineapple tree out of you. Oh man. I mean, look, I would ask very nicely, but I still feel like that wouldn't go over too well. They will probably bury me 6 feet under. I mean, I remember watching a video of some guy who actually tried to deliver like pineapple pizza to people through like a pizza delivery service when they buy something. And he would just like deliver pizza. He would open the package and basically wait for their reaction. It would be exactly what they ordered, just with pieces of pineapple on top. And one guy literally just got into his face and started pointing on his forehead and basically tried to explain why pizza on the on the pineapple on pizza is a sacrilegious sin. He was like, my ancestor didn't, you know, go through years and years of oppression in order to, you know, make this happen. You unbelievable heathen. How could you dare to sacrilege such perfect dish? Unbelievable. Do you know what pizza is, you unbelievable swine? Stuff like that, basically. And it didn't help that the guy was wearing the most goofiest outfit ever. He was like wearing a wife beater and a pair of shorts with a clearly receding hairline. And wearing like Adidas shoes, you know, some nice sneakers. And trying to preach the good word of food. It was really funny, to be honest. I just watched a YouTube video, to be honest, Liz. I just googled how to make pizza at home and, you know, I just did it whatever I found. And to be fair, it was actually pretty decent. It wasn't like the greatest pizza I ever had, but, you know, I tried my best and it was alright. I made like a very nice chicken barbecue pizza. And, you know, it went pretty hard. Because I love me a good chicken pizza in general, and barbecue sauce, like, just goes really nicely with it. Some nice mozzarella cheese on top, a little bit of grated Gouda, because, you know, I like this smoky flavor, and I felt like it really paired nicely with chicken, and it went pretty nice. That is a strong, strong belief about pineapple pizza. Personally, I don't think it's that serious. Is it my favorite? No, really, but, you know, it's food. You know, if you're desperate enough, you'll eat anything. I'm more opposed to ham, to be honest, because I feel like ham on pizza is just not my thing, personally. It was pretty good. I mean, barbecue chicken in general, like pizza, is very popular in UK. It's like that and like Four Seasons kind of pizza, where you get like 4 quadrants of different toppings. We get that quite a lot as well. And I was thinking like your classic, you know, meat feast type pizza, where you get like sausage, pepperoni, sometimes you get some chicken, ham, stuff like that. I mean, fellas, I can try, you know? I can try. As I said, it wasn't me that made the dough, so I felt like all the heavy work was done for me, because I just slapped a bunch of toppings on it and rolled it out. So it wasn't like me actually making it, necessarily. But, you know, I put it in the oven. That was as far as my cooking went. But I do agree, barbecue chicken is probably my favorite pizza topping, personally. I do like a good sausage on pizza as well. Like, very nice sausage goes quite far, especially like spicy sausage. Oh, really good. But my actual, like, of all time favorite pizza, now that I think about it, is actually goat cheese and red onion. With a little bit of, like, I think arugula. It doesn't even need to have meat. It goes so hard. I loved it. I used to eat it, like, all the time. Especially when I was in, like, high school. I used to get these, like, frozen pizzas. And it was a relatively decent brand, actually. And it was, like, goat cheese, red onions, arugula, and olive oil sprinkled on top. With, like, I think a little bit of salt and pepper. And it was goated. Like, no pun intended. It was absolutely amazing. I loved it. And it's like super simple toppings, but for whatever reason, they just work really well. Like goat cheese and onion, like red onion in particular, they just blend so seamlessly. And it's amazing taste. If you never had it, I would urge you to try it. Like, let me Google if I can find the one I used to have. Goat cheese, a red onion. It's and the trick that I used to do is if I felt like in particular like meaty mood, shall we say, I used to add a little bit of prosciutto, and I would like add it at the end of cooking so it crisps up, and it would be like a little nice morsel bite of prosciutto on. Oh, it was good. But this is basically kind of what it looked like. Instead of rocket, it used to be arugula, but I think rockets were just as good. And man, it's so nice. And then occasionally I would make it like this. So it would be like caramelized onions, goat cheese. It was caramelized onion as well. Red caramelized onion. That's very important. And I would add like little strands of prosciutto on top. And I would bake it in the oven a little bit longer for that. And man, it was good. Man, it was good. And if you want a little extra hack, add a little bit of basil on top. Like shredded basil. Man, it was tasty. I love prosciutto. Prosciutto is probably my favorite like meat in general. It's so good. I used to eat prosciutto by itself. In fact, when I used to like work out a lot, I used to just get as a meal like a bag of prosciutto that I would just open up, and I would eat it together with like slices of cheese. I would get like Gouda cheese. I would wrap up prosciutto inside of it, and I would stick a little gherkin inside because I like the acidity, and I would just eat that. Or better yet, fresh cucumber. Fresh cucumber actually went harder, but I really like gherkins. So it's either cucumber or gherkins, depending on what you prefer. And man, it was going hard. I loved it. It was such a little hors d'oeuvre that I used to make for myself all the time. And I would just eat like 20 of those, and that would be me done for the day. It was amazing. And if you want to go an extra mile, you can dip it in sour cream as well. Like, you get a little bit of sour cream, mix a little bit of soy sauce in there, and you can dip it in there if you want it to be dippable. I usually didn't, but occasionally, like, a nice creaminess of sour cream just cuts through the richness of, you know, the prosciutto, and it elevates a little bit the creaminess of the cheese, because the Gouda is really smoky, so you mix smokiness with, like, a very nice creaminess, and man, and soy sauce just adds, like, a hint of sweetness that you mix with it. And let me tell you, absolute go to tea of like food in general. Not even hors d'oeuvre, but as an hors d'oeuvre, it goes hard. So I was a little bit of a chef even back in the day, you know? Making my own hors d'oeuvres. Salmon is pretty good. I do love salmon. I think my favorite like protein in general is probably tuna, personally, because I just like tuna. I feel like tuna is one of those most versatile fish out there. But salmon is close second, personally. And then I would put prosciutto, because I like fish a little bit more than I like meat. But prosciutto is gold tier. Like, meat-wise, I don't think there's any better meat out there, personally. Maybe like a really good steak, but you gotta be in the mood for steak. I can eat prosciutto every day, but I can't do like steak. Although I do like chicken as well, but chicken is just not on the same level. Double cream cheese? I didn't even know you can double cream your cheese. How do you achieve double cream cheese? Is it like you combine 2 cans of cream cheese into one? I know regular cream cheese. I never heard of double. I just think tuna is really good. And the way I usually eat tuna is I basically add it into like my ragu as a protein, or chicken, one of the two, because it makes like a very nice seafood ragu, and man, it goes hard because it's like a very unoffensive protein that you can add to anything. And also sometimes I even made omelets with tuna. Like I would use tuna with some eggs, and I would mix like a little touch of sour cream in there to make it creamy, so it tastes like a tuna melt almost, with a little bit of cheese on top, and it's actually really, really good. You obviously gotta love seafood for that, but if you got some extra shrimp in there as well, you can add that as well. Just make it like a full seafood buffet, and it goes hard. My rookie clipping through Urahara over there. Golly. Ah, Philadelphia one. Okay, so I see what you mean. Because I know that one, but I just didn't know how you would make double cream cheese personally, because that just sounds a very foreign concept to me personally. Because I had Philadelphia before, I just never heard it called double cream cheese. Because cream cheese in general, I'm not like the biggest fan of personally, because it's a lot. I do like it with like some crackers or something, but I feel like if you add it to food, like on bagel with salmon, I can envision that, but it's just so rich, you know, and it overpowers a lot of things. I just much prefer like Greek yogurt or sour cream, personally, like base type of spreads and whatnot, because with cream cheese it's like super heavy dairy, so you gotta be in a specific mood for it. But on a bagel with some salmon, or lox, as you know the Jewish people call it, is actually pretty good. Some pickled red onions on top, I mean, man, that's a good meal right there. I mean, my stepfather is a big fan of cream cheese. He usually gets like those Philadelphia cream cheese, as you're saying, and he uses it as a dip. So he gets like a bag of crisps or chips, and he just uses it as a dip. And to be fair, that's not a bad idea. It just seems like a lot. Because usually he goes through like 1/4 of the cream cheese and about 1/4 of the chip bag, and he usually finishes in like 2-3 days. And I'm like, well, I can probably polish that in a day if I really tried hard, but just going consistently for that is a lot. And also use it as a dip. That's a very bold maneuver. Oh, so it's a different kind of milk maybe used, or like mixing process. Kind of like Greek yogurt and a regular yogurt maybe? Probably the way you process it in. Oh, interesting. I mean, to be honest, that sounds better, because cream cheese is usually like butter. It's probably how much cream you add that makes a difference, because I believe the regular cream cheese is basically you add cream towards like milk, and that's how you make cream cheese. That does sound pretty nice, to be honest. Because I'll say Philadelphia cream cheese is just really heavy. Like, I wouldn't be able to eat it by itself. Like, I can eat, for example, Greek yogurt. Because you leave me with a tub of Greek yogurt, I'll polish it by the end of the day. You leave me with a tub of cream cheese, I'll probably be struggling by, like, the 5th tablespoon. I wouldn't be able to stomach it. Because it just feels like you're eating a brick inside your stomach, you know? That's not particularly a feeling I'm looking forward to when I ingest any sort of food. Unless I'm in a mood for it, that is. Because sometimes, you know, you just want a nice, good old-fashioned brick of sustenance inside your system. And nothing wrong with that. Okay, let's buy all of these. Alright, Ranger, let's see what you got. Listen, Hakim, we gotta make our own fun over here. When us two oldies get together, we're talking about, you know, food, our own alignments, who we dislike, you know, the good old-fashioned octogenarian talk. And you guys are just here to witness it. I told you before, this is essentially a podcast with a little bit of gameplay on the background. You'll get some gameplay after I'm done with this, because we're gonna do some frenzy battle. So that's gonna be when I lock in, if you will. Yes, Liz, I'm listening. It's one menacing look from a menacing man. Listen, Liz, don't apologize. It's absolutely fine. I'm pretty sure not everybody that watches the stream is like the big Bleach head. Plus, I know all about Bleach anyway, so it's like, it's all good. If somebody has a question about Bleach, I'll answer it. You tell me what's the coolest fight in Bleach, I'll tell you straight away, and that is Ulquiorra versus Hollow Ichigo fight. Best by none. So it's all good, Liz. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. That was a little bit of Bleach moment for you. There we go. I think I need to do one more to cap it out. Okay, might as well do this one again. Let's go with... we did combo, we did crit, basic attack, let's do no damage. Why not? Try out a different one. It's alright, Liz. As I said, no worries whatsoever. I get the same sometimes, to be honest, because, like, my brain sometimes just operates in, like, Russian or something, you know? Or Ukrainian. And sometimes I, like, think of something creative to say. And then I'm like, getting silent for a second. And I'm thinking, okay, how do I put this in English? Not just for streams, but, like, in general day-to-day life as well. Which is a struggle. Because sometimes, I don't know if there's many bilinguistic people out there, but sometimes you think in a certain language, which is usually like your home language, and then you speak in a different one, and sometimes you do like in real life translation. You basically have a little Google AI inside your brain. They're basically just telling you what to say based on what you're thinking, and sometimes the wildest gibberish comes out. I mean, Hakim, she is only proud and loud 6,999 years old. You know, she's still kicking it. She may have lived longer than received no humanity, but she's still full of young spirit, shall we say. I know, Liz, I know. I mean, usually people call you grandma, I know that. At least aunt is very, you know, it's a slight upgrade. Well, you started with big sis, then you evolved to grandma, and now you're back to aunt status, you know? You're evolving and regressing at the same time. I don't remember the mom phase, okay? I probably was out of that one. I know, Hakim, I know. He is an enlightened individual like any. As I said, Liz, you like the immortal jellyfish, you know, the one that lives forever, where it grows to adulthood, reaches its old age, and then regresses back to its infancy. You're doing the same, you know, you're going through sister phase, mom phase, then own phase, and then, you know, evolving to your granny phase, and then regressing backwards. There's a secret to your immortality, if anything. Ah, fair enough. But Mudar is special, you know? Mudar is special like that. I did see what it was doing, but you know what? I'm not going to question it. Because as soon as I start questioning AI, my stream crashed a couple times. Not crashed, but like dropped connection for a little bit. So I feel like AI is very persistently watching me. So I better not slander it too hard. Otherwise, we might get a little disconnection action happening. Golly. Toshiro, stop freaking out. Relax. Oof. The man's frame is so large, he doesn't know what to do with it. Toshiro, relax. I feel like he's getting clipped on Urahara's technique, like the little balloon guy, and he just doesn't know what to do with himself, what he does. Which, you know, to be fair enough. I mean, if we all got stuck in that kind of situation, would we know what to do? And the answer is probably not. Oh, jeez Louise. Okay, let's keep going. That being out of the way. Oof. Okay, let's buy this. That's fine. Oof. I mean, Liz was there to see the progenitor of all dinosaurs, let alone witnessing them herself. She was chasing after Tyrannosaurus Rex, not the other way around. They were covering in fear when she was perusing the plains. She was treating them like little chihuahua kind of pets, you know? Just little cute animals that sometimes came over to say hi. She was the progenitor of Cinderella, but a different kind, shall we say. Instead of speaking to birds, she was speaking to, you know, velociraptors or something. She was a lizard tamer like any. Exactly, exactly. If anime told me anything, it's not about how strong you are, it's about how you carry yourself. Because if your intimidation stat is maxed out, that's all that matters. Okay, let's go with this. And let's go with this. Let's go with that. That's fine. Okay, let's go for encounter again. I actually remember reading about dinosaurs recently, and I didn't realize that the scientists actually discovered that they believe they used to have feathers, so they're not even lizards, they were just giant chickens. And now, considering how we treat chickens, I feel like we are asking for, you know, trouble. Because a 20-meter tall chicken is a different kind of story, you know? We might think twice before eating those guys. I mean, we would be cooked indeed, Hakim, but I feel like there would be people crazy enough to try to cook them instead. Because our track record with wildlife, unfortunately, throughout history is not, you know, the greatest. Consider how many different life forms we unfortunately isekai'd from existence. Failures. I mean, they do exist still in the real world, because crocodiles and like alligators are like the closest thing we have to actual ancient dinosaurs. I mean, have you ever seen a croc in the wild? Probably not, but you've seen pictures definitely. And those guys are pretty much real live dinosaurs. And they also have, I think they recently discovered like a couple of years back, the giant squids. And that is a squid that's like 30 to 60 meters long. If that's not Kraken, I don't know what is. Well, you see, egg came first because chicken is not the only animal that laid eggs. And in fact, even fish lay eggs. You know? So I'm not sure why people struggle with that question so much, because clearly the answer is neither. Because in order to come into existence, you have a high being that put them in there. Evolution didn't just appear, you know? There had to be some, like, heavenly realm cultivator that just popped them into existence, both at the same time. And that's how both started to exist. I mean, what are those Komodo dragons are real? Because have you ever seen Komodo dragons? Those guys are actual dragons, just without wings. The Dino, let's see you. My Toshiro is not that strong yet, because I don't have his core stamp. I think he's rocking about 19k right now. So, not too bad, but not great. I can probably push a little bit higher. But for now, I'm not really focusing on upgrading him too much. I mean, that's fair, Hakim, but you know, evolution is a tricky beast. Because what if there was a fish that decided to go on shore and started laying eggs, and what came out of said egg was a chicken? We don't know. Oh, so you go core or stamp. Yeah, you see, core stamp makes all the difference, to be honest, for your battle power. But as I said before, battle power is all about numbers, you know? It's all about how you actually build them. I mean, probably. I'm banking on trying to get his core stamp when I pull for Aizen. Because right now I'm in full saving mode for when Aizen comes out. I'm saving all the corridor keys I can. And hopefully I'm banking on trying to get Toshiro's while I try to go for Aizen's. Because I probably will save up about 100 by that time, somewhere there. Maybe a little bit less, but I'm kind of hoping there will be enough. That is fair, Hakim. So you don't go full flat defense on every single piece. Is that what you're telling me? Just because it gives you a higher battle power. Preposterous, truly. No wonder you didn't make it into top 10. On Gin's event, like, come on. Don't you understand that those whales play a different kind of game to us? They know something we don't. Oh, very nice, Dino, very nice. Absolutely no worries, Dino. It was a pleasure seeing you as always. And hopefully have a good night. Catch you later. But yeah, 20 bucks for a core stamp is insane to me. I feel like there's much better things to spend your money on. Even if you want a whale, I feel like the core stamp is just a rip-off. I feel like if they drop the price to 10 bucks, there will be like a nice little sweet spot where you feel like, okay, for 10 bucks, what I can buy? You can buy, you know, Battle Pass, you can buy 2 monthly cards. And 2 monthly cards is essentially, you know, 4 10-pulls. And I feel like 4 10-pulls worth of currency is a decent value for that. But 20 bucks is just a lot. Okay, let's see. That is fair, Hakim. I mean, I'm kind of the same, because I upgraded my, like, relatively mediocre pieces to level 10 stamps, just to get the extra boost. But I'm not going to upgrade them any higher, because I personally don't see a point of it, until I get, like, really solid pieces. Because it's like, you're wasting resources at that point. I really don't like, you know, just leveling something up for the sake of leveling it up. It just seems like very wasteful. And also, if I get like decent piece, I'd much rather, you know, grind for other resources for now, until I can scale up to higher level and actually grind stamps much more frequently. Because until I reach like level 60, I probably won't be able to grind like too much of stamps, because I only get 1 to 2 pulls, and I feel like after you reach like the max difficulty, that's when you start to, you know, lock in and grind stamps all the time. Because right now I spend my stamina on like upgrading characters, upgrading their weapons, upgrading, you know, their skills. Because I feel like if you do that now, later on when you reach to the max level, and you can actually start grinding stamps like for real, that's when you will see the highest return value on your investments. Same thing why I don't grind for stamina. Like, I still have, I think, 62 pills right now for stamina, and I just don't use them because I feel like it's wasteful to be using them unless you reach the max level difficulty. Because when you reach the max level difficulty, that's when you unlock, like, the max gain. And then it just makes way more sense to start upgrading your characters then, with, like, the spirit pills that you got, and also grind stamps. Because as soon as I reach the max difficulty of stamps, I'm just gonna dump all my spirit pills and do, like, I don't know, hundreds of runs, basically. And just going from there. So I'm playing the long game, essentially, is basically what I'm saying, which is what I've been doing for every game I played like this. I feel like that's just the smartest move you can do, in general. Because speed running to level 60 is just not, you know, is not something you should be focusing on. Just play the game day to day, you'll get there eventually. And this is one of those games where you don't have the pressure of, like, keeping up with other people anyway. Because eventually everybody plays their own game. Like, I know there's ranking and whatnot, but the rewards are not that significantly different for different ranking tiers. That you need to, like, reach, you know, top 100 in every event. It just, you know, if you want to, that's fine, but you don't have to. And I feel like that's pretty good. Because there's nothing worse than being forced to, like, play a certain way a game. Because if you play, like, competitive games, then it's a different kind of whole beast. Because then you have to adapt to, like, metas and whatnot. But single-player games, you know, you can do whatever. You can build flat defense on every single character and make them take, like, 1 damage, you know, while you're doing 1 damage yourself. Have a battle of attrition. Instead of, you know, going for DPS. If that floats your boat, so be it. Okay, got some nice rewards there. That is fair, Hakim, but as I said, it's all about whether you wanna save up and actually push at level 60, or if you wanna push to level 60 and then just play the game normally. And I personally lean towards the first, just because that's what I always did. And you do get, like, a level a day, essentially, or so you can get to level 60 within, like, a month or so, which I feel like is not that long of a wait to be pushing it. And also, they disable, like, guilds anyway, so there's no real incentive for you to, like, be pushing stuff anyway, because guilds were, like, the only thing that would force you to have, like, really good build characters, because you probably get the pressure from your guildmates to, like, do a lot of raids and whatnot, at high difficulty as well. But until that returns, I feel like, you know, everybody just have an easy street, because the hardest content right now is, I guess, Frenzy Feast. And the thing is, the only thing you should be pushing for is these rewards anyway, not the ranking, because ranking doesn't really matter. It doesn't do anything, really. And I guess cooperative campaign, but even here, like, the rewards are not that different. Like, I usually reach either top 20 or top 50. But if you go top 100, I mean, you get, like, what, 10 extra jades, 200 more of these, like, Koban gold pieces, and, like, 6k more gold. I mean, that's just not anything worthwhile, you know? Which is probably a good thing, to be honest, because it doesn't force you to, you know, grind all the time and make sure all your stuff is, like, super upgraded and whatnot. Okay, let's see. Is there anything I can upgrade as well as decent? I guess I just upgrade everything, because, to be honest, I already upgraded all the damage, I believe. Yeah, let's just upgrade all of this. I remember when I used to play Honkai Star Rail, actually, it had similar game mode to this, and I think I 100%ed it within, like, the first week of release of the game. Because I was, like, crazy about 100% in their game at a time. So this reminds me of that. Quite a bit. Okay, I'll just upgrade everything, I guess. So upgrade all of those. I mean, yes, they did, but you know what? I feel like a lot of games nowadays copy each other anyway, so it's not really that big of an issue for me personally. Because at the end of the day, you know, it is a game mode that's has been around forever. Like, these kinds of game modes, Honkai Star Rail wasn't the first one to make them. And they just, like, kind of polished it and made it what it is. But it's fun enough, you know. You go in, you test your characters, test your builds, and get some rewards for it. Yeah, they do. They do. As I said, it's pretty much a mainstay in these, like, open world gacha games nowadays. These kind of game modes, like the Tower, you know, is nothing new. That's basically like Abyss, or, you know, Wuthering Waves has exactly the same game mode, basically, where you go and you fight a bunch of bosses and whatnot. Unknown Adventure, same as Honkai Star Rail, you know, boss battle is nothing new. Frenzy Battle is a bit of a, I guess, different take on boss battle, so that's kind of like unique to this game in an extent. But, you know, I feel like if you take a game mode and you make it better, or at least you don't make it worse than the one you're copying, I feel like that's good enough. So let's claim our dailies. Ooh, I'm actually almost level 53. I'm kind of wondering if I'll be able to... I mean, look, I haven't played Honkai Star Rail in a hot minute, but we do have a couple guys in Discord who, like, grinding it all the time. And they keep telling me about, you know, like, all the power creeps and whatnot. And I'm just like... It just doesn't sound fun, you know, when every single, like, new game mode, a new character that gets released, is just power creeping the old one. To me, that just sounds like a recipe for disaster. And I'm not sure if it's just me, but those kind of things are just very off-putting, personally. Because I feel like they just diminish the fun of the game itself. It just makes it more of a chore, because you feel like, oh, if I don't pull this character, I'm not gonna, you know, be able to do this. If I don't, you know, get this stamp, I'm not gonna be able to do that. Or like Lycone, I think they called, from memory. Have stamps on my mind. But yeah, it's, I don't know. I just don't like the game which force you to get certain things in order to actually play the game. Whew. Yeah, you see, that's a kind of thing that I'm just not into. I like the games that allow you to use any unit you want, no matter like how old or how new they are. Like, you might not be able to clear the content as fast or as efficient with the old units, but I still like the idea of being able to do it, you know? I don't like when the game actually forces you to, like, lock in and use certain units. You know, or certain, like, team. Because if you don't have the freedom of choose what you want to play and how you want to play, then it's just not fun. I don't know. Maybe just me, but that's always has been my take on these kinds of things. Okay, let me quickly claim all of my bounty. Ooh, look at that, guys. I mean, who would have knew all it takes is a power credit card to get resources? Anyway. Let me quickly claim this stuff as well. And I maxed it out, actually. And just like that. I don't think it was a stream, Liz. I think it might have been on your end. Because I just checked. I think everything is alright on my end. We did have a couple, like, small mini crashes, I believe. But it has been relatively stable now, I think. Okay, do I want to upgrade these two to level 60? I don't know. Oof. I guess? Because I'm just trying to think for Frenzy Battle, because I believe this Toshiro probably will be in the next Frenzy Battle anyway. And I do need a little bit stronger team for him. Really? Interesting. Because as I said, I haven't played Honkai Star Rail in a hot minute, so I have no idea what the, like, current climate of the game is. But I believe last time I played, Jin Yuan was still kind of popular. And he was like the unit that I first picked when I was still playing the game. Like very distant, like 2 years ago at this point. And I was really happy that he was actually usable still. Because that gave me like actual reason to play with him. You know? The actual point of improve his team and actually get him like newer characters to make him even better. But I feel like if that's not the case anymore, that's a little bit upsetting. Okay, we gotta grind a little bit for resources, level up our Momo and Rukia. Well, that's disappointing. Because I remember I watched recently a video on like gacha revenue games, just because I was curious. It popped up in my feed, and I was just like perusing just to see like what's popping, you know. And that video popped up, and I was like, hey, you know what? That sounds interesting. Let's give it a watch. And guess what? First game revenue-wise was, because you probably know, and I probably don't need to tell you what it is, but the amount of money they made was pretty staggering. And if you think it's Love Deep Space, it's not the case. I know the game has been like super popular in Gacha World, but it didn't even enter top 3, I believe, in like the latest like autumn months. It was Honkai Star Rail, and I think they made $82 million in November alone. $82 million in 1 month. In 1 month. And they can't give you a higher stamina cup. So that just puts things into perspective, you know? That people clearly don't care. And they're willing to spend money anyway. Or was it? Okay, fair enough, fair enough. But I was just baffled by how can a game pull the amount of revenue in 1 month. Because that just sounds insane to me. Because I would understand if there was like yearly profit. Or even no year, maybe like a quarter profit, like across 3 months. For a game like as big as Honkai Star Rail, that would make sense. But $82 million in 1 month? That's just insane. And I think the second one was, I think it was either Genshin or Love Deep Space. It was one of them, and I think both of them made like 20-something million, which is still low money. And then like all the other ones, and I did sport actually this game in there, and it was like making 8.2 million. I think it ended top 20, and I was like, man, that's actually kind of good. Because, you know, I'm glad this game doing well, but the Honkai thing just blew my absolute mind off. Because I was like, whew. I'm not playing the game, but man, I wonder what people buying. Because that's a lot of clams to be spending. Because I think after playing the game for like about a year, I only spent once in it. And I bought the battle pass and the monthly card once. And that was it. Because after that I was like, it's not really worth it. Hi there, Sadvi, glad to see you. Really, Hakim? Interesting. I saw the collab. I remember seeing it. But I was like, man, that just sounds like, whew. I'm just very flabbergasted by how obsessed people are with that game, because all it is essential turn-based RPG. Like, you don't even technically play the game necessarily. All you do is you clicking button, you know, of attack. And I don't know if that's just me. I never felt like those kinds of game actually worthwhile, like, wailing on, quote unquote. Because at the end of the day, you're not even playing, really. You're just kind of sitting there clicking a couple buttons occasionally, that's kind of it. Which is fun to an extent. I do enjoy that myself, because I grew up on turn-based RPGs. I used to play them all the time. But I didn't spend money on them, except buying the game. They just sound crazy to me that people are willing to, like, pull for every single new character. That is true, Hakim. I feel like when people get burned out from, like, chasing their dragon, you know, chasing the power creep, that's when the game is slowly gonna start declining, because that was kind of the point the Genshin reached, where the content just didn't justify buying the units, you know? People stopped finding it fun. It's kind of went to a slow decline. Oh, fellas. I mean, I never played that game, but I know you are a big enthusiast. You and Mudad. Big, deep love and space enthusiasts. And I'll take your word for it. I mean, I knew it was, like, really, really popular. Not denying that, but, yeah. Would be interesting to see. I mean, look, Hakim, I feel like Genshin is always going to be in top 10. I feel like it's just because of the size of it. Like, Genshin is so huge in China, especially, that, like, people just don't care, you know? And the treatment the Chinese player base gets to the Western player base is, like, completely different. Because if Western part of the world complains about Hoyoverse games, they just ignore it. But if the Chinese people complain about their game, they just take action immediately. And, you know, that's just a kind of standard the Hoyoverse games unfortunately have nowadays, where a lot of people just get burned out by, like, mediocre treatment like that, and not getting much of a content. Unless you, obviously, you know, buy new characters and whatnot, which is sometimes a content in and of itself, I guess. Yeah, Liz. I mean, when you explained to me how you level up to level 100, I couldn't believe you actually said what you said. Because I couldn't believe that in order to level up a character to max level, you have to actually have them C6, or you have to have a character at C6. Because they're just essentially saying, look guys, our revenue haven't been too great. We only made like 3 billion this year, and you know, that's just not enough. So in fact, can you buy a couple more C6s for us, please, and get the characters to level 100, you know? Do you really want your character to be at the stinky level 6, level 90? Or do you want them to be at the almighty level 100? I mean, come on. Do you really want to displease your 2D waifu or husbando that much? That you're not gonna complete them to 100%? Like, come on. Yeah, so that kind of stuff is not my cup of tea personally, but I don't judge people who chasing stuff like that. Also, even 4 stars can't get that. Okay, I didn't know that. So basically it's saying, yeah, free-to-play is, it's not for you. That's update for our big boys. You know, the swimming kind, that's for them. You not allowed. It's a restricted party. That's crazy to me. Golly. I thought it was bad already with just having C6s, because I was like, at least you can probably do 4 stars, you know, at least you can have fun with those. But if you can't even do 4 stars, then it's like, poof. The question is how much stronger the character gets. Do they get like a massive boost if you get them to level 100 or not? Because if you don't, then it's not as bad, but if you get like, I don't know, 20% damage increase, that's kind of insane. I wouldn't say it's like a horrible game necessarily, Hakim. It's a game which didn't age as gracefully as everybody hoped it would, because everybody had like really big hopes for when it came out. Because Genshin was like the game, you know, when it came out in 2020, it was like the cream of the crop, you know, cream de la creme of the gacha games. It was like something that nobody ever seen before. And everybody was like getting on hype train. The Genshin is gonna like, you know, revolutionize the gacha industry, you know. They're gonna build the new pyramids equivalent of gaming and, you know, pave the path. And the only thing they pave path to is microtransactions. And crippling gacha addiction. Which, you know, is paving path in of itself, I guess. It's not the kind of path I think a lot of people expected. So you need 2 constellation, not just 1 to level 100. Okay, that sounds insane, honestly. I mean, even 10% is, you know, it's still something, I guess. Man, that just... Whew. If that doesn't discourage you from playing Genshin, I don't know what will. Because if they're willing to do something like that, what's stopping them from making 110 level, you know, where you need 4 constellations? Or, you know, going full hog and just making, you know, level 120. Where in fact you have to go to C12 in order to upgrade your characters. To full. And by the time they reach, you know, C12, they're getting like 100% damage boost. So in fact you could be playing with 2 Zhonglis instead of 1. Ooh. That's insane. I don't remember you actually explaining to me how it works. I was just baffled by the idea that it was a thing to begin with this. Because if they made it like some sort of like rare material where you had to get it, kind of like on par with crowns in their game, where you had to get it in order to level up to level 100, I would feel like, okay, that's fair enough. But getting Constellation to do that, it's insane. Exactly, Hakim. It's just a very slippery slope towards, like, bleak future, shall we say. Oof. 2 extra cons, so it's 3. Man, so you actually have to get 3 characters. Oof. Golly. Look. I'll probably come back to Genshin at some point in the future just for the story, but I don't think I'll ever actually come back to Genshin for actual gameplay, because with that kind of practices, I just feel like I don't want to encourage it, because what's stopping them from, as I said, going higher? You know, level 100 is no limit. What if they go to level 200 where you have to sell your house, your firstborn, and sign essentially a forced labor contract where you work for Hoyoverse HQ 24 hours a day unpaid just to level up your character to level 200. Because that could happen. That could happen. Look, I don't play on it either. I have Liz log into my account occasionally where she does some events, if she feels like it, which I appreciate a lot. But it's essentially her account at this point, because I don't play on it. And I'll probably just show up for a couple of streams in the future on it when, like, hype characters release, like if Dosra comes out, or, you know, Dainsleif or something. I'll probably show up just for, like, a stream or 2. But man, actually playing it day to day is probably so depressing. Because I remember when I first started playing that game, and it was so much fun. Like, the first time you explore Mondstadt, the first time you explore Dragonspine, the first time you explore Leeway in Azuma, I mean, it was so much fun. The first time you go to Golden Apple Archipelago, you know, it was just so much good stuff going on. And then somewhere there, you know, they took a wrong path to Greed Town and everything fell apart. I mean, Hakim, they're just, you know, they're just gacha mentality for you. Unfortunately, they just, you know, you can take credit card from players, but you cannot take players from credit card. It's like, you know, when there's a will, there's a way. People will find a way to wail when they like it or not. I love Kazuha. Kazuha was one of my favorite characters, and his story was so good. I remember playing it on stream, and it was so much fun. Ito was one of my favorite characters as well. He was so much fun. I loved him to absolute bits. I haven't finished Natlan either. I haven't even finished Fontaine. You know, I still had a little bit of story left. And Fontaine was probably actually pretty good. Now, all things considered. Fontaine, I feel like when they actually started making some good stuff, because the story was good. I like the prison part, you know. I like the little dynamic novelette and Reiatsu. Furina was alright. I like the little court session that we used to have. Like a little lawyer type action that we did. I felt like that was really fun. But man, I don't know. Just somewhere there, it was just not the same. I feel like after Inazuma, they just stopped innovating as much as they had before. Because Inazuma was completely different to what we've seen before. Like from Leeway to Mondstadt to Dragonspine. Inazuma was like the last part where they were like, okay, let's go ham on these characters. Let's go ham on these maps, you know, let's make a really, really cool lore. And then, you know, then you go the Chasm, which was actually pretty cool. But that was part of Leeway, you know, this expansion. Then you go Sumeru, which a lot of the maps of Sumeru I was just a hassle to deal with. You know, they were so massive, and you had to run in the desert, like, looking for treasure chests and whatnot. I was like, too much work. And then, you know, the underwater world of Fontaine was kind of cool, but it was a little bit exhausting here and there. And I don't even know what Natlan introduced. Did they actually do anything except make you turn into a dragon? Or like a little dinosaur? That was kind of it. Oh yeah, Inazuma's story was probably my favorite as well. Like, it was just so good. And it just introduced so many cool, like, lore facts. Because, for example, the first time you see the little, the massive serpent head in the middle of one of the islands. And, you know, you go through and then you realize that was where actually a raiding shogun slashed the islands. And this was, like, the corpse of their serpent. That was really cool. And then you go to Sengonomiya and you go to, like, this underworld where, you know, all the, like, forsaken trapped souls and whatnot. Like, that was just so much fun, I feel like. And it was a really big dichotomy between, like, you know, regular Inazuma Island, and then go to Sengonomiya where everything was pretty, you know, you get bubbles and all that kind of stuff. But, man. Natlan was fine. I like the atmosphere of it, because it looked like Australia, essentially, you know, the outback feeling, which is kind of cool. But there was just not a single character that gripped my attention to be able to, like, actually pursue, because when I think about it, right, Genshin's story, from memory at least, like, Mondstadt, I got really intrigued by, Bose Dainsleif and Diluc. In Dragonspine, I got intrigued by Albedo. In Leeway, obviously, Zhongli. In Inazuma, I got really intrigued by Ito and Kazuha. In what was it? Sumeru, I got intrigued by Dotra and Alhaitham. I felt like they were a really strong Sino to an extent as well. And then Fontaine, obviously, Reiatsu and the Novelette. But except not Mawika. Was it Mawika? What was the name of the Pyro Arc? I'm forgetting. Except her, I kind of feel like everybody else just was whatever, honestly. I mean, look, if they can make 40 million by doing nothing, Hakim, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they direct the story? Is a better question, because if players allow them to do it, I mean, they're just gonna keep grinding, you know? And you can't really blame them for that. Was it Mawika? Okay, I thought so. Just for a second, my brain shut down, and I was like, what was the name? I'm glad I was correct. Okay, let's upgrade Rukia. As I said, Sadvik, I will come back eventually to Genshin at some point. I'm just needing that little push, you know. I need the character that will strike my interest again. And I feel like the Old Man Varka or Noble Daughter would be the ones. One of the two, and I'll be back. Because to me, like, my interest with gacha games purely relies on the character that gets released. Like, story is good. I like a good story. But if the characters that get released are whatever, there's no real point for me to grind, to be honest. Yep. I'm just gonna come back, get the character, play with them a little bit, and that's about it. I might do the story. Like, at some point in the future, I will catch up on Genshin's story. I will do it. Because, you know, I feel like it's part of the history of gacha gaming, and I feel like I want to experience it. But I feel like right now is not the time, you know? Right now, there's nothing hype going on enough for me to, like, okay, I gotta go back. I gotta, you know, grind the story. I gotta look forward to building this character. I gotta look forward to finding out, okay, who's plotting what's Celestia is all about, you know, that kind of stuff. Why are we fighting? Who are we? Where's our sister? You know, that sort of shenanigans. And I feel like if that comes about, that's when I'm gonna be like, okay, we're locking in. We're locking in. I mean, 3 hours is very, very generous, Hakim. We're probably gonna be 12 hours me around. I'm not a hater, Savnik. What do you mean? I just want a game to reach its peak potential. I believe that every game has its standing, right? But I also feel like with a game as big as Genshin, and the game that makes 40 million a month just by doing nothing, essentially, it should be pushing limits, you know? It should be pushing, like, boundaries. It should be inventing. It should be providing, like, new, fun, inventive content. Because, like, all the decisions that they make monetization-wise would be fine if the game was actually good, you know? Because at the end of the day, it's a single-player game. So even if they ask for you to pay, like, a cool $99.99 for, you know, a constellation where you can just outright buy it instead of, like, summoning, I wouldn't be that mad at it if the story and the gameplay was actually good. Because then I would be like, okay, this is just for whales, who cares? You know? Because it is a single player game. So the story and the combat should be, it's like, you know, bread and butter. But it's not. The story is good, but, like, combat is whatever. Like, if you play Wuthering Waves, you can't really go back to Genshin. It's like, it's one of those things, you either never play it, or you play it and you realize, okay, this is much more fun. And just stick with that. That's fair, Hakim, that's fair. I think, collectively, they should be adding, like, Paimon mute button. Just for people who don't want to hear Paimon. Because I feel like that's probably the most requested thing ever since people were complaining about Resin. That's probably the second biggest complaint. It's Paimon talking. Absolutely no worries, Sadvik. Have a good night, and I'll catch you later. Also, where are you going at 3 a.m.? Where are you planning to roll out? Same, to be honest, Liz. Same. I think Wuthering Waves just adds a little bit more pizzazz to, like, combat, which I appreciate way more. Because, for me personally, a game that's, like, combat-oriented, if the combat is lackluster, the story is just taking a secondary part. It's always good when the story matches the combat, but if it doesn't, it's just, you know, it just feels very soulless at that point. Because combat should be the main focus. It should be really good. And if it isn't, it's just, you know, leaves a sour taste in your mouth. Ah, you're going back to your roots, Sadvik. I see, I see. The man finally going back to his parent to admit his faults. Playing too much gacha games. I see you, I see. Okay, let me see. Do I have anything decent to upgrade for him, actually? Does he need crit damage, actually? I don't know. I mean, that is fair, Hakim. Some of the bosses in Wuthering Waves are, phew. I mean, you're talking a good solid couple hours of trying. Which I actually don't mind that much, to be honest. Because at the end of the day, at the bare minimum, it is fun. And I feel like if it is fun, then you can enjoy it. Or music, I mean, the first time I listened to, like the theme of Wuthering Waves login screen, I was so impressed with it because that was the first time where I actually said on the login screen, I remember this distinctly, I said, fair enough, Winter, fair enough, you wouldn't be the first. I just said that I think the first time I heard it for solid couple hours, just headbanging to the theme, you know, reading some manhwa. Because it's such a catchy tune that you just can't help but vibe to. And man, did it stick around. It's still probably one of the best examples I feel like we ever had with, like, just, you know, music in game in general. Like, not only gacha, but that was just so good. So good. Ambient sounds like the echoes, you know, the flora sounds and all that is also really nice. I do agree. Okay, so my Byakko doesn't really have that much crit rate, so I don't know if upgrading his crit rate stamp would really be worth it that much. Because I upgrade this one for attack, but these ones just give him defense and HP, and this one is not that good either. Did they change it? Okay, I didn't know that, because I thought they still have it. Man, if they change the track, that's actually pretty sad. Because they used to be my favorite track that I just was vibing to every time. I haven't played Wuthering Waves in a bit, so I don't know exactly. Ooh, level 53, let's go. Let's go. But yeah, it's that was like the first time I feel like I fell in love with game music in one of these gacha games, because before then I only had the experience with like standalone games, and that was the first time I was like, okay, I see you, pretty nice stuff. Look, I'm the kind of individual that always has like music playing in the background, no matter what. Ooh, you actually get more rewards here, very nice, I didn't know about this. And it's permanent as well, very good. A little extra pulse for Aizen acquiring fun. But I usually listen to like music like that when I read manhwa. I just put something like catchy in the background, because I'm the kind of man that listens to the same song like on hours on repeat until I go insane. And eventually realize, okay, maybe not. Maybe I gotta stop this. And then, you know, 10 hours later, I'm still there, still listening to exact same song, still vibing. And I feel like that's a good thing to an extent, but also not my proudest moment. Okay, should we start with Mayuri or should we start with Kenpachi? Because I feel like I can upgrade my Toshiro a little bit tomorrow. But at the same time, I can upgrade my Ichigo skills as well. Choices. I probably can use these actually, because I don't really need them necessarily. Yeah, let's go for it, why not? Let's upgrade all of the Ichigo stuff, so he does the most damage. There we go. That's good. Now our Ichigo is... Ooh, so close to 25k. So close. That's okay, though. That's okay. Actually, can I do a cheeky, little level up action? Just a little bit, Just a little. Oh, so close. A little bit more. A little bit more. I want the 25k. Come on. I can smell it. It's so close. Oh, you teasing me at this point. Come on, game. Ah, fine. I'll go a little bit higher. There we go. Ooh, 25k. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I like to see. I have a confession to make, and it's not a confession you haven't heard before, but I'm pretty sure you forgot about it since you mentioned this. And that is, I never played a single Nintendo game. I know, shame on me, but never played a single one. Watched Let's Plays of some, but never played a single one. Don't know any of them. No, that's a lie. I know all of them, but I never played them. Mario, never seen them. Link, don't know who that is. Zelda, don't know who that is. Who else they have? Pac-Man, don't think that's Nintendo, but don't know who he is either. Just to prove a point. Goombas, seen him before. Little mushroom guys, pretty cute. But yeah, it's one of those things, Well, you see, there is a little quinky-dink feature that I don't know if you guys are aware. And let me actually show you just to illustrate my point. So, YouTube has a very interesting feature that I feel like a lot of people don't know about. And there is this feature right here. So if you right-click on pause, there's a loop function. Now what it does, it basically loops the video endlessly, and you can watch it all the time. And that feature has been there since day one, and I feel like not everyone knows about it, but now you do. Now you do. Now you can play your video eternally, and you'll never have to go back. Thank me later. I'm a given man. What can I say? I'm a given man. Listen, Liz, I'm pretty sure it was. Like, I think it got available in, like, early 2016, somewhere there, I believe, from memory. Unless we're talking, like, prehistoric YouTube, Okay, let's try again. Let's do our little Kenpachi run. I mean, I don't remember exactly, but I'm relatively certain it was available. I'm relatively certain. Now, take it with a grain of salt, because I don't know. Exactly, Hakim, exactly. Liz is, she's a very learnable individual, shall we say. Okay. Kenpachi is slain. Very nice. We got Monk's difficulty rating. Very good. Now let's keep going. Yeah, but how long back then are we talking? Are we talking like a decade back then, or are we talking a few years? Because I remember using it in like 2016, somewhere there. I think it was there. But if we're talking like early 2000s, then maybe it wasn't there. I don't remember. Look, I'm just saying we need to establish a clear timeline in order to establish what we're talking about. Because, you know, we can't be willy-nilly about this. It's a serious topic. Well, YouTube has been around since like 2005? No. 2007, right? I'm pretty sure 2007. I could be wrong on that. It has been a while. So, almost 2 decades at this point. I think YouTube will be 2 decades in 2027. And I was on YouTube since like early 2007, I believe. Because when I was a kid, I remember I used to play... I got my first computer in 2006. And one of the first things that I got like introduced to by my parents was YouTube, because I used to go on there to watch like videos, and I would always see them on like YouTube, and that's how I got, you know, exposed to it, shall we say. I can do this better. I can do this better. Yeah, you see, Liz was a prehistoric ancient individual. She wasn't even born after 2000s. I'm a loud and proud 2000 berry, you know, year of the dragon. I have arisen at the turn of a century. And that's just how it be. Well, Hakim, no shame in there, no shame in there. Liz was popping and locking already. She was, I think, about 9 years old when YouTube was this thing, so... Whew. Let me restart that quickly. Gotta forget what, dude. Oof. Man, I got too used to playing... Why is AI not available in Frenzy Battle? Is basically my question. Why am I supposed to play this game manually? Like, who decided this? Well, there's like different Chinese zodiacs. So you know how there's like regular zodiacs, you know, like Cancer, Pisces, you know, Lyra, like all of the like regular ones. And then the Chinese like year ones. So in Chinese calendar, there's 12 different months and 12 different animals. I think one of them was like rat, pig, no, what's tiger one? I know dragon is one. Dog, I believe, is one. Actually, you know what? Let's Google this. Chinese zodiac symbols. Let's see. Okay, this actually makes it a little bit easier. So you got rat, you got ox, you got tiger, you got rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. So I don't know how others work, but I know the dragon comes every 12 years. So, oh, actually, this is a little depiction. So, I guess it starts with a dragon, right? And then goes snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig, rat, ox, tiger, and rabbit. So, Liz was born in a cool year of... When is 1993? Liz was born... 1997, rather. In an ox year. She's an ox. I'm a dragon. Scorpio is... June? I think. I know Lion is August. Okay, we gotta Google it. Let's see. Okay, so Scorpio is October to November. So I was Cancer. I was actually supposed to be Leo, but I was born a little bit too early. So I was destined to be Leo, but I turned out Cancer because I was born on 16th of July, and I think I was supposed to come out like early August. But yeah. So if you want to know what year you are, there you go. That's all the info you need. This is a little bit bigger picture, I guess, if you're interested. I also don't know what this means. Head, neck, arm, breast. Because why is Cancer breast? What is that supposed to do with anything? Heart, belly, range, secrets? Scorpio is secrets? Hakeem, what kind of secrets are you hiding? Thighs, knees, legs, feet. I understand all the other body parts. Why is Scorpio secrets? What is that supposed to mean? What kind of body part is secret? You are Leo, so you are in fact a heart. Very nice. Man, if I come across any Scorpio, I gotta ask them what kind of secrets are they hiding. Because, you know, now I'm curious. Okay, Liz, what kind of secrets are you hiding from me? Tell me again. Tell me your secrets. We need to know, collectively. Okay, guys, this is gonna be interrogation of Liz. She's clearly hiding secrets from us. And I don't appreciate it. I don't know, Liz. You are the ones that said to have secrets, not me. So you're supposed to tell us. You have nothing to say or something to hide. You see she's cracking. She's showing weakness. Her secrets have been exposed. There we go. Exactly, and I'm Cancer, and I guess I have big breasts. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but you know, that's what the Google told me. Because it wasn't even chest, it was breasts, you know? Which implies, you know, big old double D's. And I don't know what kind of information I'm supposed to do with that, you know? Like, I don't know exactly how am I supposed to take that. But you know what? I'm not complaining, you know? If that's my destiny, so be it. Oh, golly, I keep changing it. Hold up. I don't think so, Hakeem. But then again, I never actually ask people what their zodiac sign is because I never really cared enough, to be honest. And I never met somebody who did, so... I know it's like a big thing for like... to get into astrology and whatnot. But to me personally, I just never really understood it. Like the appeal of it, because at the end of the day, it's just, you know, total gobbledygook anyway. I guess so, Liz. I mean, if my zodiac sign is anything to go by, I guess I have. Against my own better judgments, I suppose that's what universe tells me. I know that it's like different zodiacs basically represent like your different compatibility with different people, but honestly I just feel like that's a bunch of baloney. Because like if two people meet, right, and you judge them on how compatible they are based on like the year or the months they were born in, I don't know, that just seems really strange to me. Like, if you go on a date with them, that's a good way to judge. Not just, oh, sorry, you Pisces? Ah, I don't date Pisces, you know, I only date Leos. Because, you know, Pisces just don't mix well with my energy. Like, what kind of logic is that? Oh, I believe it's common. I mean, there's so many people into, like, astrology stuff. It's actually insane. There we go. Okay, we got max rating. Nice. Love to see that. Let's save that. Is it, Liz? I was just making a joke. I didn't know I was actually saying something that actually happens. Man, that's gotta be depressing. Wow. Golly. Now, they're just gonna be so miserable. They're just gonna be so miserable to live life like that. You know, judging people based on their zodiac signs. Not even their appearance, you know, because judging people on appearance is already bad enough. But on your zodiac sign, I mean, man. Because at least with, like, you know, appearance, I guess, you have some control over it, you know, like, you can dress in a different style or, like, comb your hair in different ways. What can people do about the zodiac sign? They're just born, you know? It's not something you decide on. And to hate somebody based on just that, that's insane to me, honestly. Oof. I feel like as a humanity, we're taking a step backwards with that one, personally. Because the idea of zodiac signs sounds fun on paper, but if that's how people using it, I just don't know. I mean, some people just get weird quirks like that, Liz. I think it must have been not even, like, zodiac sign related. It was probably just something to nitpick. Because a lot of people, when they, you know, talk about their exes, they usually get a little, stick up their behind, shall we say, about any small details that can relate to them. And that was probably just an excuse for him, to be honest. Oh man, that's gotta be miserable, honestly. What? That sounds insane, Liz. Honestly. I mean, judging people based on their zodiac sign is already insane enough. But actually saying to somebody's face, I hate you because your kind do bad things, that's a whole different level of insanity to me. Golly. That's gotta be so miserable to be somebody like that. Just hating people for no reason? I don't know. Yeah, that just sounds insane. Sorry about that, Liz. Because the thing is, right, I never got that kind of treatment, but I can't even imagine what my response to be if somebody actually said that to my face. Like, unironically, you know, if it was like a joke, I would be like, oh, okay, funny. But if somebody was like that serious, I honestly would be like, blue screen would just show up in my brain now. I'll be like, how do I process this? How do I process the situation that just happened? What do I do? Or rather, what do I say? Get a boost back. I mean, look, Liz, you taking it as a champ, I feel like. Yeah, you see it. That's the thing I was talking about, when people are actually serious about those kinds of things, that's what makes them, like, not even fun, but just outright insane to me personally. Because you gotta be a very special kind of individual to, first of all, even say something like that to another human being, you know? Just walk up to them, no hello, no goodbye, and be like, oh, what's your sign? Scorpio? Oh. Ah. Gross. You know, kind of situations like, what? No. 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 It's like judging every single Italian restaurant by just going to one and somebody served you, you know, a pasta with like a red hair inside of it. And then you just go to every single restaurant and presume that there's red hair in every single spaghetti bolognese that you eat throughout your life. It's like, no, that was just a very careless chef who may or may not have been raising rats in his, you know, spare time. It's like, no, that's not the kind of logic you do. Well, for them it might be normal, but for most sane individuals out there, that's not the case. Most people are very rational thinking, I'd like to believe. And they'd be like, okay, I had this bad experience with this person. It's probably just this person being bad. Not every other person that's similar to them is probably not just bad. Until I get to know them at the bare minimum. I feel like that's what a sane individual would say. Or like act at the bare minimum. But, woof, Liz, you just, you're opening a whole new world of possibilities to me, and I'm not sure I'm liking what I'm hearing, shall we say. I know, Hakim, it just blows my mind how people hang up on these kinds of things. It's like, the life is so short, you know, when you think about it. You don't have that much time on this earth. And if you choose to spend your life just hating random things, like, what is the point? I just don't have an energy to be that angry all the time, you know? Because being that angry is probably so exhausting. Like, I can't imagine you having a lot of fun being that angry. Whew. I can imagine, Hage, because I'm not a very angry individual in general. And I don't really like, you know, judging people that much at all. Because to me, I judge individual by, like, as once a wise man said, by the value of their character, you know? If the person is cool and chill to be, like, around, that's all I care about. Like, everything else is just so worthless. It's like, life is too short to care about those things. Especially stuff like Zodiac side. It's like, man, there's so many more important things out there. I mean, judging somebody by the color, that's a whole new level of insanity. It's like, oh, you like yellow? Ew, why do you like such stinky color? Do you know the yellow is a color of urine? Ah, look, we have a urine boy over here who likes urine. Just because I like yellow color. Well, I like pristine blue. You know why else blue? My blood, because I'm clearly better than you. Huh. That's, what? Man, I'm learning so much today. I'm learning how disappointed I am in humanity. Oof. Let's block that. And again. Go. Let's call like a little bit of existential dread to bring out the best gamer out of me. Gotta lock in. Nah, Liz, like, the drama that we have in quotation marks is not even drama. It's, you know, it's just a fun little banter. There's a big difference between actual drama and just having fun, you know? Because I feel like if the person that you have in quote-unquote drama is actually laughing in the process, you can't really treat it on the same level as judging somebody based on their zodiac sign, you know? Because you can technically call both dramas, but they're very different. Is my Ichigo tripping in the background? Oh, come on. Kenny, don't do me like that. Doing pretty well. No. Hakim, I would rather die. I would rather get Isekai right then and there than get put up through that. Listen, unless I can have a talk with my parents before so I can explain everything first, then I might cave in and do it. But if it's unprompted, I'd rather not. Because I don't want my parents to be disappointed in me. Hakim is throwing all reckless abandon. Listen, Hakim, money is great, but the trauma that you're going to cause your parents in the process isn't really worth it. Because you got to pay probably most of their money for their therapy session afterwards. Liz has principles, and she sticks by them. You gotta respect that. I mean, fair enough, Hakim. You know, you gotta grind. A man gotta do what a man gotta do. I respect that. But I'm just saying, you gotta think about your parents. Oof. It's gotta be at the bare minimum 10 figures for me. That's the only type of circumstance where I would allow myself to do that. As I said, 10 figures and I might consider it. Anything below there, and I just feel like it ain't worth it. Ooh, look at that damage. We're popping off. Golly, that was clean. That was clean. Man, I'm proud of myself for that one. That was really good. Anyway, what are we talking about? But yeah, 10 figures. 10 figures and I'll consider it. You see, Liz is very unscrupulous. You can't blame her for being fickle. When she says no, it's a firm no. For me, you give me a knife compromise and I may consider it. I mean, to be fair, like, jokes aside, I don't think I have anything to hide. because my parents are pretty involved in my life anyway, so I'm pretty sure they know everything they need to know. Except my crippling gacha addiction, which I feel like would probably be the biggest blow to my poor old parents. They're gonna be like, Lux, I saw your memories just now, and you're playing gacha games for so much time. I'm really worried for you. I hope you're doing okay. Look at mother. I'm winning. Don't you worry about me. Okay, we're locking that in. That was a pretty good run. Nah, I was just joking. I don't think I have anything to hide. But Liz, on the other hand, I mean, so many skeletons in her closet, she probably got a double-decker one and still not enough. But, I mean, the only thing that I guess I never told my parents is all, like, shenanigans I got up to when I was a kid. That's, like, the only thing I can remember. But even then, it wasn't anything, like, super bad. It's just, you know, me being a little bit of a silly goof, shall we say. And getting in trouble a little bit here and there, but other than that, I never, like, got arrested or anything, or, you know, committed a crime. But they know of. But, you know. Oh, that's sweet, Liz. So Liz just wants to protect her own poor old parents from witnessing her massacring every single dinosaur in existence, you know? How she was throwing fireballs just for fun. She doesn't want her parents to know. How would they see their daughter after that, knowing such tragedy was occurred by her? Oh, come on, Kenny. Listen, Liz, I had to do it to you. I had to expose you. Once and for all, you couldn't hide the truth for too long. And Kenny's shield is so big. Golly, this man. Listen, Liz, I'm a man of principle. Sometimes you gotta say what you gotta say. The truth is out there, you just have to have a keen eye to see it. Wait, how did I not break his shield? What? Listen, Liz, such is life. You think you might have hidden it for this long? Well, I know the truth. That's all I'm saying. Why is his shield not going down? Like, what's going on? Kenny. I don't understand. Is his shield broken or something? Like, he doesn't go into spiritual dissipation. What? Did the game bug out? Okay, hold up. Let me just test this quickly. Okay, so I do counter. Yeah, it doesn't break. What? Okay, I guess I'll restart it. This is weird. Fair enough, Liz, fair enough. We all have our dark past. It's all about whether we embrace it or not. Kenny. There we go. Let's try again. That is fairless, because you are technically putting them through what you had been put through. And I feel like that's very noble. You're not wanting, you know, your loved ones to see that. That's fair. I mean, think about all the dinosaurs. I mean, golly. So many of them were there as well. Like billions, we're talking. All gone. Just because Liz was feeling a little bit cold. Truly a tragedy of a millennium. Okay, I still don't understand why Kenny's shield doesn't go out. I think the stage is bugged one way or another, but I don't know why. Okay, so now it works. I don't know what happened in the last stage, but that was weird. Ooh, some nice damage going. Alright, Kenny, I see you. That is fair, Liz. That is fair. Okay, Kenny, relax. Relax. It's okay. You don't have to pull your big shield. Golly, I don't think I can even piece this thing. Golly. That man is going insane style on me. Man, that was hard. Golly. I feel like I could have done it a little bit smoother. Let's try that again. I feel like I can probably beat him if I try hard enough. Because there is a way. Man, he's difficult. And I don't get any, like, bonus damage, so I'm kind of going raw into this. Let's see how much. I'm 12th actually. Man, I'm proud of myself. Golly, I'm actually doing good, and I didn't even finish it. So I'm actually pretty nicely done. It is indeed, Liz. It is indeed. Your filthy scorpion ways are not welcome in this domain. Don't you know? We only accept the finest of Libras or Pisces or whatever. I don't know. I don't know the difference between them. Oh, jeez Louise. Kenny, what can I do for you? I'm definitely reaching like top 100, that's fine, but my problem is, actually my Yuri will be way harder than Kenny, because I don't have a good Mayuri team. So I feel like this will be relatively challenging for me. I'm glad you're proud, Liz. I'm glad you're proud. I think I'll probably be okay. I'll probably clear like the first 4, but after that, I don't know. You know what, let's leave. You know, do I want to try Kenny's now? Because I feel like it's pretty late for me to keep grinding Kenny's fight. I might do it on Fresh Brain tomorrow. Let's see if I can get max score on this one. If I can, then we'll go back to Kenny's. I don't know if they're ever gonna implement PvP, to be honest, Hakim. They might. But I don't know. It would be interesting to see if they do, how it's gonna look. But I feel like they gotta add a little bit more like PvE content first. Like, give us some sort of like co-op, like infinite co-op type situation like Bleach Brave Souls has. I feel like that would be a really good step forward. Oh, did they actually say that, Hakim? Interesting. Hi there, Carrot. Hopefully doing great. You can unlock time challenge. Did you complete all the, like, introductory missions for Toshiro? Because some of them, I think, locked behind them. It also could be that you need to unlock through challenges. Okay, I didn't get a max score. I can definitely do this better. We definitely can do this better. Because, let me check, but I believe there's certain, like, buffs that are locked behind challenges. Well, I would try if I were you. Just go to here and check if you completed all of these. If you completed all of these once, then you probably unlocked all the, like, different stages. Because I think for some of the buffs, from memory, I could be wrong, but I believe you need to complete these, like different challenges on how you have to beat it, in order to unlock all of the debuffs. Try that. I feel like that's probably the best way. Because it might be just locked for you. Because I don't think anything is locked for me, personally. Let me just check. Probably unlock everything, actually. Might as well. Why not? I do have these coins. Yeah, so basically, as soon as you complete all those challenges, you can lock them all. And also try to do these. So if you haven't completed Event Interlude, I think some of them are locked. So on those long as you complete to 1.8, pretty sure that's all you need. But yeah, I do agree, Hakim, the Nemo boss fight is bloody awful. I don't like the Mayuri fight at all. I feel like it's so mind-numbing, honestly. Okay, let's go back. Right, my Toshiro is unfortunately not fully, you know, geared up. So he's a little bit on the weaker side. But I still think we probably will be able to squeeze like about 20k out of him, probably. Especially with bonus damage going. Okay, there we go. I think that's max score, isn't it? It is. Okay, we're saving there. Yeah, basically, Carrie, if you go to this page right here, right? Oh, sorry, not that. Right here, and just click on this, right? Just check you unlock this, and basically just go to here, and just click go, and we'll put all the effects for you. So as long as you have them all unlocked, it will put them all. Yeah, I'll unlock previous debuffs, 1 and 2. That's probably the dinosaur's revenge coming to haunt you, Liz. No need to feel ashamed. But yeah, I believe some of the debuffs, as I said, are locked behind these challenges. So if you haven't completed them, I don't think you can unlock them all. And yeah, just check this part. And if you haven't unlocked some of them, just basically click on go or go to Gens directly and unlock them. Over here. Because I think the time challenge one is this one, isn't it? We'll probably actually grind this a little bit more tomorrow. I do think I can beat it probably a little bit higher. 79k is probably not the limit I can reach. Like, I'm at 70 now, but I can do it a little bit higher. Yeah, Hakim is right. Pretty much. But I think if you completed all of the like missions anyway, even no time limited, you should have enough coins to unlock everything anyway. I believe. Even if you're like unlocking willy-nilly, I still think there should be enough for you to do them all. Oh yeah, I forgot about these actually. I wonder if these are like one-time use thingies. We'll probably save up all of these and then do like all of them at once at some point, just to make it a little bit more fun. I guess let's do this. I'm not sure what this event is all about, but let's try it out. See what it's got cooked up for us. Yeah, pretty much. If you just press go, it will select all of the debuffs that you need to complete a challenge. Okay, so that wants me to find a dog somewhere in the city. Well, found a cat. That's something. Yeah, try that out and let us know if it doesn't work. Because to be honest, I haven't encountered any issues with the event. And the Big Band Doge. They better make Don Kanoji a playable character in this game, because I really like this man. He's one of the greats, shall we say. Okay. What am I searching for? You scan it to locate special items within the screen. Focus on an item with the crosshair and stay still 5 seconds to analyze it and unveil the hidden memory information. Once the memory info materializes, tap on it before the bubble vanishes to collect it. Gather enough bubbles with the time limit to assimilate a memory shard and complete the challenge. Okay. Ooh. Oh, okay, so I just need to click random stuff? Hold up. Okay, I assume skeletons is bad. So I don't have to click on skeletons. Okay, well... What do you mean, Liz? I didn't say anything. Unbelievable. So that's complete, I guess. Did I do it? Looks like I did. Okay, let's go to another one. What was that one again? That was like some cones. So we're looking for some cones. If I was a cone, well, there's some cones. Where would I be? Well, I mean, you know, Liz is just the kind of woman that she sees an opportunity, she strikes. That's okay, though. That's okay. Oh, found it. Okay. These ones. Ah, the rubbish bin. My favorite. Reliving my good old conquest style days of being the rubbish king. Or the garbage king, rather. Okay, that was simple enough. Man, I was never really good at these, like, clicker games. My dexterity has never been that high, to be honest. Okay, so I have to battle somebody now? Okay, let's do that. Why not? Might as well. Let the almighty Father AI to take over. I mean, that was actually pretty fun. I remember the first time I went to Belobog and, you know, found the trash cans. I was all obsessed with them. That was some good times. Indeed. That was when the life was simpler and when Conquestare was actually fun. I didn't have to worry about characters or how to level them up. All I had to worry about is political conflict that I had to resolve. That's how I like my games. Full of existential dread. Rather than financial crippling depression they would install. Fair is fair. Hi then, Angel. Hopefully you're doing great. Okay, I completed that. So let's claim these. Let's go to the second one. Mine might be as well. I mean, I hate the idea of 50-50s to begin with. I don't know who first invented the idea of 50-50s, but whoever did deserves to be, you know, have a very stern talking done to them, which may or may not involve their knees and a baseball bat going against each other, you know, in a collision. That may or may not be caused by me. Because I just don't understand the point of it, you know? Like, war fun doesn't bring. Ooh, hold up. Where do we need to go? Ah, there. Found it. I do remember you did make a drawing of, like, a black hole that we were talking about. Fair, Hakim, I mean, Genshin was a progenitor of it all. So we are correct in there. No worries, Ikari, glad we can help. And hopefully you'll be able to begin. Nice and easy. The road to 70k is not the easiest. But if you need help like selecting actual buffs that I cleared with, you can go a little bit earlier to the stream. I think it was like a 2-hour, 3-hour mark somewhere there, and check what buffs I used because I cleared it first try, and it was relatively easy. So you can go with that if you're struggling, but it should be okay. It's not like super hard. It's only hard if you know, reaching for the stars and trying to compete with whales. Otherwise, it's relatively okay. Exactly, Liz, exactly. I like your way of thinking. Very profound meaning indeed. No, I haven't, Hakim. Some guys in chat told me earlier in the stream, but I didn't see it. I just wonder if it is like a character rarity, as in a character gets released that you are, or if it's like an upgrade for existing characters. listen, Hakim, it's all about if it's actually just a rarity upgrade, like, for example, you have to upgrade your SSRs. Okay, this character. Okay, yep. Then we are probably cooked. That may or may not lead to the downfall of this game. It will all depend how they're gonna treat those UR characters. Because, yeah, usually in these kinds of games, UR characters are very pay to win, shall we say. So if they're gonna go down their route, it could be the beginning of the end, unfortunately. And, yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I have hopes for this game because so far I feel like they've been treating the game really well. Like the characters and the, you know, the game modes in this game are good. The only one being exception corridor key stuff, but you know, I hope they're gonna work on that in the future and improve it slightly. But I'm just hopeful that it's not gonna be like, you know, you gotta summon like 200 times to get it. Or, you know, some crazy stuff like that. Because that's usually how they treat those, like, UR rarity characters. I hope just it's gonna be like the same banner format. Maybe just like, I don't know, 100 pulls instead of 80. I feel like if they do that, I wouldn't be too mad. But then it opens a whole new, like, discussion of, do you save for UR characters? Because, obviously, if the rarity is higher, they're probably going to be much more busted. And then, do you skip all the SSRs? I mean, I can imagine. I mean, I played quite a lot of games that have, like, UR rarity. Like, Dragon Ball being one of them. I used to play back in the day. And there's a clear difference between higher rarities. So, I just hope it's gonna be one of those, like, very rare characters that they're gonna release maybe, like, once every 3 months or once half a year. And you'd be able to obtain them relatively easily. Okay, I don't mind that. It will all depend, as I said. If it's gonna be just, you know, characters like these, like, the banner format will be exactly the same, it's just higher rarity, I wouldn't be mad at that. Because it's like, you know, everybody will have an equal chance to get in them. I'm just really hopeful it's not gonna be some scammy tactic where you have to, like, summon with, like, paid jades or something to, you know, to get them. Or you have to summon some, like, ungodly amount of times. Because that, I would be pretty mad about that. But as long as we don't go down that route, and they, you know, actually the best way of going about it would be doing it through, like, some sort of, like, event. And give it, like, limited pulls, and basically everybody gets a chance to get in them. And then if you want to summon for copies, the whales can go ham on them. I feel like if they want to make them super special, that would be a pretty fun way of going about it, and actually getting people excited for, like, half anniversary and anniversary. I don't know if they're gonna do that, but that would be, like, that would probably be the biggest W this game can ever do. And just actually make people grind for these, like, super special characters. And get them if they want to. And then you can go for dupes if you feel like it. It's all, as I say, it's all depending on how hard hitting those UR characters are. How high this skill kit is. What is, like, the difference between SSR and UR? Is it, like, just boosting stats? Is it, like, much higher damage? Is a utility that's, like, crazy good, you know? It's all those kind of little questions that until we actually get UI in this game, we won't be able to know whether it's actually worthwhile. Because for all we know, it might be just like a raw stat boost and nothing else special, which would be like, okay, they're obviously more powerful, but they're not going to be, like, crazy, you know? Because what if they have, as you mentioned before, like, 3 skills instead of 2, you know? What if they have, you know, 2 ultimates or something? What if they have, like, a special mode that they can enter, which, like, buffs their damage by, like, 50%, you know? It's all very tricky with that kind of stuff. Yeah, but how high? That's a real question. Because if it's like 2x, then obviously they're gonna blow SSRs out of the water. Because the thing it will be with DPSs at least. If UI DPSs are gonna be a thing, then you never can have to summon for SSR DPS. And you only have to summon for URs. And then for like support, you can go for SSRs. I feel like that's gonna be the play in the future if they do implement those kinds of characters. Because that way I feel like, you know, you're maximizing your gains while also summoning for characters you kind of care about. Because essentially in this game, all you need is really strong DPS. And then you just aiming for supports for those set DPS. Because like, for example, Ichigo Slasher team is strong, not because of Ichigo alone. Like, Ichigo alone is strong, but if he didn't have Urahara, if he didn't have Byakuya, he wouldn't even do half as much damage. So the supports are like the main lifeblood of a team. And if you maximize those, like your DPS, pretty much is going to do insane damage anyway, no matter who your playing was. And especially if you go for like UR characters later on. I feel like, look. I mean, boundaries as well. And you also gotta go for flat defense stam. Don't forget that, Hakim. That's very important, you know? We learned that from Wales today. You gotta go for those flat defenses because that's the only way to clearly be good in this game. Because if you don't go for flat defense, are you even playing the game? You know? Are you even trying? Because clearly you're not. Man, I forgot to do this. Golly. I'll probably do that later, after the stream. Okay, so let's do some more stuff. Man, it's almost 12 o'clock already. I actually didn't even notice. Let's collect all these Jades, because I actually did all of these on stream one time, and I almost was losing my mind, learning how to play characters. But I feel like for 20 Jades, I'm willing to do this. Because I don't like leaving things uncompleted. I'm just going to quickly do these. And we'll see what we're going to be up to. That would be kind of interesting. Like, if it's going to be, like, anniversary exclusive. Because I don't know if you guys ever played One Piece Treasure Cruise. It basically had similar mechanics where you had like your stand-and banner characters, but every single like anniversary, they had anniversary specific characters who were like much stronger and much like more rare than anybody else. And they would release them obviously every single anniversary, and they would rerun them once a year as well for anniversary. And I feel like that would be kind of interesting thing to do. Like, for example, release them on anniversary, right? And then rerun them 6 months later. So, you know, the people that didn't manage to get them have a chance to get them before you release the next one. So it would be like kind of like half anniversary situation and then full anniversary, you know? Like twice a year release the same character essentially. And then for end of year, or like anniversary, I guess, you can go there. Or like do it for New Year. Some games do it for New Year as well. So it could be like anniversary New Year. But it wouldn't really work for this game because it got released in November. So yeah, it will kind of depend how they treat it. Because if they're just gonna make UI units out of Wazoo where they get released like every single month almost, I just don't know if it's gonna be fun, to be honest. Because at that point, I just feel like it's gonna become a very whale-heavy game. And so far, it's not. And that's why I appreciate it. Because any game that becomes like too invested in rarities is usually gonna face a quick downfall eventually. Listen, Liz, you and your Scorpios ways, I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. Are you behind this, Liz? Are you at Newverse HQ, you know, making these decisions behind the scenes? Because if you are, I don't appreciate it. second. But I guess after I get Aizen, I'll probably be in full saving mode, to be honest. Now that you mentioned the UR character's release, I'm just gonna be too fearful to summon for any DPSs. Because full Hollow Ichigo, the other thing that we have to consider with UI units that I just thought about is, do they have typing? Or are they gonna be universal? Is it gonna be a new type of units where they're immune to every single type? Or are they going to be like still slasher, you know, spirit and all that? That's another thing that you got to keep in mind. 50-50 for UR characters, and the only one that you can lose to is Ikaku. So it's basically, you either get full Hollow Ichigo or Ikaku. You either get the cool, awesome demon man, or the bald man with a stick. And there's no in between. You know, it's either or. Nobody else. Just to screw with me personally. Because so far, I love this game. And I really want to see it do really well. Because I feel like it deserves it. And I feel like the devs have been treating really well as well. With like events and all the free stuff we've been getting. Because, you know, you're getting 300 standard pulls off the wazoo. You get quite a lot of limited pulls, a lot of spirit jades. And I feel like so far they have been doing really well on the aspects of like balancing the pay to win and free to play quite generously, I'd say. On gacha game standard at least. But at the end of the day, it will all depend how they're gonna treat this UR situation. Because it could be beginning of downfall or beginning of something beautiful. You never know. I know Haki, but that's pretty much the game ender right there. Because at that point, you just, what did you have even be playing for? The bald man? I don't know if you want to go down that path. But I'm glad you brought it to my attention, because I had no idea that was even the case. I really hope they're actually gonna make a statement about it, like officially, like either make a video or give like a roadmap how they're planning to treat those units. Because just telling people they're gonna be UI units and then not giving them any information, that's gonna be really, really shady. Because a lot of people, probably like me, are gonna just save. They're not gonna summon for every other character. And I feel like they're just gonna affect their sales tremendously. Because all the people are just gonna wait for the UR moment. You know, and save all their resources that way. Both pay to win and free to play, I feel like. But will be interesting to see. Because obviously I'm looking forward to like full Hollow Ichigo, because that form, like in every single Bleach game that I played before, was one of the hypest. Like when I used to play Bleach Brave Souls, I remember for the first anniversary, it might have been second actually, they did release full Hollow Ichigo and like Resurrection to Ulquiorra, and man was that hype. I remember pulling for those guys, and that was like one of my fondest memory playing any game ever. Because I remember, to this day, I got them like in the first 10 pull, both of them, in one 10 pull. And that was like one of the most exciting moments of my gaming history in general. So I hope this game is not going to ruin that. And also, maybe there's, you know, going to be Ulquiorra on the horizon if Vastalord Ichigo comes out, you know? Little, Tempest action. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, let's do this quickly. Yeah, Hakim, you see, I wouldn't trust leaks, like, entirely, because the leaks have been telling people that we're gonna get, like, free Toshiro stamp. You know, like the core stamp, because I believe in beta, they gave it out. And obviously when an official release of Toshiro came, nobody did get one. And people were kind of mad, because they were expecting one, and thus didn't save any corridor keys. That's why I never take, like, leaks at full face value, because you just never know. It's like, they might be thinking about it, but they might decide, okay, you know what? Nah, we're not gonna do that. We don't know. It's one of those things. I mean, to be fair, they might give, like, free stamps later on. They might be just, like, testing the grounds for now, like, how profitable is it for them to charge for core stamps, and, like, how much they can get away with it, I believe. And then later on, I feel like they will realize, okay, the stamp code is kind of not what we were hoping for, so we gotta give, you know, the players a little bit of a leeway to get them for free, maybe. Because the whales are gonna buy their pack anyway, like, they're just gonna buy it for copy. You know, because why wouldn't they? Well, free-to-players are not gonna buy it anyway, so they're not technically losing any money. Oh, I mean, I would be on the side of caution with summons. Like, I'm still gonna summon for Aizen no matter what, because you know what? I don't care. It's one of those things, I just want Aizen. But after Aizen, I probably will just save, to be honest. At least for this account. I feel like I'm just gonna save until a really hype unit comes out that I'm excited for. Just because you don't know what's gonna happen afterwards. It's like, it's gonna be one of those situations where it may appear earlier than you think. They might release, like, full Master Lord Ichigo, not even for half anniversary, but, like, straight after Aizen. We don't know. It will be interesting if they're gonna showcase, like, who is coming after Aizen. Because it did provide us with, like, full monthly map, right? At the first months. And we've seen that Toshiro was coming out. I wonder if they're gonna tease who's coming out after Aizen. Because, like, Gin is gonna be there. And I feel... Oh, no, actually, it's probably gonna be Gin and then Aizen. Right, okay. So they're probably not gonna show, like, actually the character after that. That is true, Hakim, but you can look at it through both ways. If the pool is bigger, you're much more likely also to get something good rather than getting something bad. Because right now, the pool is limited, but let's say like a year down the line, when like 20 new characters are released, your chances of getting something decent, like 6-star stamp, will be much higher. But I do understand from perspective, if you're hunting for like specific stamp, like let's say for example, you want Toshiro's stamp, right? And you pull for Toshiro, but you didn't get his core stamp, and you trying to grind it and you can't get it, you know? And you like save your keys for like a month or so. In a month, it's gonna be another 2 characters, and if you're gonna, you know, grind the corridor keys, then you might get the new character's core stamp along with Toshiro's. So it's all about like whether you prioritizing the present or the future, really. Because if you prioritize the present, then obviously it's better to do corridor keys now. But if you're thinking like long term and you want to get a bunch of core stamps for different units, unless it's going to be able to be selectable, which I don't know if it will, but it might. Until that happens, it's all about, as I said, whether you want core stamps for units you have now, or whether you want core stamp units for the core stamp for the units they're gonna be in the future. Because these like corridor keys are not easy to come by. You get a limited amount of them, and unless you're whaling, it's just, you know, it's a question when you're spending them essentially. Because you can spend too early, but you can also spend too late. And as you said, the pool can get diluted, and yeah. It's tricky. It's tricky one. That is true. That is true, Hakim, as well. But then again, you can get shards as well, so you can eventually craft it. You don't have to, like, fully rely on luck. But if you get, like, super unlucky and you don't get any shards as well, you know, it's also tricky. That's why I feel like they should implement, like, universal shards, at least in some form, so people get a chance to craft it faster. Because something's gonna happen, you know? Because the game mode in a year time is gonna be a nightmare, especially for newer players. Like, imagine you play this game in a year, and after like 20 characters are released that you don't have access to, you grind the game mode. They're just gonna know it'll be possible for them. They're never gonna be able to get the core stamp they're looking for. They probably will get core stamps for other units that they don't have, but if they don't have them, like, what's the point of getting it? It's essentially useless. Because you can't even equip it on other characters because they don't get the buff. Yeah, so it's gonna be a very tricky path forward, I feel like, unless they do some drastic changes to their game mode. Because I feel like right now they're in a pretty good spot with the game in general, and that's the only game mode that's dragging it down. If they fix it, or like add some sort of universal shards, some sort of ways to actually get it, I feel like this game is going to shoot up greatly, straight away. Absolutely, Hakim, absolutely, because the longer game goes on, the less chances you actually have to be able to play it as a free-to-play, to an extent, because of corridor keys, because of, like, how much stuff you're going to get, and because of how important core stamps are. You're still going to be able to get all the units, you know, but if you want to build them, like, fully, even for whales, because you're not going to be able to buy them. Like, right now, you can buy them, but they disappear in 2 weeks. So unless you actually play the game, when the new units get released, even as a whale, you won't be able to do it. So it kind of cooks every new player in general, both free-to-play and pay-to-win. Because at that point, everybody would be relying on luck to get them. I guess, but like, there's still gotta be a way to guarantee yourself a core stamp, I feel like. Just by playing the game. Like, it doesn't have to be super extreme. Like, you don't have to, you know, just give it away. Well, I feel like there still should be some way of obtaining it. Granted, it might take a longer time, but as it is right now, you essentially just rely on luck. There's no guarantee for anything. Because you can grind corridor keys, like you can do 100 runs and never see Toshiro stamps shards. That could happen, essentially. Will it happen? Probably not, but like, the chance is there. That's not a bad idea, to be honest, because at least you can then grind for like different types. I feel like that would be a decent one, implementation-wise, because at least then you can select what you want, kinda. But I don't know, it's all a bit tricky, to be honest. Because no matter what change they do, unless they make it guaranteed, people will still probably not going to be too pleased with it. Because the biggest complaint is like the randomness of it. So unless you have some sort of mechanic or way for players to get it, certainly, they're just not going to be pleased with it either way. But making some changes, at least will acknowledge the problem with the game mode, and then make people realize, okay, although the game devs rather, okay, we gotta do something about this. It would be a good idea as well, like, maybe provide, like, limited selectors for, like, certain events, for example, like, once every 3 months, maybe, once every half a year even, where you can just select one of the core stamp. Because, you know, if you pull for a unit and you get, like, super unlucky, there could be, like, a limited event where you can select a stamp you want and just get it from all the units that have been released so far. I feel like that would be a decent way of going about it as well, but yeah. It's all a bit muddy. True as well, Hakim. I mean, there's no easy solution, really. Because they obviously gotta prioritize the profits, because they're already making a bank with people buying them probably for 20 bucks. Because on my survey alone, I've seen a lot of people with Toshiro's call stamp. And I'd say probably 80% of them bought it. So they're clearly people willing to buy it. And, you know, if they make bank with it enough, I don't know if they're gonna even consider doing anything else. Unless enough people complain, because, you know, there are some people who are very vocal about this kind of stuff. And it all depends whether the game dev's gonna listen. Because so far, they haven't really done any sort of, like, you know, community asking stuff. Did they do a survey? I think they did a survey, like, on the first week or something. But other than that, I don't think there was anything else. I mean, look, I wouldn't blame people for buying Aizen's core stamp, because Aizen is probably the most hype unit that's gonna come out in this game in a long while, until they introduce, like, full holo Ichigo and all that. Until then, I feel like there's nothing gonna be there to topple him. Because everybody likes Aizen. Like, there's probably no single person out there that doesn't like Aizen. Because how can you not like him? The man is an absolute legend. Okay. Man, doing these like tutorials just showcase me that I don't actually know how to play my characters. But I am hopeful that I'll be able to sneak Aizen's core stamp as a free-to-play, you know? Type of maneuver. Try to get it from corridor keys and all that. Listen, you are correct, Liz, but I have integrity. I will try to get it for free first, before I eventually cave in. I mean, December months or like January is gonna be crazy for sales, I feel like, for this game, because as you say, Hakim, everybody's gonna go for Aizen. Free to play, pay to win, I mean, just imagine how many people gonna boundary 6 him. I mean, the profit alone from that is probably gonna topple 7 to 8 figures. I don't think I would go that far, Liz. My appreciation for Aizen is merely from respectful position. And I feel like, you know, putting his almighty face down there is no the kind of respect I would like to show him. But you do you, listen, I'm not judging. I'm just appreciating from respect point of view. Listen, Hakim, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, I can't confirm or deny, shall we say. I still believe the core stamp pack is an absolute scam, because you don't even get Spirit Jades for buying it. All you get 10 corridor keys and stamp. But desperate time call for desperate measures, so if I have to, I might. But I will try my absolute hardest to not do it. Listen, Hakim, you gotta believe in me, you gotta have faith. Listen, I just heard the first part and I thought you meant a full-blown picture of Aizen's face, like in 4D, you know? Front and center, you know, just in full glory. And, just a name? I mean, maybe. Maybe. Listen, Greg. I'm a man of principles. And I don't spend unless I have to. Kinda dark. And plus, you are the biggest spender over here, Mr. Honkai Style every character having gentleman. How much did you spend in the past months on gacha games, huh? You know, if we bring the subject out, unbelievable. Last one I wanna get shamed from is you, Greg. Golly, Greg. Greg is going full Jesus mode just to avoid the answer. It's fine, Greg. You can go full ham. I don't mind. I agree, Hakim, 100%. That's kind of all you need, really. Everything else is like whatever. I do think like the level pass, the story main clear is decent, because you get like 40 pulls out of it and a cool like border. But other than that, I totally agree. No. I still believe that this game is best enjoyed as free to play. Listen. I'm just saying, this pack is pretty good because you get pills from it. You get like 30 pills and 2 10 pulls from it for $4.59. You know, I feel like that's pretty good, personally. And also, you can invest these pay jades into these packs later on and buy them. And then get the same amount of jades. Basically, buy pulls for free. And for Battle Pass, you know, you get corridor keys, you get a bunch of resources. I feel like it's pretty good. Fair enough, Hakim. I mean, I did cave in. Because I was like, this is a pretty good value, you know, and I did like this border. I felt like this border was really cool. So I was like, okay, I'll go for it. That's all I went for. And I did get that, like, bonanza thingy. Just because I felt like for $4, I was getting a 10 pull, essentially. I felt like that was pretty good. Like this thing. I felt like this was pretty good pack as well. But that was about it. Because you get some pills in there. You know, some spirit jades. Some pulls. I felt like that was pretty good. Everything else I think is a scam. This thing, scam. These packs right here. I mean, they're not really a scam because you get 10 pull and whatnot. But I feel like, you know. Still too much. Too much. Is that? I didn't even check that. Ah. So instead of 300 jades, you get it like an avatar? Honestly, I'd rather have 300 jades. I'm gonna be real. Like, this is fine, I guess. But I much rather have 300 jades, I'm just saying. If this was on top of 300 jades, I'd be like, okay. But now that you don't have 300 jades, I mean, I guess it's okay. Well, I don't know. Did I? Listen, I've been streaming for like 8 hours. Do you really expect me to remember what I've seen and what I have not? I don't remember my own name at this point. I've been streaming for so long that time concept lost all its meaning. I'm a man of integrity, yet a man that lost all integrity while he's at it. An anxious life lesson for you. Greg? What was a sass all of a sudden, huh? What was a sassafras you give me right now, huh? I genuinely forgot, okay? Golly. Jesus. This man. What was the interrogation at 1 a.m.? Where have you been last night except, huh? Yeah, I'm streaming tomorrow again. I'll probably be streaming tomorrow about like 3 p.m. or something. And I think now that Greg called me out, 9 hours? Golly, guys, I think we're gonna round it up. I feel like I'm losing my mind at this point. Because I feel like if I stream longer, you're just gonna start hearing me talk about gibberish. Like, guys, did you know? Though every gacha pull I'm doing, I'm reaching ascension higher. Like, my realm increasing by the second. Every pound I spend gets me high enlightenment level. I just gonna grind the pyramid scheme of enlightenment so much harder. Oof. Listen, Liz, I don't think I can make it to 10. I'm already passing out, guys. Yeah, let's wrap it up. Okay. Let's, was Greg calling me out? I feel like this is a good time as any. I knew you were drinking, Greg, and I feel like I've been drinking all this time. Listen, Greg, it has been a bunch of fun, but we'll be back tomorrow. And tomorrow you can show up straight away. And I think tomorrow, actually, we're probably gonna be doing... I'm always scared of that, Greg. That's my biggest fear. I think tomorrow we're gonna do Trial Tower. And I'm gonna try, and keyword try, okay? Don't expect me to beat it. These extreme modes. So the first two probably will be fine, but I am dreading this Ulquiorra fight. I will probably lose my mind tomorrow, and I feel like you want to be here for that. This is going to be quite a challenge. So we're doing that tomorrow, and a little bit of frenzy battle, and like, you know, we'll do whatever else the game has left. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting day, and thank you everyone for joining me today. I hope everybody had fun. It's gonna be quite a pain tomorrow, which I hope you're looking forward to. Me suffering, and I most likely will deploy the tactical AI nuke, and see how that goes from there. But it was a lot of fun today. We did quite a lot, and thank you everyone for joining me. Hope you had fun. Hope you had fun me confessing my sins. And I'll see you all tomorrow, 3 p.m. UK time, which I just think is GMT 0 plus 0, I believe, somewhere there. And yeah, I hope everybody has a good night and good time. I might join voice chat if I'm losing my mind hard enough, guys, but I can't promise you that. Anyway, have a good one, everyone, and I'll catch you later. Bye-bye.